It was a gruesome battlefield. The corpses strewn across the sand struck fear into the hearts of all who saw them. The scenery outside gradually changed color as the blue sky was stained by the faint red of twilight. A man gripped the sword in his hand, ready to swiftly strike down his opponent. A faint, confident smile played on his lips. At this moment it felt as though he could fell his foe with a single kick. The man stared ahead and cautiously spoke. "Strange. All the enemy soldiers are dead, yet why do I feel such a vicious killing intent from you two?" Behind him, two mysterious figures had appeared out of nowhere. "Such powerful killing intent, it's making my back burn." He looked around with a curious expression and asked again, "You two, is there something you wish to say?" The Spear King and the Fist King, the two men behind him, answered respectfully in turn. "How could we dare? We are infinitely grateful for what you have done, my lord. Indeed, your great deeds in this battle will be recorded in the annals of history." Hearing this, the middle-aged man spoke with some displeasure. "Cut the crap. I'm sick and tired of hearing those lies. Get to the point." At his words, the two men beside him were instantly stunned. The point? They flew into a rage and shouted. "Know your place. Is that any way to speak? What am I supposed to say? Thank you for the compliment. Weren't you just waiting for a chance to stab me in the back the moment I surpassed those corrupted bastards, you crazy sons of bitches?" Hearing this, the two men didn't refute him but simply scoffed coldly. They then clenched their hands, an uncanny power emanating from their formidable fists. "We have no personal grudge against you." The two instantly assumed a battle stance. "Taking your life is solely for the sake of ensuring peace in the martial world. We ask for your forgiveness." A cold smile crept onto the man's lips as he replied. "I knew it. You venomous snakes, what are you waiting for? Come at me, you brats. You think the likes of you can defeat me by joining forces?" Enraged by his words, the two men leapt high into the air, the Spear King gripping his weapon tightly, sword upward. "Your madness will destroy the world. It must end here." The middle-aged man wasn't flustered in the slightest. Instead, he wore a provocative smile. The man above them unleashed a technique called the Thunderstrike of the Divine Spear, powerfully summoning a massive bolt of lightning. The attack sent the earth and stones before him flying in all directions. But the man was not afraid in the slightest, remarking nonchalantly, "What a flashy technique. Youngsters these days love to exaggerate." The man above dove down at an incredible speed, his sharp spear tip aimed at the shadow in the smoke below. A joyful smile spread across his lips. A direct hit. But just then he was horrified to realize something was wrong. His spear tip hadn't touched his opponent's body at all. In fact, his opponent had casually blocked the attack with a single hand. The Spear King shouted in fury. "Let go of me." The Fist King, standing behind, couldn't let his friend face the opponent alone. He too quickly clenched his fists and charged forward. His opponent leaped into the air, shouting, "Take this, Fist of the 9 Divine Tigers." The powerful technique flew at an immense speed, but the man effortlessly dodged every blow with his speed alone, a mocking smile even playing on his lips. "Is there some disease that makes you have to shout?" Enraged, the Fist King roared, "Shut your mouth," and swiftly threw another punch. But the man was able to dodge every attack simply by taking a single step back. In contrast to their determined expressions, this monster simply wore a casual, amused smile and even offered praise. "Quite strong." The two men on the other side yelled as they prepared to unleash their final blows, but no matter what they did, the monster before them still dodged every attack with ease. As he took their attacks, he spoke with a gleeful smile. "Yes, more. Show me the true power of the 10 great masters." Seeing his attitude, the two men charged forward in a rage. Damn it! Their battle moved to the skies again, with the two men below ready to attack at any moment. Then a massive explosion erupted in the sky, threatening to blow away the earth, stones, and trees below. As soon as the man landed on the ground, he instantly regained his footing, but the Spear King and Fist King were already panting, exhausted. The man, on the other hand, descended slowly as if nothing had happened. "Tired already?" he said, a joyful smile on his lips. "I'm not done having fun yet. Don't be a spoilsport." The three men faced each other amidst the chaos. The two of them, despite their combined assault, could not defeat this terrifying monster. They screamed internally, "Damn it, he's a monster. How can a human be that strong?" They stared in fear at the man before them. He hadn't even drawn his sword. Their only option was to find an opening and land a fatal blow. It was only then that the man noticed something was wrong. He lifted his hand, from which a trickle of blood was flowing, and cried out in surprise, "Oh dear, I've cut my hand, goodness me." He then looked at the two men before him and roared in fury, "How dare you make this precious body of mine bleed?" He slowly drew the sword from his back and sighed, "All right, playtime is over." A gleeful smile spread across his lips. "Now I'll get serious." Seeing his stance, the two men were greatly shocked. It was a dull-bladed sword. A moment later, a sharp slash grazed their bodies. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered everywhere, and they could no longer remain standing. The two formidable men were cut down in an instant by that dull blade. The man let out a slightly weary sigh. "They call themselves the 10 great masters, yet they die the moment I draw my sword." Then, looking ahead under the twilight sky, he uttered a single word. "Boring. Time to go?" 10 years later, before a great waterfall, the man now showed the clear marks of time. He sat beneath the falls, training his mind and body. His once lustrous black hair was now faded, but his powerful physique was still brimming with vitality. "All I did was carry a dull sword for self-defense, eating and fighting like a rabid beast. I wandered everywhere, fighting countless masters and defeated them all. Through countless trials and life-and-death battles, I grew stronger and stronger still, until I became an invincible being none could challenge. I was the lone seeker of defeat. I swept through everything alone, but then I fell into a pit filled with my own emptiness and madness, and I remained trapped there until today. When I finally found an escape, the blue sky high above was truly a comfort to the soul. The man training under the waterfall finally snapped his eyes open and stared ahead. This was it, Ascension. A power seemed to burst forth from his entire body. I have achieved everything in this mortal realm. To continue climbing to the pinnacle of martial arts, one must become a sage, and it was all a success. Finally, his soul was able to escape his mortal flesh below. The man was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Success after 10 years of hard training, I've finally done it. Then with an excited smile he exclaimed, ready to fly away at any moment. Now straight to the celestial realm, his soul shot straight up into the sky, startling the birds nearby. Just then a loud voice boomed, "Halt!" Appearing before him were serious, almost fierce-looking faces, all turned toward him. They surrounded him like supreme gods, exuding an aura of dignity. A joyful smile on his lips, the man greeted them. What a fervent welcome from the sages, but were you all decapitated when you were alive? Where are the rest of your bodies? In any case, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the new sage Shahoudan. The nearby gods scrutinized the man who had appeared, their gazes searching. Indeed, he still reeks of blood. Killing intent permeates every corner of his soul. What kind of sage is so full of bloodlust and fighting spirit? Yes, you have committed far too many sins. Why was such a man granted supreme martial talent? You will never receive our recognition. Then they declared with great finality, "You are disqualified." Shahoudan stood there, utterly unable to comprehend. Disqualified? What kind of bullshit are you talking about? The voice from the other side continued. You cannot attain the way, however, we will give you a chance to atone for your past misdeeds. Hearing this, Shahoudan roared with internal fury. Who gave you that right? Do you have any idea how much I suffered to get here? His expression turned terrifying. Cut the crap. No one can disqualify me. A man nearby heard this and replied with a solemn look, "It seems words won't work. There's only one way. We'll have to drive him out by force." In the next moment, his entire body was hit by a massive attack. Shahoudan looked ahead, trying to dodge the blow. His resolve was firm from start to finish. In your dreams, white smoke billowed and the man plummeted downwards. The sages above were pleased by the sight. Isn't it nice and quiet like this? But Shahoudan did not give up. He clenched his fists and shot straight back up. Shahoudan was dead serious. I will never give up. The group on the other side saw this and roared in anger. This stubborn fool. One of the sages used his power to create bizarre orbs. Know your place. It seems we were too lenient. Then under his control, an explosion instantly erupted. The blast was so massive that the man couldn't possibly withstand it. His entire body was quickly engulfed in the giant plume of black smoke, then slowly began to fall, but just then the cloud of dust was pierced by a strange flow of energy and finally blown away completely. Shahoudan burst out from within it, roaring in fury. No one can stop my ascension. The beings above were somewhat surprised by the sight. So persistent. What in the world is this man? But the man just shouted angrily. That's right, tremble you goddamn sages. Another god nearby quickly gave a signal. I'll handle this. Shahoudan saw his opponent and a contemptuous smile formed on his lips. Some wet behind the ears brat, but he never expected the little kid to spit a mouthful of saliva at him. The damn dirty trick was truly disarming. He couldn't breathe because of the spit. What is this? I can't breathe. As the kid on the other side kept spitting like that, Shahoudan was overcome with extreme frustration. In the end, he had no choice but to accept his fate of falling from this place. But in his heart he didn't accept it at all. In the dark space he cursed endlessly. Those damn gods dare to cast me out. You've picked a fight with the wrong person. Just you wait. I will return and wipe every single one of you out. I will definitely return. Just then the image of a beautiful woman appeared before him and asked, Me, Shahoudan, the lone seeker of defeat in a coma from shock, wake up. You have to get a grip if you want to wipe out those damned immortals. The female figure before him quickly changed. The person looked at him and called out worriedly several times, young master, are you awake now?" The young lady was so concerned that she tightly gripped both of his hands. "Are you all right? I was so worried something had happened to you, young master." Shahoudan couldn't understand a thing. Who is this girl, and where am I? He also took a closer look at his own hands beside him. Shahoudan truly didn't get it. Why are my hands so fair and soft? Seeing the young lady before him continuing to shake, he found the situation utterly bizarre. He quickly pushed her away with a disgusted look, but she didn't seem to mind at all and continued to speak. "If there is anything you are looking for, please tell me." Fortunately, there was a small mirror nearby. He approached it and his eyes widened in shock. As if he couldn't believe it, he stared ahead with a blank expression. What is this? Who the hell is this pretty boy bastard? He then examined his entire face closely. After repeating the foolish act a few times, he finally realized that he had truly been reborn. He covered his mouth in shock and let out a scream. He finally collapsed to the floor, groaning as if completely drained of energy. That thing is me." The young lady beside him was terrified by this behavior and cried out, "Oh my young master, please don't overexert yourself." Shahoudan looked at the girl beside him and asked blankly, "Who are you?" The girl looked truly incredulous. "You don't remember who I am? Don't tell me you hit your head when you fell?" she cried out in a daze, flustered. "I am Jian Chonsong, eldest daughter of the Namding clan's head steward and the one who serves you, young master." Shahoudan began to question her again with a suspicious look. "So you're saying this is the Namding clan?" The young lady answered very frankly. "That's right. Do you still not remember anything?" the young man asked with a dazed expression. "Then who am I?" the girl replied very seriously. "You are the second son of the Namding clan, young master, Namding Hyung. please stop joking around now. The more Hyung heard, the more he felt like dying. He asked himself in a disbelieving, whimpering voice, "Ah, I'm the second son of the Namgin clan?" The girl before him was terrified by his actions and cried out, "Young master, why are you sitting on the floor and groaning so pitifully? This must be a dream. No, this has to be a dream." Cheon-song, extremely worried, helped him up and asked, "Are you all right? Has your anemia flared up again?" Hyung racked his brain and managed to ask a worthwhile question. "What year is it in the martial calendar?" The young lady helped him onto the bed and replied calmly, "It is the 70th year. 70 years have passed since the founding of the Righteous Sky Alliance. The Righteous Sky Alliance is an orthodox sect alliance dedicated to protecting the Jianghu." Then with a flustered look she turned to leave, saying loudly, "Please rest for a moment, I will go fetch a physician right away." The more Hyung heard, the less he understood. "I was already 80 when the Righteous Sky Alliance was founded, and over 90 when I ascended from Mount Zichen. Does this mean 60 years passed in an instant after I fell from my failed ascension? So my real age is 150? Let's go over this one more time. I fell while ascending, 60 years flew by in an instant, and I was reincarnated as the second son of the Namgin clan." He looked up at the ceiling. The vile faces of those sages kept appearing in his mind. This must be their scheme to mess with me, isn't it? In the end he could not suppress his feelings and roared in fury several times, "You damn dog-like sages, wasn't it enough to stop my ascension? Are you mocking me now?" Hyung finally clutched his head in bewilderment. "But why did those bastards send me 60 years into the future instead of reincarnating me right away?" Unable to contain his anger, he leapt up from the bed and shouted, "This is driving me crazy. The martial arts I spent my whole life training are all for nothing now. This is so unfair, it's killing me." Then he clenched his fists and erupted in extreme rage. No, can't be discouraged by something so trivial. My body may have changed, but my memories and experiences remain." At that moment a crazed smile spread across his lips. "I am a man who started from the gutter and rose to become the greatest of all time. This time, I'll be able to do it in much less time than before." Then he stared ahead with cold eyes. "First, I need to get out of here. Let's see if that Namgin Hyung fellow is impressive enough to have found me. As a child of the Namgin clan, he should at least have some basic skills, right?" Late at night at the Namgin estate, just then a sound seemed to come from nearby. Hyung appeared here, cautiously looking around to assess the situation. He moved his body nimbly, trying to sneak out of this place. "Good, there are no guards. All I have to do is walk out that gate and it's over." But just as he was about to step outside, he came face to face with a group of people guarding the place. Damn it, Hyung was, after all, a bit flustered. "There are guards, what should I do?" Then a strange thought cautiously entered his mind. Should I just kill them? But he quickly shook off that damn thought. No, it's bad luck to kill on the first day of my reincarnation. Let's just jump over the wall and escape. But why have I been so out of breath since a while ago? He cautiously looked at the high wall behind him and thought to himself, "Focus. I will use my lightness skill to jump over the wall." Then he quickly leaped upwards, but in the end he realized something was wrong. This damn body didn't fly up at all. In fact, his 2 legs plummeted straight down. He had no choice but to calmly land on his 2 feet. Namgin looked down at that moment with an incomprehensible expression. Why can't I use my lightness skill? So he once again carefully checked his entire body. Is it because I haven't adapted to my new body yet? After confirming that everything was perfectly fine, he slowly circulated his internal energy once more. Let's try again. The young boy tried to circulate his ki with all his might, but he heard something break. Namgin was slightly startled and looked back. Did I just hear a bone breaking? Finally, he realized that his damn leg was completely broken and screamed in horror. My leg is broken? He couldn't react at all and clutching his just broken leg shouted several times. It hurts, damn it. The nearby physicians heard the scream and quickly rushed over. Oh my young master, you've broken your leg again. In the end his leg was once again meticulously wrapped in bandages. Fortunately it wasn't serious. Your leg will heal soon, young master. Please make sure to take your medicine on time. Cheon-song stood beside him and asked with concern, You heard what the physician said, didn't you? For the time being you must not run around. Hyung lay on the bed at that moment with a very unpleasant expression. A person isn't some piece of porcelain, how can a leg break so easily? He was cautiously thinking about something then. He shot up in a rage and shouted, But that's exactly what I am. The physician beside him smiled and urged, Your body is more fragile than porcelain, young master, so you must be even more careful. You seem to be lacking in vital energy, so I have prepared a decoction for you. Please be sure to take it. The maid beside him also cried out worriedly, You must not overexert yourself. If you were to pass away from being so careless, I wouldn't be able to live with the guilt for the rest of my life. Feeling that he could no longer live like this, Hyung commanded, Get out. The young lady in front of him gave a slightly awkward smile. You're making things difficult. I'm the one who serves you your medicine, young master. Young master, please take this medicine first. Hyung became very angry, grabbed a nearby pillow and shouted as if ready to attack. I said all of you get out. The people standing nearby saw him preparing to unleash this move and cried out in fear. If you move so strenuously, I'll leave first. Please don't move so forcefully. I understand. Be careful not to dislocate anything. Namgin Hyung sat on the bed feeling extremely tired and sighed several times. I thought the son of the Namgin clan would at least have some basic skills. Then he unknowingly glanced down at his bandaged leg. I need to find out why this body is so weak. He cautiously cultivated the flow of ki in his body, spreading it in all directions. He breathed in the air before him as if trying to find the last stream of life. and finally, a strong flow of ki emanated from his entire body. He once again sank deep into a state of cultivation, carefully examining his entire body. Why are my meridians blocked everywhere? 9 blocked meridians, could it be the 9 Yin Severed Meridians? No, if that were the case, this body couldn't possibly be this cold, and possess such strong cold energy. Then, as if slightly surprised, he snapped his eyes open and stared ahead. In that case, this is the 9 Yin Severed Meridians. An incurable disease. The yin energy is so strong that it blocks the meridians. The most vicious disease that causes one to die young due to the immense amount of yin energy. Namging Hyung gritted his teeth as these thoughts ran through his mind, and finally he laughed a little madly. This bastard has the 9 Yin Severed Meridians? Soon after, his expression turned to one of extreme fury. My body is no different from porcelain, and my insides are rotten, and my internal energy is completely blocked. This is ridiculous. How could I, Shahoudan, the lone seeker of defeat, who had a body like steel, end up in such a trash body? He truly couldn't stand it anymore and shouted several times, "Why the hell are you doing this to me? Answer me, are you sages or just a bunch of thugs?" His eyes turned to a look of extreme fury. "Just you wait." The flames all over his body began to burn brighter. "Those who put me in this state, I will definitely." He attacked the large wall in front of him and shouted, "Get my revenge." Soon, the room shook lightly. The arm that had struck the wall was completely bent backward, and this time the injury seemed far from light. Namging Hyung screamed in agony from behind. "Damn it!" He held up his broken arm, extremely flustered. "Is anyone out there? Call a physician." Immediately, his body was once again meticulously wrapped in bandages, followed by the physician's admonishment, "It's a fracture. How many times must I tell you to be careful? Young master, you are no different from a raw egg. If you're not careful, your bones will break instantly." Young sat there feeling extremely bored and replied, "I get it, so stop nagging. You may leave." The 2 people in front of him quickly bowed their heads and said respectfully, "Then please rest well, young master." He sat there and couldn't help but sigh several times. Finally, he felt an extreme fatigue in his heart. "Damn it, I who once regarded life as insignificant as an insect, am now struggling to even kill an ant." Soon after, his expression changed. "But who am I?" In an instant, a huge flame ignited all over his body. "I am the lone seeker of defeat, one who has never known defeat in the face of any trial." Just then, he suddenly clutched his arm in pain and cried out loudly, "Did I overdo it?" Then he gritted his teeth and cautiously thought about his current situation. There are 2 ultimate techniques that can overcome this ordeal. They are the clear and bright profound heart art. It removes impurities from the body and accumulates solid spiritual energy, while the muscle and sinew internal strengthening art infuses ki into all the muscles and bones of the body. If I just use these 2 ultimate techniques, what problem would a mere case of 9 Yin Severed Meridians be? At that moment, a faint smile spread across his lips. "Once I overcome the 9 Yin Severed Meridians, perhaps I will attain a terrifying majesty that surpasses the Shahoudan of the past." He was very satisfied with his thoughts. "Well then, shall we give it a try?" Chon Song, who was outside, saw the strong smoke emanating from the room and, flustered, slowly came inside. "Young master, it's time for your medicine." "Are you sleeping? Why is it so quiet?" She quickly ran over and shouted, "You can't do that. You must take your medicine before sleeping." But the moment she entered, she saw a bizarrely large stream of blood gushing from his head. It was even flowing upwards, defying the laws of physics. Chon Song was extremely shocked and ran over, tightly gripping the source of the blood. Why is this happening? But as soon as she blocked this spot, a stream of blood burst out from another. She had no choice but to block it with her remaining hand. But this time, large streams of blood began to erupt from other places. Chon Song stood behind him, shouting in extreme worry, "Young master," but he paid no mind to her words, muttering to himself, keep going, I have to do my best." Just then, he suddenly snapped his eyes open again and stared ahead. His entire body was now wrapped in white bandages and he was bewildered. What happened?" Chon Song, who was beside him, saw that he was awake and screamed in terror several times. "Oh my god, young master, what on earth kind of bizarre thing were you doing? You just came back from the dead." Hyung was truly at a loss. "I just circulated a little ki and I've become a cripple." He opened his mouth and let out a few weary sighs. "Where did this useless body come from?" Chon Song asked with great concern. "Are you crying?" Tears began to stream from the man's eyes. "What flows down my face right now is not tears but the sweat of a man. No, it's blood. Tears of blood, of rage and resentment." Just then, the young lady in front of him suddenly put a strange pill in his mouth. "Stop talking nonsense and swallow this." Hyung took it and thought blankly. "What is this?" The young lady beside him quickly explained. "It's a precious elixir called the 1,000 gold pill." He was slightly pleased to hear that. "You mean the 1,000 gold pill that increases one's internal energy by 10 years? The other party smiled and replied, "I don't know if it's 10 years or 100, but one thing is certain. It's a very expensive medicine." At that moment, he too felt a strange energy within his body. He quickly got up with an excited smile. The key inside my body." The young lady standing beside him was very surprised to see this. "Is the medicine already taking effect?" But that state vanished in an instant. The ki that had entered his body flowed out again, and in the end there was no change at all. Hyung felt an extreme fatigue in his heart. "I've even taken the best elixir for internal energy, yet it has no effect. It's like pouring water into a bottomless jar." Tears welled up in his eyes, and he firmly resolved in his heart to change this useless body. As Chaonsong left, she carefully urged him, "Please rest well, young master," but before she left, the person inside asked again, "Wait a minute, where is the martial repository? I mean the place where they keep the martial arts manuals." Chaonsong was very worried when she heard this question. "Are you talking about the Changqian martial repository? Why are you interested in that place, young master?" Namding Hyung's patience ran out and he said angrily, "You talk too much, just tell me where it is quickly." She truly had no way of dealing with her young master and felt a bit tired in her heart. A small brazier burned brightly, spreading warmth throughout the room. By this time the white bandages wrapped around his body had been removed. Namding Hyung, very calmly wearing thin clothes, went outside. "My internal and external arts are too powerful and don't suit this damn body. The only solution is to learn a new martial art." With a joyful smile on his lips, he opened the large door on the other side and exclaimed, "New wine must be put into new wineskins." But as soon as he opened the door, a cold wind blew in. Hyung quickly jumped back into his blankets and shouted in surprise several times, "It's cold!" He shivered in his warm blankets, feeling like he was about to freeze to death. Because of the disease called 9 Yin Severed Meridians, even a light breeze sent a chill deep into his bones. In the end, he came up with the idea of covering himself with a large quilt and slowly moving forward. "It should be a bit better if I go with this quilt on." But the more he walked, the more his steps faltered. And then he collapsed right onto the floor. Hyung felt an extreme fatigue, lying on the floor shivering and shouting several times, "It's too heavy." In the end, completely forgetting his own fragile body, he struggled in a rage and shouted, "Damn it, this cursed body!" Soon after, he tore the large quilt apart and prepared for the next thing. As if I'd lose. That night at the Namding estate, the high-hanging moonlight cast a faint golden veil over this majestic castle. Namding Hyung had now completely warmed his body with thick clothes and was walking straight ahead, very pleased. "It should be bearable if I dress like this." He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim several times, "It's really spacious." Then he recalled events from his past life. With a place of this scale, no wonder that guy, the Sword King, bragged so much all the time. That time they were fishing together and talking very amicably. He had even asked, "Is the Namding clan's martial repository that great?" The Sword King, sitting beside him, replied very proudly, "I'm not just saying this because I'm from the Namding clan, but it truly doesn't fall short compared to any other family's martial repository." At that time he couldn't help but snort and scoff. "In the end, it's just a place where they've collected scraps of paper. What's all the fuss about?" The Sword King beside him continued with a smile on his lips, "Don't speak of what you don't know. That place is like the heart of the Namding clan and it holds thousands of years of history." Shahou-Dun, who was there, sneered inwardly, "This guy is fine with everything else, but he seems to have a fit whenever his family is mentioned." Then their conversation continued meaninglessly. "All right, just shut up. Your laughter is going to scare all the fish away." The man beside him was still laughing very happily. "Speaking of my family, when it comes to the long history of the Namding clan," at that point he had already clenched his fist and held it forward, a clear warning in his dignified presence. "Will you shut up after one punch, or will you shut up on your own?" After that, their conversation turned back to the small fish on the other side. "Why isn't a single fish biting?" Hyung now returned to reality, a faint smile on his lips. He had his flaws, but among the righteous faction bastards he wasn't so bad, though thanks to his incessant chatter that day, I ended up catching nothing. Just then 2 men stood before him, nodding their heads. Suddenly they realized something was wrong. "What's that?" Hyung appeared, bundled up like a rice cake, and greeted them with a smile. "Hello?" They were extremely vigilant and stopped him. "Halt." Seeing the spear tip pointed at him, Hyung was slightly taken aback. "How dare you point a blade at me? My body may not be what it used to be, but my speed is still truly marvelous." He effortlessly brushed past the 2 of them, then in the blink of an eye turned to face the other side. He struck their necks a few times with his hand. In an instant the 2 men fell to the ground, unable to move. "No one who has ever pointed a blade at me has lived to tell the tale." A joyful smile spread across his lips. "It's too late for regrets when you're about to die." But in the very next moment the 2 men got up with surprising ease and stared straight at him. The atmosphere between them sank into an indescribable awkwardness, and one of them seemed to realize something was wrong. "Is that you, young master?" Namding Hyung, still not used to his new identity, was a bit bewildered. The 2 men quickly bowed their heads and answered, "It was too dark, we didn't recognize you. Please forgive our rudeness." Only then did Hyung realize what a foolish thing he had just done. "Right, I'm the second son of this family, aren't I?" He paid them no more mind, turned and left. It's fine, I understand." The 2 men behind him watched his bulky figure enter and exchanged a few words. "Quickly report to the Lord." "Understood." Just then the door inside slowly opened. He couldn't help but gape in awe at the sight before him. He stepped inside and, seeing the scene before him, exclaimed in amazement several times, looking up at the high ceiling with an excited expression, "There are countless books here. I feel like some peerless secret manual must be hidden here." Then, as if standing in a treasure trove, he began his search for his own treasure. "All right, let the treasure hunt begin." Time passed quickly, and the sky outside gradually brightened. Hyung lay in the room, utterly exhausted. "To think I've searched this place all night and found nothing of use. Is this all the so-called head of the 5 great clans the Namding clan amounts to?" He pictured his old friend in his mind and gritted his teeth in fury. "That bastard, the Sword King, dared to brag in front of me." He felt so enraged he thought he might just burn down this useless martial repository right now. "Should I just burn this place down?" But before he could finish the thought, his heart began to pound wildly in his chest. He clutched his heart and groaned in pain a few times, leaning his weary body against the bookshelf behind him as he cried out, This damn bloodline is acting up again. His face, drained of all color, stared straight ahead. If I don't solve this Severed Meridians problem, I'm going to meet King Yama before I ever see those damn sages. Then he simply opened the door and left, walking out slowly with a slightly weary look. His expression changed and he sighed several times, but just then a loud shout came from the side. Hyung had no time to react and was sent flying by the shout. What the hell was that? At that moment the figure of a huge man appeared before him. Silhouetted against the sunlight, his face was filled with worry and solemnity as he looked this way. Namding Hyung looked up, unable to react. "You brat!" the man before him shouted once more, sending him flying in the other direction. He looked over and yelled loudly, "I forbade you from entering the martial repository out of concern for you, so what were you thinking, sneaking into the Changqian martial repository?" Just then, the guards behind him chimed in on his behalf. "My lord, please calm down. The young master's body has not yet recovered." Hyung finally understood the current situation. "My lord, the head of the Namding clan, so that means he's this brat's father." But he paid no mind to their words and shouted in anger, "All of you stand back. As the head of this clan, not as a father, I will punish this boy severely." The people behind him quickly took a few fearful steps back. "As you command." Then, though extremely worried, the group had no choice but to leave. The man on the other side gritted his teeth and looked ahead, raising both hands high. "Oh my God!" Hyung stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to react at all. The giant man's body had thrown itself around him, and he was sobbing and shouting several times. "Oh my poor son!" He looked at his son, examining him closely, and then chided him in a gentle tone. "What were you thinking, going in and out of the martial repository? Your body is ice cold. Aren't you cold? Look at this pale face. Hurry back to your room and warm yourself up." Seeing his attitude, Namding Hyung was inwardly delighted. This guy is a fool. He'll be easy to deceive. Then he began to act, drawing on a lifetime of experience. He looked over with a very pitiful face and said in a trembling voice, "Father," the man before him said tearfully, very heartbroken. "Yes, I'm listening." Hyung began to talk about what he was looking for. "I only need two things: an elixir to increase my internal energy and a martial arts manual that suits me." Hearing this, the man before him quickly replied, "Don't worry about the elixir. It's rumored they've become scarce since the demonic path ran rampant, but I will find one somehow." Then he lowered his head again with a sad expression and continued, "What about the manual?" But this time he answered very firmly, "The manual is out of the question. Your body was born unable to practice martial arts. The slightest mistake could cause you to fall into chi deviation." But he pleaded very earnestly and seriously about the matter. "What's the difference between dying this way or that way? I can't give up without even trying." Hearing this, the man before him cried out worriedly, "No, I can allow anything else, but not martial arts training." Hyung felt like he was going to go crazy because of this guy, so stubborn and self-righteous. I really want to grab him by the collar and scream at him patience. He had no other choice but to accept his fate and change his strategy. The other's two hands slowly moved toward him as he spoke. "Don't be stubborn, let's go." But in the very next moment, amid the other man's worries, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He put his acting skills to use and groaned a few times with a pale face. "I'm dizzy." The father, seeing his porcelain-like son collapse in his arms, truly couldn't believe it. "Get a grip, son." Namding Hyung spoke again in a faint voice. "Father, I don't know when I might die." Standing on the other side, he heard this and felt extremely heartbroken. "How can you say such things in front of me?" Then he put on a pitiful and lovable expression again and faced his father. "Father, please consider this my last wish. I won't practice martial arts. I'll just glance through the secret manuals. I'll only observe them out of intellectual curiosity." But only the heavens knew how much his heart was churning. "This is disgusting. To think that I, the greatest under heaven, the lone seeker of defeat, have to lower myself to this extent." The man shed a few tears, his eyes welling up as he wept pitifully. "My poor son." He sat beside him, completely unable to understand what was happening. Soon the things he had pleaded for were granted. Hyung was now strolling happily inside the house. The evening sky is warm, so it's a bit less cold. He walked slowly towards the martial repository on the other side and thought to himself, "I hope I can find something useful this time." He opened the large door on the other side and cautiously assessed the situation. Looking inside, it's not much different from the Changqian martial repository. Anyway, it's only one floor, so it should be less tiring than last time. His father's instructions were still fresh in his mind. The Jeweled Emperor Pavilion is the most important secret archive of the Namding clan, and only those with a direct bloodline to the clan head may use it. I will allow you to enter, but don't even dream of practicing martial arts. But Hyung had no intention of following those words. Why should I listen to you? Time passed again, and the night sky appeared, bringing with it the chill of the night. The boy was still lying on a pile of books, carefully examining them, reading the few books before him with a very serious expression. Then he cried out a few times, slightly weary. "Is this the last book? I've picked out 5 from this pile. The Divine Thunder Art, the Jeweled Emperor Divine Art, the Jeweled Emperor's Reigning Stride, and the 13 Flashes of the Divine Thunder Sword." He touched his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. "This alone is still not enough to create a martial art suitable for this body. I need an internal energy cultivation method that can build a solid foundation." Just then, he suddenly realized something was wrong. His small stomach let out a few growls. "Why does this useless body get hungry so quickly? I need to eat something first." He decided to leave this place quickly to fill his stomach. Let's keep thinking while I eat, but after just a few steps he tripped on something and fell flat on the floor. A loud thud echoed, and several nearby books scattered messily. Hyung lay on the floor and shouted in anger a few times. What a string of bad luck, but as he lay on the floor he suddenly saw something strange. One of the floor tiles was shaped completely differently from the others. He tried to lift it with all his might, but with the strength of this fragile body he couldn't do anything. Namging Hyung sat down panting and shouted a few times. I almost broke my arm. Having no other choice he made a small lever and lifted the tile. Finally he succeeded, and the tile was completely flung to one side. Alright, this looks like it hasn't been touched in a long time. The dust flying everywhere made him a bit displeased. Beneath the tile were strange characters written on something. Namging Hyung looked over, an interested smile on his lips. Speak of the devil. After returning to his room he startled Cheon-song. Her young master was eating with great relish, devouring everything on the plate. This roast duck is really delicious. Seeing the person in front of him staring he was a bit confused. Are you staring at me like I'm an alien? Never seen someone eat before? Hearing this, the young lady on the other side answered a bit flustered. This is the first time I've seen you eat with such an appetite, young master. You usually just have a few bites and get up. Hyung, his stomach about to burst, replied with great satisfaction. That brat was just too full. In my day you couldn't even get a single strand of spinach that fell in the market. Cheon-song on the other side was a bit confused by his words. What do you mean? Hyung felt there was no need to continue this meaningless issue and waved his hand a few times to signal her. It's nothing. Clear the table. Then he went to the small shelf on the other side and picked up a precious pill. If I keep absorbing pills like this, there's no way I won't break through. He looked to one side with a very serious expression and carefully sat there to cultivate. Now that I'm full, it's time to get moving. At that time outside a shadow was also watching their every move. That night Cheon-song, as part of her duties, quickly brought the unnecessary items out of the room. Just then she suddenly realized something was strange. A human shadow had appeared at the door of the room. It was the eldest young master, Hyung's older brother, but soon the man left, turning around and heading out the door in the blink of an eye. At that moment she also noticed something. In front of the door were neatly placed packages of medicine. The eldest young master has brought nourishing medicine for the second young master again. She was a bit flustered. The eldest young master is so stubborn. He's so worried, yet he won't come inside. Then she turned her gaze back towards the room on the other side. Inside, Hyung was still cultivating with great concentration. The Nether King Chaotic Sky Art is the most powerful martial art created by the old lone seeker of defeat. But this isn't the right fit for Namging Hyung. I'll have to reconstruct it based on the internal arts I found in the Jeweled Emperor Pavilion, and then combine it with the Nether King Chaotic Sky Art. Can I do it? Yes, I can. Because I am Shahou-dun, the lone seeker of defeat. In his subconscious a ray of light flashed. The Shahou-dun on the other side walked upside down. Slowly approaching, he had completely entered the place where the giant meridians existed. The harmony between the Changqian and the Nether King Chaotic Sky Art is probably the key to the problem. Let's remove the impurities. The dull sword in his hand quickly slashed towards those meridians. He stared straight ahead with a very serious expression, infusing it with spiritual energy. At this moment his body was surrounded by faint streams of light. He tried to activate his power with all his might, and finally something broke. It started with a small piece and became a huge crack. Then, from behind that wall, a large beam of light appeared and shot forward. The next morning Cheon-song walked over with breakfast, feeling very happy. The young master is eating so well, I have to keep bringing him food. Just then she suddenly realized something was wrong. What is this heat? Then a huge explosion erupted from the room inside. Oh my god! She looked inside and was very surprised. Her young master was still sitting there cultivating very seriously. Worried, Cheon-song rushed inside and called out to the young master loudly. Hyung, who was cultivating, muttered a few words in a trembling voice. I've finally broken through one. His whole body went limp, his arms and legs trembling. Seeing the scene, Cheon-song worriedly called out to her young master. This matter soon reached the ears of his loving father. What? Hyung collapsed. Cheon-song stood there, skillfully explaining the current situation. I'm sorry. I should have kept a closer eye on the young master. He was greatly worried by these words. I must go see Hyung, but at that moment his eldest son, who was beside him, quickly reminded him. Father, I don't think now is the time. Cheon-song also chimed in with a few words. The eldest young master is right. The physician said he needs to rest now. Hearing this, he grew angry and sat down on the large chair on the other side. That boy must have learned something in the Jeweled Emperor Pavilion. But in the end he went and did something like this. It's my fault. I should have stopped him until the very end. As a father, he sighed, feeling utterly helpless in his heart and worried for his son's health. For the next few days everything seemed to be business as usual at the Namging estate. But the second young master of the house was training very diligently at that time. Unlike his previously frail body, he could now do a few push-ups to build his strength, but in his mind he was constantly thinking, after much hardship I've barely managed to break through one of the 9 severed meridians. I've overcome the immediate crisis, but if I don't build a body that can handle my internal energy, all my efforts will be in vain. What should I name the internal energy cultivation method I just created? The Changqian Nether King art sounds good. Just then a person suddenly appeared before him, and he cried out in surprise several times. My goodness! In the blink of an eye the physician, his loving father, and his close attendant had appeared there with disbelieving expressions. Hyung looked up at them and asked, unable to understand, What's with those expressions? Never seen someone exercise before? The people on this side paid no mind to his words, focusing only on their own thoughts. My second son is doing push-ups right now. Is this real or fake? It's truly a miracle, Hyung, on the floor, shouted in anger several times. Miracle my ass! Then, in front of everyone, he skillfully did a few more push-ups, his speed increasing to the astonishment of the onlookers. But soon his entire body reached its absolute limit. He collapsed to the floor, extremely displeased. Damn it, this cursed body is acting up again. He gritted his teeth, his expression one of extreme anger, and the people nearby truly didn't know how to react. His loving father on the other side shouted a few times, "Am I dreaming right now?" Physician beside him quickly replied, "No, you are not." Cheon-song stood there with her mouth agape, utterly unable to believe it. At that moment the physician carefully examined his physical condition. He was very surprised by the young master's current constitution. He couldn't believe that the young master's meridians had become wider and stronger than before, and his pulse was also more stable. Hyun at this moment replied with a joyful smile on his lips, "Didn't I tell you I'm fine? I know my own body best." His loving father, hearing this, was extremely excited and ran over to hug him tightly. "Well done, my son." An excited smile spread across his lips. "I don't care what you did, just seeing you healthy is enough to make me happy. Hey. At that moment Hyung's entire body went limp and he cried out, "Father, you're hugging me so tight I think both my shoulders are about to dislocate." Hearing this, he grew angry and asked the physician beside him, "Didn't you say he was healthy?" The physician was a bit flustered by the question. It's true that the 9 Yin Severed Meridians has improved, but it hasn't changed the young master's porcelain-like fragile body. Hyung, feeling immense pain, cried out several times, "What are you going to do about my shoulders?" But his father completely ignored the matter. "Oh, I almost forgot, I have an urgent discussion with the elders." Cheon-song, standing nearby, quickly saw through the lie. "My lord, as far as I know there are no meetings scheduled for today." But he showed no sign of embarrassment and replied calmly, "That's why I said I'm calling an urgent one." With a very serious expression he said, "Something urgent has come up, so I must go. Take good care of yourself." Then, without a single glance back, he ran off as fast as the wind. Hyung was filled with an unspeakable rage, causing trouble and running away. If you weren't the father of this cursed body you would have died by my hand." Just then, the man appeared at the doorway, staring intently this way. "What is it now?" The other person looked at him with a joyful smile and offered encouragement. "Son, keep up the good work." Namging Hyung on this side shouted at the top of his lungs in anger and replied, "I can't keep up the good work until you put my shoulders back in place." A month later, the air here was fresh and expansive, making one feel at ease. At this moment, Cheon-song held a platter of food in her hands, completely astonished. The second young master of the house was jogging. His standard movements and regular breathing were truly astonishing. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Oh my, how many laps has he run already? Is that really the second young master I used to know?" Cheon-song, who was standing there, quickly added, "I have my doubts too. Ever since he woke up from his coma a month ago, he seems like a completely different person." He began to voice his thoughts. Could it be that his soul was swapped with someone else's? The young lady beside him quickly scorned the idea. Try to make some sense. Just then, they suddenly realized something was wrong and froze. "Why can't I see the young master? No way, he was just running over there. Where could he have gone?" All of a sudden the two of them thought of something unbelievable. Could it be? Hyung was now completely submerged in the nearby pond. Hyung was listening to their voices from below the pond. "Please make some sense." The person beside him continued to laugh and said, "This pond isn't even 3 feet deep, how could he drown in it?" Cheon-song also felt that this statement was somewhat reasonable. "Is that so?" Then she clutched her head, feeling a bit helpless. "Has the young master gotten into so many accidents and injuries that I've become overly sensitive?" At that moment, on a deserted city street, a little girl was happily singing, holding a skewer of tonghulu. The child was very excited, singing and laughing. Just then, a person's footsteps headed straight forward. Before the child could eat the tonghulu, a shadow flashed by. In the blink of an eye, the skewer was completely gone. Hyung very calmly picked up the tonghulu and put it in his mouth, while the child behind him began to cry loudly. "My tonghulu! What's with this kid now?" He walked through the streets, cautiously observing his surroundings. Hefei is the center of Anhui province, so it's quite bustling. There must be many good taverns. At that moment, a familiar curse reached his ears again. "Hey, stomp on him. Kill that bastard." Turning his head, he saw a group of people bullying a single child in the middle. "How dare you defy me? I was wrong." The child, filled with fear, tried to run away. "You bastard, don't you dare move." He ran towards Hyung and pleaded several times, "Big brother, please help me. They outnumber me and are ganging up on me." Hyung remained unmoved and simply asked coldly, "You're just getting beaten because you're weak, so why should I help you?" The child, experiencing the first shock of his life, was completely stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hyung simply turned coldly and left. "Instead of expecting help from others, you'd be better off overcoming it yourself. The law of the jungle is a matter of course." After that, the sounds of a fierce fight rang out. Hyung paid no mind to this matter and cautiously looked around as he walked. "Damn it, there are too many. I don't know where to choose." At that moment, a man appeared nearby and asked, "What are you looking for?" He looked this way with a strange expression. "I'm just asking because you've been looking around for a while." Hyung shrugged and replied nonchalantly, I'm looking for the best tavern in this city of Hefei. The man turned to leave and signaled, "Follow me." Hyung ate his tonghulu and sized up the man before him. "He's kinder than he looks." He led Hyung to a small alley filled with bizarre tools, then pointed to one side and said with a joyful smile, "This is the place." Hyung walked over a little confused. "There's a tavern here, a hidden gem," but before he could finish his thought he couldn't help but be shocked by the sight before him. A group of people stood there looking this way, with smiles that seemed to be waiting for prey. "A fool has walked right into our trap." Hyung stood there and asked seriously, "Wasn't this a tavern?" The man behind him took out a dagger from his pocket and said with a smile, "You'd better not think about running away." The people on the other side quickly chimed in. "From the way you're dressed, you look like a young master from a wealthy family, don't you? Seeing you wander around so leisurely, it must be true." Then he slowly approached Hyung and said, "Young master, just leave everything you have and you can go." Hyung held the tonghulu in his hand and replied calmly, "No, huh?" Then he replied with a joyful smile on his lips, "Until now I've only ever taken things from others. I've never once had something taken from me." The guys behind him heard the reply and laughed joyfully with a hint of contempt. Their leader looked this way with a cold gaze. "Young master, you've lived such a sheltered life like a flower in a greenhouse that you know nothing about the real world." And he ordered the fat man in front, "Give him a light smack to teach him a lesson about the bitterness of the world." "Yes, big brother." He aimed his fist this way and asked coldly with a threatening attitude, "Did we speak too nicely that you think we're a joke?" Hyung continued to eat his candy and replied calmly, "My eyes are very good so I can see clearly." The other party, seeing his attitude, got angry and slapped the candy out of his hand. "You bastard, how dare you act so cocky when I'm talking?" His fist went up high once again. "Let me teach you that this world runs on the principle of survival of the fittest." But he never expected that the other person would send him flying with just a single wave of his hand. Hyung said with a cold gaze, "You bastard, even if you don't teach me, I already know that very well." The leader on the other side was extremely shocked by this scene, and even the man who had just tricked him into coming here had his mouth wide open in disbelief. Then his gaze turned coldly towards the group standing on the other side. At that moment he looked at his own two broken hands and felt a little displeased. "What, did I become like this just by using a little bit of strength?" He looked at the group in front of him and felt extremely angry in his heart. Damn it, to be disgraced in front of these street thugs. "Oh, they've reattached," someone from the other side shouted. It was an angry voice. "Damn it, kill this bastard." The group holding daggers charged straight forward ready to attack. Namding Hyung wasn't afraid at all. Instead he lightly dodged once, then with his two newly reattached hands he threw a strong punch forward. A person from behind saw this scene and quickly ran over to cover his comrade and attack. Hyung of course sensed something and turned his head to look again. His two hands quickly grabbed the opponent's wrist tightly, and in the blink of an eye he attacked straight at that spot with his own fist. The man was sent flying far away by this attack. Hyung at this moment had a joyful smile on his lips. "Fortunately it's fine. What a useless corpse." The group behind was thrown into chaos seeing their comrade get hit. Hyung looked over there with an arrogant smile on his lips. "Why the long faces? Where did all that spirit from before go? Didn't you say this world is all about survival of the fittest?" They were extremely enraged and charged straight forward ready to attack. "You arrogant bastard!" Hyung at this moment rushed forward with an excited smile on his lips. "That's more like it." The group holding daggers attacked him. "Kill him." But he was able to send his opponents flying very easily, and with the few kicks he had just practiced, he completely knocked them all down. The leader nearby was extremely shocked by this sight. He saw with his own two eyes how easily his comrades were defeated. Then one of the group was hit so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The leader looked this way and asked with a trembling voice, "You, who on earth are you?" Hyung, feeling no sense of wrongdoing, replied nonchalantly, "I just swung a few times. What's there to be so surprised about? I haven't been able to use my internal energy freely yet, so I only used my external skills." "So you're a martial artist after all." His gaze turned coldly downwards. "I've only recovered about 1/10 of my strength, so I still have a long way to go." At that moment a man nearby barely managed to get up and coughed a few times. Hyung strongly kicked him once in the head. The fact that he could get up after taking his attack had tarnished his sky-high pride. "This is pissing me off. I hit him with all my might." His face, filled with madness, stared over there. "But why is he waking up so quickly? This just proves I'm still too weak." The leader standing nearby was filled with fear and couldn't believe it. This guy is crazy. He must be a bloodthirsty demon." Hyung at this moment smiled at him. "Hey, what are you doing? You're the strongest among these guys, right? Let me test my skills on you." The man on this side gritted his teeth in anger. "This bastard." Then he quickly rushed forward. The speed of his steps was truly not to be underestimated. He leaped straight into the air and stood before him, then quickly stopped nearby and very sensibly knelt on the ground to apologize and beg for forgiveness. Hyung at this moment had a joyful smile on his lips. "This guy changes his tune fast." The man put on a fawning smile to curry favor. "I'm pretty quick to grasp the situation. To survive in a place like this, being perceptive is a basic skill." Hyung at this moment looked at him and continued, "The thugs of the past were really tenacious, but it seems that's not the case these days." "Of course not. I'm quite tenacious too." "I don't believe you." He seemed to no longer want to stay here and turned to leave. The man behind him had already prepared a weapon in his hand. His gaze turned coldly this way as he said, "Leave me." Then he gripped the shovel in his hand tightly and attacked straight at that spot. "I told you to believe me, you son of a bitch." But when the weapon came down this time, it didn't hit the boy at all. Namding Hyung quickly jumped high up to dodge this attack. He looked down from above and said loudly, "All right, I'll believe you, is that good enough?" The man knew very well that he could no longer escape and shouted a few times in his heart, "Damn it," but at this moment his older brother was extremely worried, his mind in turmoil as he gripped his sharp sword. Chansong standing there was reporting in fear. According to the servant, the second young master went towards the downtown area. "I pray nothing happens to him." The man sitting in front of him had eyes that instantly turned cold, and the sharp sword was sheathed once more. Meanwhile, Namding Hyang was being treated to delicious wine by the thugs, drinking from a large cup without hesitation. He sat among them and shouted with great excitement, "Delicious, pour me another." The man standing in front of him was a bit flustered upon hearing this. That was the last cup. But the boy on the other side didn't believe the answer at all. "What, I've barely wet my whistle and the wine is already gone?" Hearing this, he forced an awkward smile. "You've had 9 bottles." The boy's gaze turned coldly towards him and he asked again. "So," the leader, hearing this, could only put on a fawning smile and explain, "We spent every last penny we had to buy the finest wine and delicious appetizers. We're not trying to make a big deal out of spending our money, but we thought you would be satisfied after drinking that much. Drinking too much is bad for your health." Namding Hyang, who was sitting here, replied with a few words, "You're quite the smooth talker. So what's your point?" He lifted the large wine bottle in his hand and replied, "It seems you're quite drunk, so it would be best if you stopped drinking now." But his opponent was instantly kicked far away. He lay on the floor and groaned a few times, accepting his fate. At this moment Namding Hyang asked back with an arrogant attitude, "Who do you think you are, telling me what to do?" Then he looked at the group below and loudly questioned them. "Should I grind you all up and brew you into wine? You must think you have several lives. Until now no one who has pointed a blade at me has lived to breathe like you. If I were my old self I would have pierced you all. I would have hung you up on the streets." At that moment the cup in his hand slowly fell. "Oops, I even dropped my cup. I'm starting to get drunk." Feeling tired, he lay on the floor and shouted a few times, "I'll take a nap and then drink some more." The people nearby were a bit flustered by this sight. What should we do?" "What do you mean, what should we do? We should run away while we have the chance." But at that moment a person behind him loudly reminded them, "Don't move rashly." The leader, who had been hit by a painful kick, also slowly got up and carefully urged, "He might be testing us, so wait as you are until we confirm the truth." At this moment he cautiously approached to assess the situation and came to a very serious conclusion. "He's completely hammered." But at this moment he suddenly realized something was wrong. People from the Namding clan had appeared and were standing there. "How dare you lay a hand on the second young master of the Namding clan, you bastard, you've got some nerve." At this moment another person's footsteps also slowly entered. The people nearby quickly turned around, very surprised. The guards quickly made way for the boy who was entering. Finally his older brother appeared with a serious face and looked straight at his younger brother. The people beside him, seeing him, cried out in fear, "Sword dragon." They looked at the boy lying on the ground dead drunk and cried out in disbelief, "My God, that crazy bastard is the second young master of the Namding clan." They cried out in fear with pale faces, "We're dead now." Namding Hyang, who was behind, was still spouting strange words from his mouth. "How dare you damn wicked immortals do this to me? Why didn't you just kill me? Just you wait, I won't let you get away with this." "I will definitely." But before he could finish his words his mouth was tightly covered by the other party. He looked in fear at the boy standing on the other side and explained, "Oh my, why is the young master spouting such nonsense? If others saw this they would think we were bullying him. I can explain everything." But at this moment his gaze grew colder and colder, and he commanded sternly, "Take your filthy hand off." The leader, seeing his expression, quickly let go in fear. "Yes, of course I should." That hand was immediately grabbed tightly. Namding Hyang, not knowing what was happening, gripped his hand tightly and said with a smile, "Where are you going? We have to have another drink." At this moment he looked in fear at the sword dragon standing on the other side, and he completely knocked the man down with a single blow. That kick was truly terrifying. The attack sent the man flying to one side in an instant, unable to regain his senses. The opponent's gaze grew colder and colder. "I believe I warned you to take your hand off." Namding Hyang was soon led back by the people. Chansong stood beside him and shouted a few times, "You reek of alcohol. Why did you drink until you were dead drunk when you can't even handle alcohol?" The man at this moment looked at his older brother and asked blankly, "Who is that guy?" Chansong was very flustered and explained, "My God, you can't even recognize your own older brother, you must be really drunk." The more Hyang heard, the less he understood. "Brother, I have a brother?" Chansong felt like she was going to go crazy and shouted in anger, "If you're drunk, just go to sleep quietly." His older brother, after seeing his younger brother leave safely, finally returned to his usual self. He stared straight ahead with a cold gaze as if ready to kill someone at any moment. He spoke loudly to the people on the other side, "How dare you lay a hand on my younger brother? I will punish you severely." But they were extremely wronged. In fact, they were the ones who should have been rescued. Isn't that not true? We are the victims. Soon after, a few strange sounds came from inside the house, and Namding Hyang, who had caused the trouble, fell asleep without knowing what was happening. Before leaving, he cautiously looked back and asked loudly, "What is this sound?" Chansong answered from the side, "The eldest young master is punishing the thugs." Then a slightly helpless smile formed on her lips. "They laid a hand on the second young master of the Namding clan, so they will pay a harsh price. Usually the eldest young master is very noble, but when it comes to matters related to the second young master, he seems to lose his reason." Whether Namding Hyang understood these words or not, he listened with a dazed look and didn't answer anymore. The sky outside was gradually changing color. Hyung, who was inside, was eating very deliciously. He put his cup down on the table and shouted a few times, "The honey water is sweet, let's go." Then he looked at the young lady in front of him and asked again, "What's with your expression?" Joon-song replied calmly with a cold gaze, "What's wrong with my expression?" Hyung looked that way and said in a slightly teasing tone, "It's a face full of dissatisfaction. If you have something to say, say it." She felt like she was about to explode. "Why on earth did you do that?" Hyung asked back. "Do what?" Joon-song on the other side shouted in anger. "Do you really not know how long has it been since your bones healed and you go out as you please, and on top of that you drink so much? You have to think about your own body. A person with a chronic illness shouldn't act like this just because they've gotten a little better. Do you know how many people worry because of one young master? Please be more careful." Hyung paid no mind to those words and looked ahead, saying in a slightly bored tone, "But why don't I see any spiritual pills today? Aren't you being too negligent these days?" Joon-song, hearing this, shouted in anger, "Do you think spiritual pills are the name of the neighbor's dog?" Hyung asked back, slightly unable to understand. "Well, I know spiritual pills are a bit expensive." Joon-song quickly shouted with all her might, "It's not just a little expensive. You need several lumps of gold to buy one spiritual pill. Besides, spiritual medicines like the dark spirit pill are. Things like the dark spirit pill are not easy to obtain and their prices are sky high." Hyung heard those words and thought to himself, "It's gotten much more expensive than before, but to think that even the Namgying clan, the greatest under heaven, can't afford it, that's really absurd." They decided to stop talking about this. "Alright, let's stop talking about that." At this moment, in a corner of the annex, a man stood straight with an arrogant air. He walked straight forward and said seriously, "Report." A man in a black cloak standing on a tree in the back reported calmly, "A letter has arrived from Anangangseo. There is nothing special. They asked about the current situation and said they would provide support if necessary." The man here heard the answer and thought carefully with a cold gaze, "Support? I've waited and prepared for 10 years. I don't believe it." Their conversation continued. "What do you plan to do?" "Tell them I'll handle it myself, so don't interfere." "What about the movements on the clan head side?" "There are no special movements on the clan head side." "What's the situation with the treasury?" The man in the black cloak behind him answered seriously, "A while ago we spent a huge amount of money to buy dark spirit pills, so the treasury is now running out. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before we go bankrupt." "I suppose so." He heard these words and sighed uncomfortably in his heart. "The tower I've painstakingly built for over 10 years is collapsing. It is Namgying Hyung who has brought the history of the Namgying clan to this state. A fragile body as brittle as porcelain, and even suffering from a rare disease called the 9 Yin Severed Meridians. By anyone's standards, not to mention from the perspective of a martial artist, he is nothing but a waste. To save such a person, they are pouring all the family's assets into buying precious spiritual medicines. What greater waste could there be than this?" He was extremely resentful in his heart. To be unable to distinguish between public and private matters because of one piece of trash, thanks to that. The number of people who support me is increasing, so I don't know if I should be grateful to that old man. At this moment, the man in the black cloak behind him suddenly spoke, "But the second young master's behavior has been very strange lately." Hearing this, he quickly turned around and asked, "You mean Hyung? As I reported before, he not only exercises but now even goes out and gets dead drunk to the point of being carried in by a servant." Hearing this, he coldly commanded, "You don't need to worry about a guy like Hyung. Just keep an eye on the clan head, as you command." He carefully calculated, with a slightly sly face in his heart, "Is he acting out because it's time for him to die? Well, with that body it wouldn't be strange if he died now." The person he said was about to die was at that moment training very seriously, and the sound of rough breathing mixed with sweat filled the room. At this moment he was doing pull-ups on a large bar in his bedroom and finally stopped training and touched his shoulder. "That's a relief. My shoulders and arms didn't dislocate today. Have I already adapted? Let's see. To break through the remaining severed meridians, I need a lot of spiritual medicines that are much more effective than the dark spirit pill. But since the Namgying clan's financial situation is not good, this is also a problem." He walked straight forward and shouted a few times in his heart, "I was planning to sit back comfortably, drink spiritual pills and watch the effects, but the plan has gone awry. It seems the prestige of the Namgying clan is not what it used to be. Anyway, for now I need to get all the information on the current situation." Then he quickly changed his clothes and prepared to go out. "If I bother the family members now and ask questions, they will suspect my identity. So who would be the best person to get information from?" Hyung shouted once as if he had remembered something. "Ah, that's right." Then he walked straight forward very happily. "There's the black market." The black market? It's different from the orthodox sects, an underground organization called the Night Merchants, whose information-gathering personnel are few and whose activities are limited. The black market operates secretly with an extremely large number of personnel, and for them there are no limits. In other words, if they can make money, they will willingly sell even the Emperor's top-secret information. They should be able to provide the information I need. At this moment a man in front of him slowly approached. Rewinding time a little, a man ran in from outside out of breath and shouted loudly, "Brother, have you heard the news?" Namgying Unhwa, who was sitting there reading a book, calmly asked back, "What is it?" The man who came in from outside said loudly, "I heard that useless trash collapsed in the street drunk." Unhwa, who was sitting there, calmly asked back, "Who is this useless trash?" Namgying Soa waved his hand and said, Do you really not know in this Namging clan who else could it be but that young bastard? There's something even funnier. I heard that he's been going to the martial hall, and even started exercising these days. A guy who can't even hold chopsticks properly dares to hold a sword. That sick bastard has been doing nothing but bizarre things lately. At this moment, Manhwa got angry and closed the book in front of him. So what is it you want to say? Soa on the other side said angrily, if he had given the spiritual pills he swallowed all this time to us brothers, we would have become one of the 10 great masters by now. I didn't like the fact that he was getting special treatment just because he's the clan head's son from the start. Now that he thinks he's gotten a little healthier and is being stubborn again, I can't stand to look at him anymore. Manhwa, who was sitting there, said seriously, he is not worth you and I worrying about. Don't make a fuss over trivial matters and maintain your dignity. But Soa didn't accept it at all and shouted in anger, I'm too curious, I can't stand it. I have to go and see what condition he's in for myself. Before leaving, his older brother carefully warned him with a few words, just watch, don't cause any trouble. At this moment he had already approached him and pushed him hard. Hyung, seeing his insolent attitude, was naturally displeased, turned his head, looked back and shouted. Soa, as if he had achieved his goal, said loudly in an unpleasant voice, did you call me? The man who was sitting on the floor got up at this moment and shouted, if you hit someone, you should apologize. What kind of manners is it to just walk away pretending you don't know? But the guy on the other side was very arrogant. What are you going to do if I say I don't want to? Hyung looked that way and said, I'm the type of person who can't just let rude people go. You haven't apologized yet. So apologize to me and go wherever you want. But the guy on the other side had an arrogant smile on his lips. You must be tired of living. Hyung was not afraid at all and replied, if you keep being so arrogant. His gaze turned coldly forward as he warned, you'll be shitting blood. Soa, standing on the other side, saw his attitude and threw a punch in anger. Crazy bastard, but immediately a fist with powerful speed came flying straight at him. The guy held one cheek completely in disbelief and another fist came flying this way and the opponent had no time to react. Then he couldn't fight back at all and could only accept his fate. Shouting a few times, Hyung carefully taught him while hitting him, if I told you to apologize, you should just apologize, you talk too much. Then he was thrown to one side and groaned a few times. Stop! Hyung stood high above, looking down as he spoke arrogantly. Fools who don't know the rules need a good beating to come to their senses. Then he quickly turned and left. Be careful next time. The man behind him was burning with rage, eager to retaliate. You worthless piece of trash. He drew a sword from his robes and aimed it forward. I'll kill you. But before he could even get close, Hyung kicked out towards him, sending him flying. The man, completely caught off guard by this, screamed in agony and was sent soaring through the air. Unable to fight back at all, he crashed into the large wall on the other side. The man fell to the ground in a miserable state. Hyung stood there and spoke calmly. To think a member of the righteous faction would launch a sneak attack from behind. Are you truly of the Namging clan? His expression changed in an instant. Then again, it was the same back then. When it comes to betrayal and sneak attacks, there's no distinction between the righteous and the demonic. He slowly walked over, crouched down and said a few words. You should size up your opponent before you attack, don't you think? Why act so arrogant only to get beaten up? He reached out and lightly touched the bruised face on the other side, but Hyung had no idea who this damn bastard in front of him was. His face was filled with suspicion and ridicule. At that moment the scenery outside was truly peaceful and refreshing. A young boy was happily receiving some food. Here you go. Thank you. The child opened his mouth wide to eat the hot bun, but in the blink of an eye it was completely gone. The child, not knowing what happened, could only cry out, my hot bun. Hyung paid no mind to such things, took a bite of the bun and scanned his surroundings. Where can I find the black market? He walked slowly along the main road. I think it used to be in a secluded corner. Then his gaze fell upon a strange door. Is this it? As he looked to one side with cold eyes, he saw a bizarrely shaped eye drawn on the wall. This is it. Then he laughed with great pleasure. Even after all this time, these guys never change. Inside, a man was clacking away on an abacus, calculating something. The man muttered a few words in boredom. This month's sales are also poor. Just then, a voice from outside asked, is this the black market? Hyung walked in from outside and asked nonchalantly, why don't they decorate this place a little? What's the difference between this and a beggar's den? The man was surprised to see him enter and asked back, who are you? How did you get in? Hyung paid no attention to him, reached out towards the wall and thought carefully. This must be it, right? The man on this side shouted in anger. Hey, can't you hear me? Then he simply touched the wall on the other side and in an instant he reached a secret room. The door beside him finally opened. Found it. The man couldn't believe it. How did that guy find the entrance to the secret storage in such a short time? Who the hell is that guy? Hyung smiled and looked that way. Since the door is open, wouldn't it be better if we went inside to talk? The man picked up a large sword beside him and prepared to attack. Stay back, that place is not for just anyone to enter. Hyung at this moment calmly asked, do I look like an ordinary person to you? No, you don't. He shrugged and laughed happily. I'm glad you said so. The man quickly raised the sword and charged straight forward. To my eyes, you look like a corpse about to fall to the floor, you bastard. Soon, the sounds of a fierce fight echoed several times inside the house. Hyung looked ahead and spoke calmly with a hint of displeasure. I was being nice to you, and now you're pushing your luck. You sprained my wrist. The man, after being thoroughly beaten, finally calmed down. He apologized in a trembling voice. Hyung turned and left. You've collected quite a lot. You stole all these things, didn't you? The man kneeling on the floor quickly trembled and replied, No, we purchased all these items legally. Hyung turned his head in surprise and looked back. What did you say? Seeing the threat in his face. The man answered in fear, They are stolen goods. He felt he could no longer continue the conversation with this godlike person and asked in fear, By the way, young master, what brings you here? Don't worry. I have no interest in such stolen goods. What I need is information. Hearing this, the man asked back in fear, What kind of information are you talking about? Hyung replied with a cold face, The history of the last 70 years, including the demonic blood sword. A mouse outside seemed to want to join their conversation. The inner door opened by itself and Hyung walked out from inside. His face was very dark and frightening. He looked up at the sky and shouted a few times, This is truly absurd. Who was the one who ended the demonic blood sword? It was the martial god Zhou Yungying. Not Dugu Chibai Shahou Dun, the other person thought for a moment and replied, Not at all. Seeing the other person hesitate, Hyung changed the question, All right then, tell me more about the demonic blood sword first. With the fate of the Jianghu at stake under the command of the great hero Zhou Yungying of the Righteous Sky Alliance, a fierce battle between the righteous and demonic factions took place. After a month of bloody battle, the righteous faction was victorious, all thanks to the passion of the great hero Zhou Yungying. Hyung, who had participated in that battle, felt something was a little strange. It was 7 days, not a month. Hey, keep talking, the other person continued. Although they annihilated the demonic path, their leader was truly a monster. He single-handedly blocked the combined attack of the Spear King and the Fist King, 2 of the 10 great masters who were comparable to the martial god. The more Hyung heard, the less he understood. That's not right. It was those guys who did the cowardly thing behind my back. What is the title of the demonic path's leader? The Heavenly Demon. Not the Demonic Lord. The Demonic Lord is one of the 4 great demonic sects, and he was beheaded by the 10 great masters. In the end, what is the Heavenly Demon's real name? It is Shahou Dun, Heavenly Demon Shahou Dun. Walking down the street, the more Hyung heard, the less he understood. There's a limit to making up stories. This is just ridiculous. That bastard Zhou Yungying, who instigated the 9 great sects and 5 great clans to stab me in the back, becomes a hero, and I suddenly become a demonic being. The matter of the Fist King and Spear King's sneak attack was also distorted. And you, Demonic Lord, who were the closest to the title of the greatest under heaven besides me, have also been reduced to an ordinary person. Why? For what reason did they have to fabricate history to such an extent? Hyung shouted in extreme anger. My head is killing me. Let's set aside that fictional history for now and think about the urgent matters first. He never expected him to say that the Namgying clan was in last place. It's been a long time since the 5 great clans were pushed back by the 9 great sects. Among the 5 great clans in terms of martial power and wealth, the Namgying clan is the lowest. Hyung heard this and asked back in surprise. Wasn't the status of the Namgying clan very high during the Sword King's time? That's an old story. After the Sword King passed away, the Namgying clan began to decline. Moreover, for the past 10 years, the second son of the family has been suffering from the 9 Yin Severed Meridians, so they have wasted a lot of wealth. It is said that even a rich man can last for 3 generations after ruin. But what should I say about the Namgying clan? It's like a cooling sun. Even so, they still have a powerful influence in this land of Hefei. Hyung walked forward, carefully speculating to himself. I thought I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, but in the end it was all for nothing. How far will you damn sages mock me? Chonsong saw him coming out and asked worriedly, Young master, where have you been? Hyung just waved his hand a few times lightly. My mind is a tangled mess right now. I'm very sensitive at the moment, so try not to bother me if possible. But the young lady beside him quickly said, The master is calling for you. It would be best if you went to see him. Hyung shouted in annoyance a few times. What is it now? As soon as he returned home, a group of people were standing there waiting. He looked at his beloved family members and evaluated them internally. Who is that guy standing next to father? Oh, that's right, his name was Namgying Hyung, I think. I heard he's my older brother. Then he turned his eyes to the other 2 people. And who are these 2 guys frowning over there? His father, standing in front, spoke up. I called you because I have something to discuss. Hyung asked back in surprise. What is it, you? Before he could finish, the man continued. Did you hit Soa? Hyung was puzzled. Soa? Who is Soa? The man on the other side saw his blank expression and shouted in anger. Why isn't this punk answering? But his loving father, standing beside him, quickly intervened. Brother, please don't scold the child, let's hear him out first. The person beside him shouted in anger. Clan head, you always coddle that punk, that's why he's so rude. Hyung at this moment had a joyful smile on his lips. Is that guy this old man's son? If father calls him brother, then he and I must be cousins. The man in front was displeased to see him smiling happily. Are you laughing? Look over there, can you say that's a proper sight? At this moment the boy on the other side was already completely injured to the point of being unable to move. His face was beaten so badly that it was almost unrecognizable. Hyung felt no guilt at all. In fact, he shouted a few times. He's still fine. He's alive and breathing, isn't he? The old man shouted in anger. Hyung, did you really do this to this child? The person behind him answered with a dejected look. Yes, father, I did. Hearing this, he shouted in anger. Brother, did you hear that? Soa said so himself. What more is there to hear? His father looked at his own child with surprised eyes. Hyung, did you really break Soa's arms and legs? Hyung shook his head with a very wronged expression and replied, No, I did not. The man on the other side who had just been beaten heard this and shouted in anger. "You shameless bastard, how dare you lie!" Hyung began to display his acting skills once again. "I swear, father, I haven't laid a single finger on my cousin," then he began to explain. "Seeing as Hyung is saying that, it doesn't seem like a lie. Could it be that Soa was seriously injured while practicing martial arts?" The man on this side heard those words and shouted in anger. "Clan head, if you say that, what's the difference from saying our Soa made it up?" Then the clan head pointed to his own eldest son and said, "That wasn't my intention, but brother, think about it carefully. How could a child with a body worse than an ordinary person injure someone like Namging Soa who practices martial arts? I heard his health has recovered. He's even practicing martial arts." The clan head on this side replied calmly. "He just woke up a month and a few days ago after hovering between life and death. His mind is also unstable, so even if he learned martial arts he would be no match for Soa." He turned his head and looked at his youngest son. "Could it be that you misunderstood?" But at this moment he quickly shook his head. The older brother, who had been silent from start to finish, suddenly prepared to draw his sword. "I believe my younger brother's words," Unhwa said with a very serious look. "Although Soa is still immature and acts as he pleases, I don't think he is a child who would lie." The clan head looked straight ahead with a cold gaze. Young also stepped forward with a serious face at this moment. "I believe my younger brother's words." The two of them faced each other, neither willing to back down. It was truly a strange standoff. Two of them stood facing each other, ready to rush in and attack at any moment. Hyung stood there with a joyful smile on his lips. This is getting interesting. If those two fight, who will win? But at this moment a person beside them quickly shouted loudly, "Insolence! Have you both forgotten that you are in front of the clan head? Do not act rashly." The clan head behind them never expected him to step forward like this. "Brother Unhwa," then he sighed and slowly walked forward, bowing his head respectfully. "Clan head, I was momentarily agitated. I ask for your forgiveness." He did not scold him at all, but rather replied with a gentle smile. "It's all right. I know all too well the vigor of youth." He did not look the other person straight in the eye from start to finish. "Thank you for your generosity." Hyung also had to bow his head. "Uncle, I apologize for the disturbance." Hyung stood there, not at all pleased by this sight. "That old man suddenly interfered and ruined everything. I missed an interesting show." But at this moment the other person's cold gaze quickly turned this way. He walked over angrily, loudly questioning the cause of this disturbance. "Isn't all of this because of you?" Then he said loudly with a threatening face, "I'll ask you one last time. Did you injure Soa?" Hyung, standing in front, suddenly spoke up. "Uncle." His expression changed in an instant. "Do you want to know the truth? Look at that face," he replied seriously. "Tell me the truth." Hyung smiled faintly amidst everyone's suspicious gazes. "The truth is," then quickly as they watched he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body completely collapsed and he coughed painfully a few times. The people beside him, seeing this scene, rushed over in concern. "Oh, my second young master," Hyung Chansong approached with concern. "I thought you were getting better recently, but to have a relapse." He raised his hand, pointed forward, and asked in a trembling voice, "Do you see it?" "See what?" "The rainbow of blood made from my blood." A small rainbow had indeed appeared in front of them. Chansong, standing beside him, heard this and shouted in anger. "This is no time to be admiring rainbows." His loving father behind him at this moment shouted and ordered everyone there, "Quickly help Hyung to his room. I will call a physician." "Yes, my lord." He was quickly led away by her hand. The people behind him fixed their gazes on his departing figure. Seeing the frail boy coughing, he was extremely worried. How did it come to this? In the end he felt helpless watching them play the game of finding a rainbow on the other side. "There's another rainbow." Chansong behind him at this moment shouted in anger. The clan head, standing in front with a trembling voice and anger in his heart and a judging gaze, turned his head and looked again. "Brother, did you see that clearly?" He pointed to his foolish son and said loudly, "With such a sickly child, what do you mean he did something to your Soa? If you have a mouth, say something." The other person was truly a bit flustered by this situation. He was furious, but looking at his injured son he had no choice but to speak. "Clan head, Soa is not in good condition. Let us determine who is right and wrong later." Soa, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, answered calmly, "I am fine," but before he could finish his father shot him a furious glare. His words were quickly corrected. "I mean I will be in pain. No, I must be in pain. Yes, I suddenly feel a wave of pain coming on." After that they had no choice but to reluctantly turn and leave. "Let's go, father." Soa was so furious his eyes welled up with tears and he wanted to cry. "Father, this is so infuriating." His father, who doted on his son, comforted him gently. "Endure it, my son. The day for revenge is not far off." His expression was very serious as he said this. Meanwhile Hyung was being helped away. After a short distance he stood up calmly, looking perfectly fine, and lightly pushed aside the fool who was supporting him. "That's enough, move aside now." Chansong couldn't believe her eyes. "Weren't you in pain?" He gave a few light dry coughs. "I'm fine, I was just acting." The young lady beside him was shocked by his attitude and cried out, "My goodness, you gave me a scare. Why would you do such a thing?" Hyung stood there and replied calmly, "It was too much of a hassle to make excuses to those guys. Thanks to my brilliant performance everything was resolved smoothly, wasn't it?" She was very worried. "Young master, your personality seems to be getting stranger. Did something happen to your mind after you suffered that high fever last month?" Hyung got angry at this and shouted several times, "Stop talking nonsense. Bring me a usable sword." Chansong was a little surprised to hear this. A sword, you say? Later, his loving family held a small meeting. The father, worried about his fool of a son, spoke loudly. How is Hyung's condition, Namging Hyung? He sat there and replied calmly. He is still fine. Hearing this, he asked back, a little unable to understand. How can he be fine after coughing up so much blood? Hyung picked up the teacup before him, took a sip and then answered. According to Cheon-song, he was acting in front of us. He was greatly surprised to hear this. What? Then is it true that Hyung beat Soa? Hyung looked up and answered. What do you think about this matter? It is truly difficult to judge. Indeed, even if he were to train in martial arts with that body, it would not be easy for him to defeat Soa in a short period of time. If what you say is true, father, then Hyung must be a genius who appears once in 1,000 years. The young man sitting there sighed a little helplessly. I hope that is the truth, of course. The other person also desperately wished for it to be true, as do I, in a forest near the Namging estate. Hyung finally found a suitable place and calmly looked around. No one will see me, right? The dense trees gave off a refreshing feeling. Hyung quickly entered a state of training. If I use Cheonjamsa silk, my wrists should be able to withstand it. Looking at his bandaged hands, he was very pleased. Excellent. Wrapping them like this makes them really sturdy. He took the small sword in his hand and did a few light warm-up swings. Let's see. He looked at it and was a little impressed. It's really heavy. If it weren't for the Cheonjamsa silk, I wouldn't have been able to last long. Then, thinking of the other two young men at home, his gaze turned colder. As I am now, I can't compare to either of them. So this is not the time to be complacent just because I've subdued small fry like Namging Soa or street thugs. I don't need to worry about that fabricated history. First, I must solve the urgent matter at hand. He then deftly twirled the sword tip a few times with a swift hand motion. The movement was so skilled it showed that his decades of training in his past life were not in vain. At that moment, the nearby leaves were quickly swept up in his attack. Hyung quickly used the sword to create a soft yet sharp slash. Cutting all the nearby leaves in two, he stared straight ahead with a very serious expression. The best thing to do now is train. I need to recover at least a third of my former power. At that moment, the trees in the forest were unlucky enough to be cut down by a few of his light attacks. I've doubled the power of the Changqian Nether King art. My month of training to death has paid off. At that moment, the sword in his hand slashed forward with great power. Huge trees stood tall in the distance. But in the blink of an eye, everything was cut in two, and the massive tree trunks on the other side fell slowly and miserably. Hyung gripped the sword in his hand and sighed wearily a few times. Is this all? I still have such a long way to go. Is it because I'm not used to this weapon? He thought carefully again. Since I'm a man of the Namging clan, I can't use a saber. I'll have to adapt the Namging sword arts to create a technique that suits this body. Should I test the 13 flashes of the divine thunder? I need to change it to execute the moves more quickly and concisely, to pour all the scattered power into a single attack. He quickly used his power to unleash a strong and mighty slash. Staring straight ahead with a cold gaze, he minimized the unnecessary moves and then brought down several powerful lightning bolts from the sky. With this attack, he completely obliterated the numerous trees in the forest. His back slowly emerged from the thick dust on the other side. Hyung coughed dryly a few times, extremely tired. That seems a bit better. I've reduced the number of moves to 3, so I can't call it the 13 flashes of the divine thunder anymore. Let's call it the 3 thunder sword art. Will it take about a month to master the 3 thunder sword art? No, I'll shorten it to a fortnight. But I also need to practice my footwork in parallel. Should I increase the time? He walked slowly forward, feeling a little tired inside. To think that I, the lone seeker of defeat, the greatest under heaven, have to worry about such trivial matters, it hurts my pride so much to start training with things that are like children's toys. That afternoon he quickly returned to an annex of his house. A voice could be heard from somewhere. Father, did you call for me? A man surrounded by a pile of ledgers was meticulously checking everything and replied, wait just a moment. He kept staring at the ledger in front of him, seeming to concentrate very hard on something, then finally threw the abacus onto the desk and let out a weary sigh. Cheon-song, standing beside him, saw this and asked, Father, are you finished? The man on the other side replied tiredly, I have such a headache from trying to secure the lacking funds for the sword hall. I've put out the most urgent fire for now, but I don't know what to do about next month. Cheon-song was very worried. Father, is the situation that bad right now? The man in front of her smiled and answered seriously, I will manage the funds somehow, so there is no need to worry. Come, let's have a cup of tea. After that, the father and daughter had a short conversation. The reason I called you is because of young Master Hyung. I heard that young Master Hyung has changed from how he used to be. How do you feel about it? You are the closest to him, so you would know best. Hearing this, Cheon-song was a bit flustered and replied, compared to a month ago, it seems the young master has become a different person both mentally and physically. Her father, sitting across from her, asked seriously, is it true that he has gotten healthier? In truth, Cheon-song still harbored doubts in her heart. In the end, she had no choice but to answer with what she knew. It is true that his health has improved a lot. However, sometimes he overexerts himself with training and ends up bedridden. The person in front of her quickly replied, it's a relief that the rumors are true. He is still taking his spiritual medicines well, I presume. Hearing that, Chonsong smiled and said, "It's beyond taking them well. You could say he's crazy for spiritual medicines. It's as if he's been possessed by a pill-guzzling ghost." The man in front of her didn't seem to quite believe this. Is that so?" Qiansang's expression quickly changed as she asked, "Is the reason you called me because of the spiritual medicines, father?" Hearing her words, the other person also looked up. Chonsong smiled and continued, "The finances have become difficult from buying expensive spiritual medicines, so you want me to ask him to reduce them if possible. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it, father?" The person sitting in front of her had no choice but to admit it. "To be honest, I would like to do that, but once the clan head makes a decision, it's not easy to change it, so I can't do as I please. In that case, I will handle it appropriately according to the situation. I would be very grateful if you could do that." Chonsong smiled and said, "I'll make an effort, but I can't make any promises." But he wore a very resolute expression. "It's all up to you." Then the person sitting on the other side continued, "The concern of a martial family should only be martial arts, but wealth is also necessary to maintain and develop the clan. People like us must strive for the family's financial stability." Chonsong quickly bowed her head and replied, "I will take my father's teachings to heart." Before she left, a voice suddenly called from behind her, "Chonsong, isn't it hard for you?" The atmosphere of their conversation seemed to pause for a moment. With a faint smile on her lips, she replied with a very serious expression, "Yes, but it's bearable." That night, Hyung returned to his room and couldn't help but shout a few times, "It's torn again." At that moment his hands were soaked with blood through the bandages. He sat there and very skillfully wrapped his wounds. "I need to train more to master the 3 thunder sword art, but this body just won't listen." Hyung shouted loudly for Chonsong from inside his room. "Are there still no spiritual pills?" Looking a little displeased, he opened the door and went outside to look for her. "Where did that girl run off to again? If I could just chew on a couple of spiritual pills, I'd be able to train with peace of mind." He gripped the sword on his back and carefully looked around. "I have no choice. I'll just have to replenish my energy after I finish training." At that moment he recalled the words of the people from the black market. "They've poured so much wealth into the second son that the family's financial situation is in crisis." He was a little displeased. "Still, does that mean they can't even afford a single spiritual pill?" He then approached a strange door, and seeing no other option, he turned his head and looked around. "Should I just train in the courtyard today instead of going far?" He drew his sword from its scabbard, swung it carefully a few times, and then shouted with all his might, but the sword tip dropped to the ground, unable to hold up at all. Feeling the difficulty and fatigue, he wondered to himself, "My body's condition seems unusually bad today." He picked up the sword and went into his room, feeling a bit tired. "It's better to rest until Chonsong brings the spiritual medicines." At that moment, a man from above was carefully observing his every move. The door was quickly shut. A faint, interested smile spread across his lips. Nothing special. Meanwhile, Hyung, who was inside the room, had of course seen the other person. "A timid little rat has crawled all the way here," he couldn't help but think to himself. "Strange. Why would someone from the Namding clan be spying on me? Did the clan head order it?" He decided not to think about it further and entered his room. "The clan head must have ordered it. He loves his son so much it gives me goosebumps." Meanwhile, the man quickly went to report this to his superior. "He's training in martial arts?" He went to Namding Bek's room and reported cautiously. "But it's at a very pathetic level, unprecedentedly clumsy and unskilled." Bek, who was sitting there carefully polishing his sword, replied, "He suffers from the 9 Yin Severed Meridians, so of course he has his limits." The man in the black cloak on the other side continued, "He has gotten healthier than expected, but it doesn't seem to be at a level we need to be wary of." Namding Bek sat there still calm and said, "So must have been careless to get beaten that badly. How could a guy like him get beaten to such a state by that fool Hyung? What an idiot. It would have been nice if he were even a quarter like his older brother." The man in front of him spoke up. "Should we continue to monitor Namding Hyung? There's no need. We know the cause and that's enough." His expression was very serious as he slowly stood up. "Because now is the time for us to focus on the great cause." The person beside him was surprised and asked back, "Are you really going to make a move? Isn't it too early?" His eyes were cold and cunning. "I believe now is the most suitable time to act. The seeds have been sown, it is time for the harvest." The green trees inside were lush with leaves and the air in the forest was clear, making it very suitable for training. But just then a ray of light suddenly appeared from within and a large explosion erupted, completely polluting the surrounding air. Hyung stood there gripping the sword in his hand, looking very serious. He completely felled all the nearby trees and stood tall on the other side with his strong body. But at that moment he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Hyung covered his bleeding mouth, feeling a little tired. "Damn it, my whole body feels so weak." He slammed the sword in his hand into the ground. "The symptoms appear as soon as I push myself even a little. I still have a long road ahead of me. What am I to do with this sickly body? Training against these emotionless trees is no fun at all. It only gets exciting when blood flows and screams echo." Hyung walked forward in frustration. "Better days will come. It's better to go back and eat my fill of spiritual pills." Just as he returned, a loud call came from behind. "Second young master." As soon as Chonsong saw him, she rushed over and began to assail him. But Hyung shouted unpleasantly, "Just the person I was looking for. You were nowhere to be seen when I was looking for you. Why show up now? Hurry up and bring the spiritual pills, you thief." Song quickly changed the subject. This is not the time to be talking about spiritual pills, we're in big trouble. But the boy on the other side still didn't understand the gravity of the situation. It's the same thing every day. You say we're in big trouble over the slightest thing, what is it this time? Song got angry and shouted. An elders' meeting was just convened and there was talk that they might have to strip the master of his position as clan head. Hearing this, Young replied very nonchalantly. Is that so? But what does that have to do with me? The person in front of him couldn't believe his expression. What? But the boy on this side just waved his hand lightly and answered. In life you sometimes have to walk a downhill path. Clinging to one position only makes us more tired. Oh dear. Why does that sound like my story? Song shouted in anger, looking very displeased. How can you speak as if it has nothing to do with you? The master is your father. She then seriously explained the gravity of the situation. Isn't it all because of you, young master, that the master is in this predicament? He has squandered the family's wealth to buy spiritual pills for you. That is why this has happened today. If the master is stripped of his position, have you not considered that the supply of spiritual pills you love so much will be cut off? Only then did Young answer seriously, that can't happen. Have you finally realized the gravity of the situation? The boy, who just a moment ago had said it had nothing to do with him now, with a serious expression as if he had to stop this from happening, quickly ran off somewhere else. Song quickly blocked him from behind and pointed to one side. Not that way, this way, this way. At this time the family meeting was already underway. An angry shout echoed, where is your responsibility as the clan head? We can no longer waste the family's assets. Do you know how much money the clan head has spent to treat Hyung? It's over 1 million taels. I cannot just sit by and watch the family go bankrupt. Gangro sat there and replied with a slightly guilty expression. I did that to treat Hyung. An old man beside him quickly continued. This is Namgying Wigyung, the grand elder of the Namgying clan. Clan head, this is not the time to be stubborn. If you do not give up on Hyung's treatment, you may be stripped of your position as clan head. Gangro sat there and answered. In that case I will step down from the position of clan head. As soon as those words were spoken, some of the elders on the other side were greatly surprised. Gangro still spoke very seriously. If I cannot protect one of my own sons, how can I be responsible for the 2,000 members of the clan? Meanwhile his beloved son was at that moment still completely lost, unable to find his way. Is it here or not? Damn it, I've forgotten the way. The grand elder, sitting on the other side, heard this and shouted in anger, Are you serious? Others quickly began to criticize. I didn't expect you to act in such a way. Gangro, still sitting there, replied very seriously. As long as I can save my son, I can step down from the position of clan head without any regrets. But please allow me to continue treating my son. Just then, Namgying Baek, who was beside them, shouted in anger, startling everyone a little. How cowardly, he declared with a cold face. You can't evade responsibility just by saying you'll step down as clan head. Isn't that running away, not taking responsibility? Gangro, hearing this, retorted somewhat. Then what must I do to satisfy you, brother? Namgying Baek sat there and replied calmly. Shouldn't we mobilize the disciplinary hall to reinvestigate everything from the past 20 years and uncover any irrationalities? Some of the elders sitting there, upon hearing this, quickly voiced their opinions. Isn't that solution a bit excessive? To even question the clan head's dedicated years is going too far. It is no different from insulting the clan head. Namgying Baek on the other side shouted loudly in anger. The elders may think it is a bit ruthless, but I think differently. It is because the clan head has not only squandered the family's assets for his own flesh and blood. Gangro, sitting there, shouted, slightly angered. Brother, the grand elder, sitting nearby, also quickly continued, are you saying that money was not only used to treat Hyung? Can you prove it? Hearing this, he smiled a little slyly. Of course, then he quickly shouted and declared. A child with a body as fragile as porcelain, suffering from a disease called the 9 Yin Severed Meridians, is now practicing martial arts. On top of that, he has even gotten dead drunk. Do you all find this reasonable? The people nearby hearing this shouted in fear. What are you saying? Is this true? With Hyung's constitution, he can never practice martial arts. And alcohol is even more out of the question. Are you saying the clan head has continued to pour money even after his illness was cured? Namgying Baek stood there and continued. Clan head, did you really use that money to treat Hyung? Or did you divert it elsewhere? Gangro had not expected this at all, because even he himself did not know what his son's condition was. At this moment the outer door of the meeting hall suddenly opened, and some people looked that way in surprise. Hyung stood on this side and asked with a faint smile, So is there a problem? Gangro, seeing his foolish son appear, shouted in anger, What are you doing now? This is a place where the elders of the clan are talking. This is not a place for you to interfere. Step back at once. Namgying Baek, as soon as he saw him, was tempted as if he had seen delicious prey. No, it's just as well, since the person concerned has come. It would be better to hear the explanation directly from the person concerned. Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. I'm so grateful that uncle has given me a chance to explain. I'm on the verge of tears. The man on the other side paid no attention to the meaningful words and slowly walked straight forward. I'll get straight to the point. Is your 9 Yin Severed Meridians completely cured? Hyung at this moment seemed very proud and began to rejoice. It's not completely cured, but it has gotten much better. If I keep taking spiritual pills, I think I will become even healthier. I'm also training diligently in martial arts. Some of the elders on the other side were greatly surprised and shouted a few times, "Hyung, are you really practicing martial arts? This is truly an earth-shattering event," Namdingbek said calmly at this moment. "I am glad to hear that you have become healthier than before, but this is a martial family. With the money spent to buy the spiritual pills you've taken so far, we could have created another elite unit for the clan. What do you think about giving up the spiritual pills for the sake of our family?" But he replied very arrogantly at this moment, "I don't want to." Namdingbek, standing there, heard this and shouted in anger. "What?" Hyung just smiled joyfully and replied, "Aren't you just worried that if I take the spiritual pills I will still end up as an ordinary person? But I don't think so." The man on the other side heard those words and replied in anger, "Are you already getting conceited just because you've learned a little martial arts? Even so, your level is—" Before he could finish, Hyung replied with a joyful smile, "Shall we have a duel?" Namdingbek's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. "Are you being serious right now?" Hyung shrugged and replied calmly, "Can't I just prove that taking spiritual pills is not a waste through a duel?" Namdingbek on the other side was very interested in the proposal. "Who do you plan to duel with? One of our gatekeepers?" Hyung still replied calmly, "It's your eldest son, uncle. I saw him last time and he seemed quite strong." At these words the man on the other side was immediately surprised, his eyes widening. His expression changed very quickly as if he couldn't believe it. "Who do you want to duel with? His name was Namding Ungwa, wasn't it? He's your son, uncle. I met him last time and he seemed quite strong." The man in front of him, upon hearing this, had an excited smile spread across his lips. "Is there such a fool, walking right into a tiger's mouth of his own accord?" Hyung stood there, smiled and asked again, "Why are you laughing, uncle? Surely you're not scared. If it's difficult you can back down yourself." Yet he replied calmly, "Indeed you have the blood of a martial family. Your spirit pierces the heavens. I accept your proposal." Namding Gangro on the other side spoke up at this moment. "Stop, brother, how can you take the words of a foolish child seriously? Didn't I say I would take responsibility?" But with such a delicious bait to pull them down right in front of him, how could Namdingbek just let it go? He turned his head and replied calmly, "Clan head, this is not a place to speak rashly. This is the elders' meeting hall and every single word carries the weight of 1,000 pieces of gold." The clan head stood there, extremely worried in his heart, but Namdingbek on the other side quickly used his psychological manipulation to seize public opinion. What do the elders think? Isn't it natural for the children of a martial family to settle matters through a duel? Indeed it is. He will not be a match for Ungwa, but since a man's word once spoken is as good as gold, there seems to be no other way. Gangro on this side shouted in anger. "How can you be so harsh when you all know Hyung's condition?" Namdingbek on the other side was still very radical. "If no one objects, my son Ungwa will have a duel with Hyung at dawn tomorrow." The boy, as if he had achieved his goal, had a joyful smile on his lips. "But if I win, please do not interfere in my father's affairs from now on." Hearing this, he smiled and quickly agreed. In any case, he would never have thought that this waste could beat his precious son. "So be it, but if you lose, you and your father will have to be prepared." The meeting was quickly adjourned. He was walking slowly on the stone path on the other side. Suddenly, the person in front of him stopped. Gangro, in a daze, couldn't help but let out a few weary sighs. "Heavens, why do you give me such a great trial?" He was very angry and reached out his hand towards his foolish son, shouting a few times, "Do you even know what you've done?" Hyung at this moment just smiled calmly and replied, "Of course I do. Didn't I come up with a plan to solve the problem with a duel? But your father is not happy at all. Are you still being so smug?" He truly couldn't understand. And in his weariness he clutched his head. This brat seems to have gotten better physically, but his head seems to have gotten worse. Suddenly, the foolish son in front of him opened his mouth. "Father." He clutched his stomach and said shyly, "I'm hungry." That night at his mansion, Cheonsong blankly watched her young master eat so deliciously, truly not knowing how to react. And so their strange conversation began again. "Why the long face, as if you've lost your country?" Cheonsong truly couldn't understand where this fool got the courage to say such things. "Where on earth did you get the courage to make such a proposal?" Hyung's expression was very calm and he asked back, "Are you talking about the duel?" The person sitting in front of him, seeing this, shouted in anger, "You've worked so hard to recover your body to this state. Why are you throwing yourself into a dead end? Do you want to die?" Hyung then very seriously picked up the teacup beside him and replied nonchalantly, "The more I hear, the more I dislike it. It sounds like you're saying I will definitely lose." Cheonsong replied with a serious face at this moment, "That is a matter of course. Since things have come to this, it would be better for you to think of a way to return safely." The teacup on the other side was quickly placed on the table. "Stop with the useless worrying and give me the spiritual pills." Cheonsong tried to protect the pillbox in her hand. "Didn't you take one earlier? I will give you this next week." But the boy in front of her at this moment replied very angrily, "Stop with the nonsense and give it here. I'm even dueling because of the spiritual pills. Are you going to be stingy with them now? Do you think that makes sense? Will you give them to me after a beating, or will you give them to me willingly? Take it tomorrow. I think you will definitely need it tomorrow." Meanwhile, in another part of the annex, his loving father was very worriedly talking with his eldest son. "Young, I have a favor to ask. This duel is not simply a contest of skills but a matter of life and death, so I don't know what will happen. Therefore," before he could finish his words, his son very understandingly continued calmly, If I think Hyung is in danger of getting hurt, I will step in. Meanwhile, a small conversation was also taking place on Namgingbek and his son's side. It is unlikely you will lose, but you must never let your guard down. The boy standing there quickly replied, I will act with all my might like a tiger hunting its prey. This old man, seeing his reliable eldest son, was slightly pleased in his heart. Good, I trust you. That night, the two families of the Namging clan seemed to have made different promises. Both sons were very determined to carry out their orders. But only the fool in this story, completely unaware of what was happening, was very comfortably in a deep sleep. No matter what happens, I must protect Hyung. I must make that Hyung brat as miserable as possible. I will do so, father. The next morning, the rising sun signaled the start of a tense martial arts showdown. This place had been surrounded by many people since early in the morning, and they were very excitedly chattering. To think I would live to see the day I watch young Master Hyung's duel. This is as good as a duel where the winner is already decided, so let's just see how quickly it ends. There's nothing to bet on. Namging Gangro at this moment looked straight ahead with a very calm gaze, and his brother was also very nervous. Ungwa suddenly spoke. I will give you the first move, so show off your skills to your heart's content. Hyung smiled upon hearing those words. You're full of confidence. Then I won't hold back. The opponent's gaze quickly turned cold. Then he looked straight at the man standing behind him. My real opponent is you, Namging Hyung. I hope I can face you next. Hyung stood there and, seeing that heated gaze, felt not at all pleased. Why do I feel so severely ignored? Why are they making me look like a background character? At this moment, Namging Gangro stood there, gave a signal and shouted, the duel officially begins. But before he could finish his words, the people there had to gape in surprise. Namging Bek could not believe what he was seeing right in front of his eyes. Some of the elders beside him also naturally saw this scene. Needless to say, the servants there were very flustered. Hyung at this moment held his aching two hands and shouted a few times. My hands hurt like hell. His opponent was at this moment sprawled on the floor, his eyes completely rolled back. Some people who saw this scene from a distance shouted in surprise. What just happened? The sword hero, Namging Ungwa, has fallen. Did anyone see? It happened in the blink of an eye, so I couldn't see it. Some of the elders sitting in high places also couldn't believe it. Did you see? It was over in one blow. What kind of trick did that kid pull? Is it really possible to become like that after training in martial arts for only a month? What kind of martial art did that boy use? It was a strike like a thunderbolt. It looked like the Thunderstrike fist. Was his footwork the infinite stride? To think the weakest boy in the clan could fell the sword hero. The very man who was vying to be the best of the rising new generation. These words of course reached the ears of the clan head sitting on the other side. He too had his own thoughts. In just a month and a half Hyung had reached a level that should have taken 10 years of training to achieve. If this wasn't a coincidence, then Hyung was. Meanwhile, Hyung, standing here, shouted in anger, looking somewhat troubled. My wrist keeps dislocating. This is no fun at all. Damn it, why won't it listen to me today? As he was mastering this genius martial art, the boy who had just been hit stood up on trembling legs. Why, you coward? He looked straight ahead and opened his mouth. How could you launch a sneak attack before the signal was even given? Hyung just looked ahead with a contemptuous expression. Nonsense. The moment you held your sword and faced your enemy, the battle began. Namging Bek, who was above, naturally sided with his son below. Did you all hear that? Namging Hyung launched a cowardly sneak attack. To use such tactics in a formal duel, a place for a fair contest of skill. But some of the elders sitting there had a brief discussion on the matter. I agree with Hyung's words. It may have been a sneak attack, but I never expected the sword hero to be felled so easily. That's right, preparing for an enemy's sneak attack is also a skill. Namging Bek had never expected things to turn out this way and was slightly enraged inwardly. Those old men are changing their tune as easily as flipping their palms. He held his anger and shouted loudly. Ungwa, didn't I tell you not to let your guard down? This time, fight with all your might. The boy in front of him also quickly entered a state of concentration. I am sorry, father, I was careless. The servants beside him wore excited smiles at this moment. So that's what it was. How could the sword hero Namging Ungwa be defeated so easily? Perhaps he was just toying with him. In any case, the real match begins now. His younger brother, wrapped in bandages from behind, also shouted in excitement. Brother, teach that bastard a lesson. At this moment, Namging Ungwa, with a steadfast gaze, looked straight ahead and prepared to attack. From now on, I will face you with all my strength. The time has come. I'll finally get to see the unique soul sword. The sword in his hand also quickly emitted a strong light. I will end this with a single move. But before he could finish his words, he saw the boy rushing towards him at an incredible speed. With just a light move, he blocked his sword draw. The man, seeing this scene, was too surprised to react. The people standing outside, seeing this scene, immediately cried out in shock. That child blocked the unique soul sword. What on earth is happening? Seeing the person in front of him with a dazed expression, Hyung asked back with a provocative smile on his lips. Surprised, aren't you? Then in the blink of an eye he went straight forward, but his opponent quickly retreated to dodge the attack. Hyung gave his opponent no chance at all and quickly rushed in, finally attacking Ungwa fiercely with his fist. The boy could not resist at all, and could only accept his fate as he was sent flying far away. Soa stood up to watch the match and cried out in disbelief. No, the elders standing outside, of course, had never expected this to happen. What happened again? The most surprised person was probably Namging Bek. He gaped in astonishment, completely unable to believe it. Meanwhile, Namging Gangro on the side clenched his fists in satisfaction. That's right, in the duel grounds. He unclutched his arm, looking slightly displeased. My wrist sprained, so I had no choice but to use my elbow, and that hurts like hell too. But Unhwa in front of him did not accept his defeat at all. Slowly getting up from the ground, he showed a look of disgust. You lowly cur, if I just draw my sword, I'll cut down a bastard like you in a single stroke. Before he could finish his words, he heard Hyung reply with contempt. If you're so confident, then go ahead and try. Unhwa thought he must be crazy to be hearing such words. What? But he never expected Hyung to reply so nonchalantly. I'll give you a free move, so use your unique soul sword with confidence. The man on the other side gritted his teeth in anger. How dare you look down on me? He quickly stood up again and said, I'll make you regret this. Holding the large sword in his hand, he was ready to attack at any moment. Because of what you just said, Hyung on this side very easily dodged everything. Is the sword draw of the unique soul sword this pathetic? Gangro inside was very worried to see this scene. Hyung, be careful. The terrifying thing about the unique soul sword is not its sword draw, but the unpredictable chain of attacks that continues until the opponent's last breath is gone. Unhwa's face on the other side brightened, emitting a powerful killing intent. He used his speed to attack fiercely, but he never expected his opponent to not be afraid and be able to dodge everything. Unhwa on the other side shouted in extreme anger. How long do you think you can dodge my sword? Hyung just lightly moved his body to dodge the swords and shouted a few times. Slow as a slug. Too slow. He looked at the person in front of him with a cold gaze. You are the slowest of all my opponents. His steps quickly stopped, and facing the powerful swords he showed no fear at all and rushed straight forward. Unhwa was very surprised by his opponent approaching him at such a speed. Fast, he looked at the two hands heading straight for him and thought to himself, it would be a big problem if my wrist got sprained. As soon as he finished the thought, a large sword appeared in front of him, but he was able to quickly dodge the attack. The boy's eyes on the other side turned cold. You? But in the blink of an eye he was hit by a powerful blow to the face and another fist flew in succession. He could not resist and was completely defeated by the attack. Soa, standing inside, saw this scene and shocked, clutched his head and shouted a few times just as he had when he was being beaten. The sword once again fell to the ground and Unhwa, beaten so badly he could no longer stand, sat down and coughed a few times. But before he could come to his senses he was hit by a powerful blow to the head. Who told you to sit down as you please? He clutched his head and screamed in pain. Hyung, who had attacked, also painfully clutched his own hand and shouted a few times. Ouch, it hurts like hell. Then he very laboriously blew lightly on his small hands. I got too excited and used my hands without thinking. He looked at the boy sitting on the other side with an angry gaze and got angry. It's all your fault, you bastard. The opponent was very flustered by his attitude. I didn't do anything. At this moment, Hyung, with a devilish gaze, began to draw his sword. I forgot I had a sword. I could have just used a weapon. I don't know why I tortured myself. Unhwa on the other side was filled with fear at this sight. His loving father, Namgingbek, also quickly shouted, Someone stop him. Hyung felt that he shouldn't torment people anymore and calmly replied with a few words, Sigh. Unhwa below was already too scared to react. Why, you've discarded your sword. What are you going to do with the scabbard? Hyung held the object high to clearly show his intentions. What else? It's for beating people up. Soon a painful scream echoed. The people nearby could only listen to the opponent's desperate screams with flustered expressions. The once kind boy was at this moment very happily beating someone up. How dare a bastard like you act all high and mighty in front of me, you disrespectful brat. Soa inside saw this scene and covering his mouth was completely shocked and couldn't believe it. Yes, he's really crazy. At this moment Hyung only sighed after he had finished beating him. My hand hurts like hell. If I hit him any more, my wrist will fall off. Meanwhile, the one who was beaten could only tremble and crawl on the other side. His face was completely beaten and deformed and he asked back in a trembling voice, Is it over now? Hyung had no intention of letting him go so easily. I can just use my other hand. A desperate scream was heard from in front of him again. Namgingbek on the side shouted very pitifully and stopped him. He's going to die at this rate. Stop. Then he quickly gripped his scabbard tightly. This time I'm using both hands. The person in front of him was truly very scared and retreated to dodge. Please stop. Hyung at this moment replied very excitedly, I don't want to. The boy in front of him screamed in pain before the object even touched his body. Namgingbek could no longer stand by and shouted in anger from above. Stop. The sword in his hand finally stopped. The middle-aged man above shouted, trembling, I know Unhwa has lost. Hyung looked that way, very satisfied. Is that so? You must not break your promise, uncle. Meanwhile, the boy sitting on the other side could no longer control his body at this moment and quickly collapsed to the ground out of control. In the end, he could only lie on the ground and groan in pain a few times. Namgingbek shed tears, extremely pained, and called Unhwa's name. Hyung gave a leisurely smile to the person in front of him and carefully urged, Uncle, please take my cousin to be treated first. He's going to have a hard time for a few days. A few days later, their fight became a very enjoyable topic of conversation for the people of the annex. I'm still so excited. Yes, I didn't know young Master Hyung was so strong. Who would believe it now if you said he couldn't learn martial arts, suffered from illness and was bedridden all day? No, maybe that's the reason. What reason? Isn't there an old saying that one who overcomes severed meridians becomes a genius of the age? Yes, I've heard that too. They talked to each other very happily. Then that means our young Master Hyung is the protagonist of that saying. Of course. Maybe he'll become the greatest genius under heaven. We still have to wait and see, but the possibility is very high. It's thrilling just to imagine. Perhaps a master comparable to the Sword King, the strongest in the clan's history, will appear. At this time the clan head and another elder were calmly drinking tea. The person in front of him then opened his mouth and asked, "You must be very happy." Gangro on this side replied very calmly, "It was just one duel he won, what's all the fuss about?" But the man in front of him quickly continued, "But it's young Master Namging Hyung, not young Master Namging Yeung. For someone who couldn't even hold a spoon and chopsticks properly to achieve such a result today, how can you say it's just anything?" Besides, his opponent was the sword hero Namging Ungwa. Gangro on this side calmly asked back, "Do you also think Hyung is a genius?" Of course, the small teapot on this side was lightly poured, an obvious genius. Gangro at this moment could not hold back his laughter. "Oh really?" The person sitting in front of him, seeing this scene, felt a little helpless. "You're smiling from ear to ear, trying to pretend you're not overjoyed when you clearly are." But he could only explain calmly, "So I have something to tell you. Although the treasury situation is not good, we will do our best to deal with it in order to support young Master Hyung. Now no one can find fault with us." Gangro replied very happily, "Then that would be great. I'm not just saying this because he's my son. It's not easy to make such a leap in progress in such a short time. He's probably a special kind of genius. I'm not just saying this because he's my son, but his courage when he burst into the elders' meeting and requested a duel surprised me greatly." The old man sitting on the other side added, "Boldness, deep strategy and martial arts, everything is very outstanding." Gangro then, overjoyed, covered his face in embarrassment and said, "Really, I'm not just saying this because Hyung is my son." Their conversation flowed only with stories related to young Master Hyung. "Speaking of Hyung, this son of mine, yes. That night the old man could only shout tiredly, "My lord clan head, I think you can stop now." Meanwhile, somewhere a person was lying on a bed wrapped in white bandages from head to toe. The opponent was lying motionless, completely unable to move. Namging Baek carefully asked from behind, "How is Ungwa's condition?" The physician replied with a bit of helplessness, 14 bones are broken, over 30 are fractured, and he is covered in bruises from head to toe. He will need to recuperate for at least a month or two." Namging Baek was extremely heartbroken. "Is it that serious?" The physician on the other side had no other choice but to tell the truth. "It is fortunate that young Master Ungwa has been training in martial arts for many years that it ended at this level. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died 3 times over." Namging Baek above looked down at his son, extremely pained in his heart, and suppressed everything with an angry expression. "When we were young, you stole the position of clan head from me, and now your son dares to lay a hand on my son?" Namging Gangro, "I will never forgive you and your son." Meanwhile, Hyung was very happily pouring wine into a large cup. Numerous wine bottles were thrown about in a disgusting manner. He very excitedly picked up the cup and smiled at the fragrant smell. He took a large happy gulp without caring about anyone's opinion, then carefully commented, "Alcohol after a workout really tastes like honey." He looked at Chonsong sitting in front of him, a little unable to understand. "What's with that expression again? I feel like I've been seeing that expression constantly these days." "What's wrong with my expression?" Hyung put down the wine bottle beside him and replied calmly, "Your eyes are full of suspicion." At this moment the person in front of him revealed all her doubts. "What on earth kind of trick did you use? What is it? In the end that result is just too unbelievable. How could you, the second young master, possibly defeat the sword hero?" Hyung sat there and upon hearing this showed a slightly contemptuous look, then quickly downed the remaining wine in his mouth. "Sword hero, more like a kitten." Chonsong began to state her own speculation again. "Don't tell me the eldest young master wore a mask and fought in the duel in your place?" Before she could finish her words, she was hit square in the head by a flying cup. Hyung stood there and shouted in anger, "If you have time to stand here and talk nonsense, go make me some side dishes. Drinking on an empty stomach is not good for my well-being." Before leaving, Chonsong cautiously shot back a few words, "I hope you drink yourself a hole in your stomach, you insolent brat." At that moment, Hyung bent down and carefully picked up the cup. "I've protected the position of clan head so I won't have to worry about spiritual pills for a while, right? But it's still quite concerning that the family's finances are not in good shape." Just then, something suddenly happened to him. "But this is strange, did I drink too much?" His 2 hands had turned a strange blue color, and bluish veins bulged all over the back of his hands. "Why do my hands seem to be discolored?" Just then the large cup fell. He stood there and cried out in pain a few times, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Hyung screamed in extreme agony. He could clearly feel the changes in his own body. His key meridians were closing up. He stared ahead in anger as cold sweat poured down his entire body. "Damn it, it's only been a short while since I barely managed to clear a speck of a meridian point, and it's already getting blocked again?" In the end he left the room feeling a bit weak. "I have to stop it somehow before it's completely blocked." The people outside saw him and naturally began to whisper, "Who is that? Isn't that the second young master? What is he looking for? Why is he looking around like that?" Hyung at this moment, his face pale and drained of blood, looked that way and called out loudly. They were a little surprised by this sight. Why are you doing this?" Then he looked at the other person with a threatening gaze and shouted, "Where is the physician's hall?" Hyung paid no mind to the startled expressions of the group and quickly ran off. "Damn it, this is driving me crazy." After arriving, he cautiously began to rummage through something there. "What kind of body is this that it keeps getting messed up even after I fix it?" His whole body was in uncontrollable pain. The Changqian Nether King art alone is not enough. I need to borrow the spiritual energy of elixirs to overcome this situation. If I had spiritual pills like the Great Restoration Pill or the Supreme Purity Pill, I could have solved this in the blink of an eye. Just then he found a strange silk box. Inside, countless shining pills were neatly arranged. Hyung, overjoyed, poured all the medicine into his mouth. If there's nothing else, I'll have to make do with this. Quantity over quality. At that moment the physician was walking along a small path, happily humming a tune in his heart. He recalled how he had bought numerous pills with the money from the treasury. The spiritual pills I bought today are the best I've seen in my decades as a physician. I'm glad I didn't waste my money. I bought them with the money I painstakingly scraped together from the family's poor finances. The expectations for young Master Hyung have grown, so please treat him well. He heard this and replied with great confidence. Leave it to me. Now that I have precious spiritual pills in my hands, I think I can continue to treat him for the next year. It all depends on you. He was so excited that a gentle smile spread across his lips. If I successfully treat the second young master, won't my life blossom and my future be bright? At that moment he stood there very excitedly and laughed loudly. It already felt as if his future was filled with brilliant light, but the people patrolling nearby couldn't understand what was happening at all. They only saw an old man standing there laughing uncontrollably and endlessly. On a dark night like this, where could such brilliant light come from? He slowly approached the physician's hall in front to check if his precious spiritual pills were safe. He stretched out his hands and cautiously opened the door. My dear children, are you well? But before his hand could even touch the door, it instantly shattered into pieces. The physician looked ahead with an incomprehensible expression, completely unable to believe it. What happened? Was there some kind of explosion in the physician's hall? A terrible stench wafted out from inside, so foul that it was impossible to imagine what could smell so bad. In the smoke a black shadow appeared, slightly frightening and eerie. Then countless strange huge plumes of smoke rose from inside. The sound of dry coughing echoed from all sides. The black smoke would not dissipate, and the only escape route was through the main door. At this moment a few soldiers appeared outside, extremely flustered by the scene before them. The second young master of the house at this moment had a blackened face and was puffing out large clouds of smoke from his mouth. The group then shouted in worry, "Young Master Hyung!" But the boy's body on the other side seemed unable to react at all, instinctively and quickly collapsing to the ground. They saw this scene from outside and, extremely worried, called out loudly, "Young Master Hyung!" But from behind the smoke a very joyful laugh was heard. The boy's once frail body was now larger, and the muscles all over his body had changed as if they were about to burst. The people nearby saw this scene and gasped in surprise, their mouths agape. Hyung, who had been lying on the ground, finally shot up amidst the astonishment of the people beside him. "Young Master Hyung!" They, in their worry and panic, quickly left the place. "Quickly report to the Lord." Understood. But then they heard a sigh of relief from the person below. "I'm finally alive." At this moment he, in a healthy state, quickly jumped down from a high place. Oops. He slowly landed his feet on the floor below. The people standing on the other side, seeing this, felt a little afraid in their hearts. "Are you all right?" Hyung just smiled gently and replied, "I think I'm fine now." The soldiers standing there, seeing this scene, were filled with fear in their hearts. What happened? What was that black smoke earlier? And what is this mess? The physician, standing on one side at this moment, very surprised, picked up his silk box and shouted, "The spiritual pills are my precious spiritual pills." Hyung replied very calmly, "I ate all of them." He heard this and was truly so surprised that he didn't know how to answer. "Why you ate all of these spiritual pills, young master, all at once?" Hyung, not at all cutely, puffed out a foul-smelling black smoke at the other person. "Can't I?" The physician at this moment replied with difficulty. "You should not take these spiritual medicines recklessly without a physician's prescription." Hyung grinned, quickly turned around and left the place. "I know my own body best. Look, I'm as healthy as an ox, there's no problem at all. Prepare better spiritual medicines next time." The physician standing on one side felt as if he could no longer live. "I'm dead now." As he watched the boys departing back, a furious scream echoed from within, truly frightening people. "My future is now covered in dark clouds." Cheonsong at this moment was carrying her young master's late-night snack and cursing, "The more I hate him, the better I have to treat him. That's the only way I can live comfortably in this miserable state." But when she entered the room she saw no one. "Where did he go?" At that moment a voice suddenly came from above, attracting her attention. "Here, I'm here." Cheonsong heard the voice and quickly went outside, lifting her head to look up. "How did you get up on the roof? It's dangerous there. Please come down quickly." Hyung just sat calmly in a high place and replied, "Stop nagging from down there. I came up here because I needed a quiet place to think. If you're done with your business, leave quickly." "That guy is really something." Those words immediately made Cheonsong, standing below, really angry. "Do as you please, young master." She decided to leave the place on her own. Hyung felt he didn't need to care about such things, lifted his head, looked up and thought carefully. "The last time I cleared the meridians was shoddy. Shoddy medicine and the Changqian Nether King art alone are not enough to treat the 9 Yin Severed Meridians. I must fully use the spiritual energy of high-grade spiritual medicines. In the end, good medicine is the best. Anyway, since I cleared them perfectly this time, they won't get blocked again." Then he jumped down from the large roof, and as soon as he landed below, a large crack formed. Hyung saw this scene and was a little pleased in his heart. My bones seem to have gotten harder than before. He carefully checked the condition of his own body's bones. My wrist doesn't dislocate or creak anymore. Is it because all the spiritual energy that was trapped behind the severed meridians has been recovered? My condition is much better now. He slowly walked forward. I can't even imagine how strong my internal energy will become once I clear all the remaining meridians. Come to think of it, how many spiritual pills did that old man feed this kid? No wonder the family's fortunes were declining. That night, Hyung, with a very refreshed and excited heart, held a feast just for himself. The more he drank, the more delicious the wine became, and the side dishes also tasted much better. The next morning, the Namging clan's annex was still very busy. As soon as morning came, the old elders held another meeting. I heard that the second young master's illness is improving, and that the boy is also training diligently in martial arts. The grand elder sat there, a faint smile on his lips. Hyung's talent may have bloomed a little late, but it seems to be finally shining. Namging Gangro bowed his head and replied, "It is all thanks to the elders concerned. I thank you once again. A martial family always welcomes a genius who will carry on the next generation." Another person heard this and replied happily, "That's right, after the Sword Dragon and the Sword Tiger, there have been no young heroes who have shown their talent. So I am very happy that the second young master's talent has suddenly appeared like this. I have high hopes for the second young master's development. This is a great blessing for our family." Namging Bek stood there silent, his heart filled with extreme anger. The grand elder at this moment spoke again. "Clan head, let's get to the point. Why have you summoned everyone?" Gangro smiled and replied, "It's nothing special. After the last duel, I think Hyung has proven that he can bear some of the family's responsibilities. So this time, I was thinking of letting him command a unit. What do you elders think?" As soon as the grand elder heard this, he objected. "I know Hyung's martial arts are outstanding, but I think it's too early to entrust an elite unit to a still immature child." Even the people beside him quickly spoke up. "I agree with the grand elder's opinion. An individual's martial arts and leadership are in different categories. It would be better to entrust it to him after he has gained more experience." Gangro had a faint smile on his lips at this moment, but he was soon lost in deep thought in his heart. "I must have been too greedy, if the elders say so." But before he could finish his words, another person's voice was heard from the side. "Let's entrust it to the boy." The person who agreed to this matter was unexpectedly Namging Bek, who was standing there with a joyful smile. He stated his next thought. "As the clan head said, the boy's outstanding abilities have already been proven. If so, is there any reason to stop this?" Everyone who heard that truly couldn't believe it. "Do you really think so? This decision seems a bit unreasonable." Namging Bek once again guided public opinion. "The second young master overcame that terrible illness and achieved such results today. Isn't that enough for us to trust and entrust him? What if he fails? The boy will be able to gain valuable experience." The grand elder heard this and pondered a little in his heart. Gangro had no idea what his brother's ulterior motives were. The people beside him also seemed to be consulting each other with their eyes and finally came up with the most appropriate answer. "Come to think of it, it's quite reasonable and persuasive. That's right. Gaining experience is also important." Gangro had no other choice but to go with the flow. "Thank you for thinking so." Namging Bek replied very happily. "Clan head, I was just giving advice for our family's sake." The grand elder sat there and continued. "Since the elders have agreed, I will follow. But which unit are you thinking of entrusting to Hyung?" Gangro heard that and replied happily, "The unit I'm thinking of is..." But before he could finish his words, another voice was heard. "How about the Thunder Dragon unit?" As soon as the name of that unit was mentioned, Gangro was so surprised he couldn't believe it. He quickly opposed this matter. "What did you just say?" Namging Bek replied very calmly with a smile on his lips. "I said I want the second young master to subjugate the Thunder Dragon unit." As soon as those words were spoken, the face of the clan head standing in front of him changed. The Thunder Dragon unit was one of the Namging clan's headaches. Though skilled, their rough personalities and free-spirited nature led to constant quarrels between the two sides. Over the past 10 years, they had sent people to control them several times, but no one had succeeded yet. The people sitting in front of him heard this and shouted in great surprise, "Entrust the Thunder Dragon unit to the second young master? Are you serious?" The Thunder Dragon unit is a righteous faction in name only. Their actions are not those of an unorthodox sect, but are almost close to a demonic cult. It would be faster to make peace with a band of mountain bandits. Namging Bek shrugged his shoulders and replied, looking a bit helpless. "Actually, I was going to entrust the Thunder Dragon unit to Unhwa, but didn't Hyung beat that boy? Someone more outstanding than my son is more suitable for this task." The elders sitting there seemed to agree to some extent after hearing this. Grand Elder at this moment carefully thought about the matter. Gangro did not want it in his heart, but he had to listen to their final decision. At this moment someone spoke up. "It makes sense. It seems like a good opportunity to judge the second young master's abilities. If the boy succeeds and even comes to lead the Thunder Dragon unit, wouldn't it be a double blessing?" Namging Bek sat there, feigning interest, and asked, "What does the clan head think? Surely you're not thinking of refusing because it's difficult to subjugate the Thunder Dragon unit?" Gangro at this moment truly had no other choice, clenching his two hands on the desk tightly. "I've made a mistake. If I refuse now, the position Hyung has worked so hard to gain will all be for nothing." The gaze of the person beside him grew more and more sinister. Namging Bek looked that way and continued to urge, "Clan head, what will you do?" This matter then very quickly reached Hyung's ears. "That is what happened. I have no face to see you. It's fine, I'll do it. Gangro was a little surprised to see his son's motivated and excited attitude. Are you serious? You really want to take charge of the Thunder Dragon unit? Hyung heard this and replied very happily. After all, if I'm to display my might to the world, I'll need a unit of guards. Hearing his nonchalant reply, Jian Chonsong cautiously reminded him. The Thunder Dragon unit are not men who can be easily commanded at your will, young master. They're stubborn fools who do nothing but fight all day long, but he still replied very calmly. It's a relief that they're healthy, Jian Chonsong continued. They are known for their viciousness. You will never be able to subjugate them through ordinary means. Hyung began to state his method. I'll just have to teach them well. His father, standing before him, still could not shake his worries. I've already tried that method, but it was useless. The more you hit them, the more ferociously they charge. He smiled brightly and replied, That's because they haven't been beaten enough, father. That's right. It's because they haven't been beaten enough. These words immediately plunged the clan head into a state of disbelieving shock. This news then very quickly reached the ears of the Thunder Dragon unit. A man rushed inside out of breath and called out loudly, Boss, urgent news. The scarred man on the other side heard this and asked back, slightly displeased, What's all the commotion? The young man quickly answered, I've heard that we are to be placed under the command of the second young master. A man sitting beside him heard this, gave a slightly contemptuous smile and asked back, Make some sense, you mean that second young master who's at death's door? The man called Boss quickly replied, It would be more believable if it were Namging Young. There must have been some kind of mistake. But the other's next word shocked him as well. It is said to be a decision made at the elders' meeting. As soon as the words were out, he was instantly filled with rage and shattered the teacup in his hand. Those old fools have lost their minds to think they'd throw a suckling lamb to a pack of hungry wolves. His face contorted into a terrifying scowl. It seems we'll have to show them exactly what kind of men we are to bring them to their senses. Their conversation then continued again. But he's not an opponent to be taken lightly. I heard he felled the sword hero in the blink of an eye in the last duel. What's the big deal about a fight between a couple of hothouse flowers? Did any of you see that duel? The large man called Yokdong quickly turned around and shouted, Hey, did any of you see that duel? But behind him was only a disorderly mob completely lost in their drink who seemed to have no interest in such matters. The day before, we all drank until we were wasted and slept like logs. We couldn't even get up until the next night. Just thinking about what happened because of the alcohol that day still sends shivers down my spine. The man on this side seemed a little helpless upon hearing the reply. Are you bragging about that right now? The man called Boss quickly emptied the small teapot in his hand. I don't care who he is, nothing will change no matter who becomes the boss. If he gets on my nerves, I'll make him pay dearly. The boy on this side smiled and asked, Surely you wouldn't harm the second young master, would you? As soon as he heard the question, the boss shouted in anger, You brat, do you think we're from the demonic path? We are warriors who officially belong to the Namging clan. How could we kill the clan head's son? It was as if his whole body was on fire. I just need to straighten out the bad habits of a clueless child. The large man sitting beside him heard this and gave a joyful smile. Go easy on him, boss. At that moment the sound of footsteps was heard from outside the door. Who's going to straighten out whose bad habits? Young stood there with a faint smile on his lips. Drinking as soon as you open your eyes, you live a good life. They had no idea who had just appeared and looked slightly dazed. Who are you? I think it's the second young master. Then, without any caution, he quickly went to the large table and carefully sat down. A few people sitting nearby quickly struck up a conversation. You look healthier than the rumors say. Your complexion is good too. What's this? Are you disappointed that I'm not sickly? He was slightly dazed by the reply. How could that be? Pour me a drink. Here you are. The scarred boss sitting on the other side glared this way. Have you overcome the 9 Yin Severed Meridians? Young just answered calmly. I've only just cleared one and I had a hard time because it relapsed. If it's not completely cured, why didn't you just continue to rest quietly as before? I need obedient subordinates to treat the remaining severed meridians. The scarred man felt a slight rage in his heart upon hearing those words and stared straight ahead with a cold gaze. You must have heard what kind of men we are, so I'll be brief. Young answered calmly. You can make it long and complicated, I don't mind. The man on the other side continued. We will pretend to follow our superior's orders and pretend to respect you, so you, young master, just need to make a show of commanding us. Young lightly asked back. And you guys will continue to live like trash, feasting and playing as you do now. As soon as these words were out, a person beside him angrily slammed the table. Yokdong shouted loudly, looking very displeased. Trash, watch your mouth. Hyung evaluated them and was very satisfied in his heart. Oh, so you know how to get angry? How cute, the boss behind him cautiously reminded him. That is the second young master. Know your place, Hyung, not at all afraid, replied with a calm smile. As I see it, you are just a bunch of guys who lack even basic values. A disorderly mob filled only with inferiority complexes and dissatisfaction with their poor backgrounds. Far from a unit composed of the descendants of a prestigious family. Pathetic fools who swagger around relying on their meager skills. A group of megalomaniacs who personally demonstrate that an empty cart makes the most noise. The boss on the other side was extremely furious, as if he could no longer hold back. Are you finished? Hyung, not at all afraid, continued with a joyful smile. I will forge this hopeless pile of trash into an elite unit, how about it? Aren't you moved? But at that moment the group behind him quickly surrounded him. Hyung looked back and asked calmly, What's with this atmosphere? Did I hit too close to home? but the next situation did not go as he had intended. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get away? I don't know what will happen if I listen to any more. Come this way. Once the other Thunder Dragon members start to run wild, even I won't be able to stop them." Hyung looked at them with slight contempt. "This way? What nonsense. You look like a turtle shrinking its neck as it runs away." The boss sitting on the other side gritted his teeth in his heart. Yokdong saw the scene and shouted to stop him. "Boss, hold it, he's the son of the clan head. That bastard." The scarred boss could not hold back and threw a punch straight forward. "The worst that can happen is I get kicked out." Hyung was very satisfied with their reaction. "You should have done that from the start. Why did you wag your tongue so much while hiding your fists?" He saw the scene and shouted in extreme anger. "Shut your mouth!" But before his words could even finish, his face was hit squarely by the boy's fist and he was sent flying far to one side, unable to resist. The fight inside that tavern seemed a bit unfair. It was because in the blink of an eye the man was sent flying completely outside. Soon a fierce scream echoed. The remaining Thunder Dragon members gaped in astonishment, completely unable to believe it. It was because their beloved boss had been sent flying and was not moving at all. "Boss?" This group saw the scene and shouted in extreme anger. "This bastard, I'll kill you." They quickly surrounded his small body and shouted in anger, "You son of a bitch!" But very quickly that group fell completely silent. In the blink of an eye they were all knocked down. Hyung on this side had a joyful smile on his lips. "You're loyal at least, rushing in to get revenge when your boss goes down." Then he shrugged his shoulders, feeling a bit helpless. "But you seem to be quite stupid. If you had just seen my attack you should have realized the difference in our skills. The boss, the lackeys, all of you are fools." The group beside him could only lie on the floor and groan. The remaining two men standing on this side saw the scene and their faces quickly changed color. One man behind them was stabbed by a chopstick and shouted in surprise, "You coward, using a hidden weapon." Hyung looked at them with a contemptuous gaze and asked, "Since when did wooden chopsticks for eating make it onto the list of hidden weapons?" Then he walked forward, bent down and smiled. "If we're talking about cowardice, isn't ganging up on someone several times more cowardly?" Hyung then continued joyfully. "When will you guys who are full of complaints but have no skill come to your senses?" But they heard these words and retorted in anger, "We would rather die than submit." Hyung strongly stabbed his opponent with the chopstick in his hand. "As you wish," a sharp scream echoed, and it looked very painful. The one standing on this side saw the scene and turned pale, drained of all blood. "That cruel bastard, how can a young master from a righteous, prestigious family use his hands so viciously?" After dealing with his opponent, Hyung quickly walked forward. "What about you two?" They quickly consulted each other. "What should we do?" "What do you mean, what should we do?" The two men picked up small axes from the side and quickly prepared to attack. "Of course we have to get revenge." But the anxiety in their hearts did not subside at all. "I'm a little scared of those chopsticks, don't worry." Carefully observed the boy in front of them. "That bastard has no chopsticks in his hands now. This time we have a chance." They quickly charged straight forward. "You take the right, I'll take the left." Hyung stepped back and quickly jumped onto the roof on the other side. They of course had to give chase in anger. "Where are you running?" At this moment Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips as he looked down. He even had two bizarre hidden weapons in his hands, chopsticks. "These are made of iron." They saw this scene and shouted in fear. "Damn it!" After that, numerous painful screams echoed from the sky. The blue sky and the clear high sea truly calmed one's heart. But the group that had just woken up did not feel so calm. A rope was tied before their eyes and their vision gradually became clearer. The boss was the first to wake up, and seeing the scene before him he was extremely surprised and his heart quickly moved his body and shouted loudly, "What is going on? Snap out of it. Why are we hanging in the air? I think we were hit in our vital points by chopsticks and fainted." "Which bastard did this?" The group was hanging like large fish with a small net over the clear water. At that moment a human voice was heard from the side, attracting their attention. "Are you awake?" Flustered, they saw Hyung sitting on the other side, enjoying himself very calmly. The group on the other side saw the scene and shouted in extreme anger, "What have you done? It took 10 strong men half a day of work to complete this masterpiece. Do you like it?" "I asked what you did," Hyung asked back with a contemptuous air. "Can't you tell by looking? Of course I'm the one who hung you up." The more they heard, the more their anger boiled. "Do you think you'll be safe after this? Do you think you can handle the consequences?" But at this moment he paid no mind to such things. "Oh my, how scary." Under the control of the person drinking on the other side, a rope holding them quickly moved. The large net quickly fell into the river with a loud splash. The large fish on the other side were in a complete daze. Below, numerous oxygen bubbles burst forth fiercely and continuously. The more Hyung watched, the more interesting it became, and he quickly pulled them up. The group, finally able to breathe, gasped for air a few times, and some even continued to vomit. At this moment Hyung had an excited smile on his lips. "Do you feel a bit more clear-headed after soaking in some cold water?" But they still held anger in their hearts and shouted, "You little brat, are you tired of living? Let us go before we cut your corpse in two and throw it in a coffin." Hyung very easily lowered them back into the water. "I don't think I can do that." At that moment someone suddenly approached from nearby. Cheon-song appeared with snacks and greeted him. "Did you hang them up to drown them?" Hyung replied with satisfaction. "Why else would I go through such a hassle? Why did this girl bring so little food?" They sat there looking at the scene before them, feeling very excited in their hearts. "I thought you were just going to scare them a little. That kind of prank doesn't work on these guys. The Thunder Dragon unit is famous for being notorious after all." At this moment Cheon-song suddenly realized something was wrong. "Are they still in the water? Haven't they been in for too long?" Hyung was about to eat a new dumpling when he heard this question and was a bit puzzled. Song beside him was already fidgeting and could not calm down. Are you still okay? What if they become water ghosts? Hyung paid no mind to such things. Pour me another drink. She felt as if she was about to die. Her face drained of all blood, she clutched her head in a panic. My God, someone is going to die at this rate. Hyung glanced that way and shouted with a bit of contempt. Be quiet. The group that had been under the river was finally and with difficulty pulled up at this moment. Hyung asked about the situation very calmly. How is it? Are you ready to listen to me? The leader heard those words and shouted in anger. Yes, what do you want? It's very simple. When Hyung said these words, he had a warning smile on his lips. Absolute obedience. But they who were in that net, of course, could not endure such a situation. Shove your obedience up your own ass. Why don't you hurry up and let us go? I knew this would happen. So they once again went down into the water to play with the fish. Hyung on this side once again very calmly drank his wine and enjoyed his tea. Hey, pour me a drink. Song saw the scene before her and truly couldn't believe it. That cruel bastard. The group that was under the lake could only hypnotize themselves. We just have to endure a little longer. There's no way that bastard will kill us. They could even see a few goldfish swimming leisurely beside them. I have to endure. If we endure, we win. But they suddenly realized something was wrong. Why isn't that bastard pulling us up? Finally, he realized that his current situation was really not good. This crazy bastard, he kept shouting in his heart, is that guy really trying to drown us? The bubbles under the lake were still rising and the brilliant sunlight from above was still shining down quietly. They were once again pulled out of the water. Sunlight finally helped them regain their composure. A voice came from the side. Still alive? Hyung stood there, a joyful smile on his lips as he looked ahead. From inside the net a torrent of angry curses erupted. You son of a bitch, if you think this pathetic torture is enough to make us submit, we would have surrendered long ago. We'll never listen to you, even if we die. Hyung paid no mind to their words, smiling joyfully. Then die. A desperate scream echoed and countless bubbles rose from the water once again. When they were pulled out, their faces were completely contorted. Hyung stood there, still greatly amused as he watched them cough and splutter. The leader finally spoke in a trembling voice. Hey, Hyung at this moment very calmly continued their punishment. You won't submit, understood. The next time they were pulled up they could no longer maintain their composure. Tears slowly streamed from the leader's eyes on the other side and he cried out, trembling, Please spare me. But Hyung of course was not so kind and in the blink of an eye threw them back into the water. The water below was like a giant monster that swallowed everything. They felt as if they could no longer survive in this world. Cursing several times in their hearts, they were overcome with extreme fear. I am going to die. That bastard will really do it. After being soaked in the cold water for several hours, they finally knelt trembling and submitted. We surrender. Are you sincere? They truly no longer dared to defy his will. Yes, we are. Please believe us. But Hyung at this moment very inhumanely threw them back into the water. Again, who could believe you? Hyung picked up a wine bottle and slowly walked straight ahead, finally stopping before the group that had fainted on the other side. Hyung poured the wine from the bottle in his hand onto their faces, a joyful smile on his lips. I thought one or two of you would die, but you have better stamina than I thought. The scarred man at this moment no longer dared to resist and cried out in fear. Please forgive us. I will pledge my loyalty to you. Hyung looked at the remaining members and asked cautiously, and the rest of you? They of course could not defy his will and quickly shouted their pledge of loyalty. We pledge our loyalty to you, second young master. Can I believe you? Please believe us. We swear on our lives. But at this moment Hyung drew a sharp sword, a joyful smile on his lips. I'll believe you. But in return, one of you will have to die as a token. One or two must be sent to the underworld for the rest to listen. That's my creed. As soon as these words were spoken, the group below was filled with terror. But he paid no mind at all and continued with a smile. Unfortunately, you all seem to be in good health. I don't know who to choose. The scarred face below was trembling, not knowing how to answer. And no, didn't we pledge our loyalty? Must there be a sacrifice? Hyung continued to speak, plunging the group below into extreme confusion. So pick one. Let's get this over with quickly and go rest. This guy is no ordinary madman. I'll count 3, 2. The scarred face sitting below could only tremble and shout a few times. Wait a moment, please give me time to think. Hyung's lips curled up, an arrogant look on his face as he lightly drew his sword across the opponent's forehead. 1. Then I'll take it that you're volunteering to be the sacrifice. At this action, the people there immediately gaped in extreme terror. Even the soldiers below couldn't believe what they were seeing. At this moment, blood slowly trickled down, and the scarred face now had one more horizontal scar on his forehead. A red drop of blood hung from the sharp tip of the sword. Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. The wine tastes quite good today, so I'll postpone your punishment. Consider that wound a reminder of today's events. Got it? It's not cancelled, just postponed, so don't forget. The scarred face stood there looking at the blood flowing from his wound, truly unable to believe it. Meanwhile, Song came from behind, carrying several large bottles of wine. Young master, I've brought more wine. Hyung at this moment took his anger out on his servant. I sent you ages ago. Why are you crawling back now? Song replied, looking very displeased. I came as fast as I could. I should have thrown you in the water too. At this moment the members of the Thunder Dragon unit signaled to each other with their eyes. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Hyung quickly looked that way and asked in a cold voice, Where are you going? The scarred face could only cry out in fear a few times. I was going back to my room to wash up. but before he could finish his words he was sent flying far away by a single blow. Hyung said with a displeased look, "It seems these guys still haven't come to their senses. Who gave you permission to leave? Or should I kill you now? It's not too late." The one who had been hit and fallen to the ground clutched one cheek and cried out in fear. "I was wrong," Hyung pointed to the back and said. "If you want to go, clean that up and then go." The people on this side truly couldn't understand what was happening. When they looked back, the tool that had just been used to throw them into the water stood tall. That thing," Hyung smiled joyfully like a vicious god and replied, "It's a masterpiece I made because of you. If you don't clean it up, am I supposed to?" They were truly dumbfounded and could find no way to retort. They dragged their weary bodies and slowly turned around. The group was carrying a single large wooden barrel, meanwhile their young master was drinking joyfully and leisurely on top of it. "Good." Hyung sat in a high place with a very frightening look. "Listen carefully from the back. If you only pretend to lift, you're dead. Which one of you just slacked off?" Then the wine cup in his hand suddenly shook a few times and he in a rage strongly kicked the wooden barrel below. "Hey, you're not lifting it properly, so all the wine spilled." Needless to say what kind of effect this had on the people below. He shouted in anger. "It's still shaking." They could only cry out painfully in their hearts a few times. "I'd rather die than do this." The next day this news spread very quickly throughout the annex. Namgingbek was at this moment carefully polishing his hidden weapon when he heard a person's voice from outside. "Elder," a boy ran in from outside out of breath. "Elder, the Thunder Dragon unit. Look, it's finally happened." He was very pleased in his heart to hear this. "He's already hit someone?" But the other person entered here panting and said with difficulty, "It doesn't seem like that. Their appearance is no joke. It was as if they were a complete mess." Namgingbek was very pleased in his heart, as expected of the ruffians of the Thunder Dragon unit. How badly was that Namgying Hyung bastard injured? But that boy very quickly realized that the two of them were misunderstanding something. He said, slightly flustered, "I think there's some misunderstanding here, Elder." "What do you mean? Didn't you just say with your own mouth that he was a complete mess?" "It's not the second young master, it's the Thunder Dragon unit. The members of the Thunder Dragon unit are groveling in front of the second young master." As soon as these words were spoken, the person on the other side was so shocked his eyes widened. "What?" Meanwhile, Hyung on this side was very calmly eating a dumpling. "Delicious. Absolute obedience." Song sitting beside him looked slightly contemptuous. "What grudge does he have against dumplings?" Hyung at this moment shouted in anger. "You bastards, can't you raise your voices?" The group below was being trained to lift that large wooden barrel. Obedience. They were completely exhausted and scared and could only accept their fate. Absolute obedience. Song sitting beside him said, "Young master, don't you think you've done enough? Their wounds haven't even healed yet. This seems a bit excessive." Hyung paid no mind to such things and replied calmly, "You have to crush them thoroughly when you have the chance so they don't get any funny ideas." Song looked slightly contemptuous. "You've already crushed them enough to bury them in the ground. Is he possessed by a starving ghost or something?" Hyung stood in a high place and said very angry, "From what I can see, it's still not enough." The group below still had to continue shouting those few meaningless words. Absolute obedience. The most effective way to make an opponent submit is through pain and fear. Only when fear seeps into their very bones will they truly obey. Song sitting beside him truly couldn't believe it. How can a person be so vicious? He's changed so much. Meanwhile, this scene was all seen by Namgingbek and his group who were standing far away. Absolute obedience, he muttered a few times in his heart. "I can't believe it even after seeing it with my own eyes. To think the entire Thunder Dragon unit is doing something so ridiculous." The man in the black cloak beside him said, "That's not even all of it. A while ago, every time they messed up the chant, the count doubled or tripled." "What do you mean?" "There's a rule that you're not supposed to shout the last number of absolute obedience. For example, if it's 20 times, you only shout up to 19 and remain silent for the last one." The more Namgingbek heard, the less he could understand, and he said, "What on earth is that?" Soon as they made a mistake, a practical example of absolute appeared. If you're wrong, it's doubled. Wrong again, it's tripled. He finally realized the terrifying nature of this training method. "Just hearing about it gives me the creeps. Just watching it makes my whole body ache." "That's the face of someone whose whole body aches." He then delivered a very shocking piece of news. A few of the elders witnessed that scene and were very satisfied, thinking that we have completely taken control of the Thunder Dragon unit. "What?" Namgingbek couldn't hold back and shouted upon hearing this. The elders were very pleased. They were very fond of the way the second young master was training his subordinates. He felt an extreme rage in his heart. "Are those foolish old men blind? How is that training? That's torture, not training." In any case, it seems the plan to use the Thunder Dragon unit to put the second young master in a difficult position has failed. Why doesn't this Namgying Hyung bastard move according to my plan? Call the Black Tortoise unit leader. Yes, he looked at the group training below and thought about his own plan in his heart. "My plan hasn't failed yet. Why are your voices getting smaller?" "Absolute obedience." 57. "I will use whatever means necessary to put you in your grave." That afternoon they finally finished their training. The group dragged their extremely weary bodies and leaned back in their chairs. They were at the point where they couldn't even lift a single spoon. They don't even have the strength to lift a spoon. Even the bowl of rice in front of them pained them. "I have to get it into my mouth somehow. That's the only way I'll have the strength to survive." At this moment a group entered from outside and the rice bowl in their hands very quickly fell to the ground and shattered. The scarred face couldn't believe this sight and turned to look back. A person stood there and said arrogantly, "Oh, my bad, I made a mistake." He looked this way with a joyful and contemptuous smile. "Sorry about that. I didn't know you had no strength left in your hands, so that's how it is." The scarred face of course recognized who the other person was. Black Tortoise Unit Leader. But soon very contemptuously he waved his hand a few times. "Go away, I'm not in the mood to fight with you right now." That leader looked back. To think the once feared leader of the Thunder Dragon unit has become so generous, it's truly surprising. It seems you've been beaten so badly by the second young master that you have no strength left. You've become a tiger with its fangs pulled out. Yokdong, who was sitting nearby, was extremely furious to hear this. "You bastards, do you want to die?" But before he could finish his words, the scarred face beside him quickly stopped him. "Calm down, we don't know what will happen if the second young master hears us making a fuss." Hearing his captain's words, he slammed the desk in anger. "This is driving me crazy." That leader saw it and laughed joyfully. "Are you really holding it in? You'll get sick from that. I'm worried for you." The scarred face slowly walked forward and loudly argued. "That's enough, just eat your damn food. What are you going to do if I don't stop? Are you going to throw a punch like you used to?" He felt that he could no longer hold back, gritting his teeth in extreme anger. But in the end he had no choice but to turn around and leave the place. "Stop." But the person behind him began to mock him. "You've really become an obedient dog. I heard that you show your belly and lick his feet whenever the second young master beckons. Is that true?" He truly could no longer maintain his composure. His fist was very quickly prepared for that damn bastard, but just before he could throw the punch his two hands trembled uncontrollably. The opponent saw the scene and had a mocking smile on his lips. "What are you hesitating for? Are you scared you'll be punished by the second young master if you cause trouble?" His two trembling hands couldn't move at all. At this moment another person's laughter was heard from outside. Hyung stood there, very pleased and interested. "Are you going to have a go at it?" As soon as they saw him they cried out in fear a few times. "Greetings to the second young master." Hyung just lightly waved his hand a few times. "Why is everyone standing up in the middle of a meal? If others saw this they'd think I was bullying you. I'm not that bad of a person. Sit down and finish your meal." Some of them were so angry they really wanted to curse. "Of course you're not a bad person. You're a devil, not a person." Then he looked at the scarred face and that leader who were about to fight. "And what's with you two?" They quickly put on a strange act. "It's a misunderstanding. This friend's clothes were a bit wrinkled, so I was just trying to smooth them out." But that leader didn't cut him any slack at all. He said, "That's not it. This guy suddenly ran up, started a fight and grabbed me by the collar. What? That's just how those Thunder Dragon bastards are." Hyung paid no mind to such things, turned and left. "Finish what you were doing, bickering or not. It's a fact that you were about to fight. If you start something you should see it through." At these words the two men were immediately dumbfounded. Hyung left a few words before leaving. "But here's the thing," with a smile on his lips he turned back and said very excited, "If you come back after getting your ass thoroughly kicked by that guy you'll be tormented by me to the point where you'll want to bite your tongue off and die on the spot." Then the large door outside closed. "So handle it well." "What does that mean?" Before the leader on the other side could even understand what was happening he was hit by a strong blow to the head. The people behind him saw the scene and cried out in confusion. Leader. Scarred man's face contorted in rage, and he clenched his fists. "He ordered us to beat you all down. You sons of bitches, this one is already getting a nosebleed from a single punch. Did you think you'd be safe after doing that? The brawl has begun. I don't care, brothers, charge." After that, a huge fight truly broke out in the place where they had been eating. That group was beaten so badly they couldn't even recognize their own faces. The Thunder Dragon unit had the complete upper hand and the other group was beaten so badly they couldn't even fight back. The Thunder Dragon unit, though they had been tormented by their young master, still had more than enough stamina to beat people up. They truly needed a place to vent the frustration that had built up over the past few days, and they could send their opponents flying with a single punch. The leader on the other side saw this scene and shouted in anger, "Don't be scared, fight back, we have more men." But before he could finish his words someone rushed before his eyes. The scarred man looked that way and shouted in fury, "You should be worried about your own neck." He was hit so quickly that his face was slammed into the ground. In the end, only painful screams were left inside that small house. "We were just looking for a place to vent our anger and you picked a good time to mess with us. Stop it. Do you know what it feels like to die and come back to life? Spare me." This incident very quickly reached the ears of the elders. A meeting was held that night. There are 5 with minor injuries and 24 with serious injuries. It will likely exceed the capacity of the physician's hall. The Grand Elder felt a little sad in his heart upon hearing those words. "How could something like this happen between members of the same family?" Another person continued. "I thought the second young master had the Thunder Dragon unit completely under his control. That Thunder Dragon unit is truly beyond saving." Namgin Gangro, having no other choice, looked at his composed son behind him. "What do you think? If you have something to explain, say it." Hyung replied with a faint smile on his lips. "Don't the children of a family grow up fighting? Weren't the members of the Thunder Dragon unit also injured? Both sides were involved in this matter." But a person beside him shouted in anger, "Both sides were involved. That's ridiculous." Namgin Bek shouted loudly, "The Thunder Dragon unit only has 3 with minor injuries and 4 with serious injuries." Hyung was very surprised to hear this, completely unable to believe it. "How is that possible?" Namgin Bek looked ahead and asked back very seriously, "Do you finally realize the gravity of the situation?" But unexpectedly, the boy was dissatisfied with the injury report. They fought with the Black Tortoise unit, and only 7 were injured. Those bastards, they need to be beaten more. He felt like he was going to vomit blood upon hearing this. There is nothing more to discuss. The one responsible for the Thunder Dragon unit is the second young master, so we must hold him accountable and issue a very strict punishment. With so many seriously injured, this matter can never be simply overlooked. Both the Thunder Dragon unit and the second young master will not be able to avoid punishment. The Thunder Dragon unit has always been ill-behaved. That old man was very pleased in his heart. What do you think? According to the punishment of the disciplinary hall, your position will be instantly lowered. Hyung, at this moment, with everyone watching, asked back very seriously. Then should we have just stood there and been beaten? He asked very frankly. It was the Black Tortoise unit that started the fight first. Should they have just endured it? Are you saying it's wrong to counter force with force in a martial family? To be frank, if the opponent had been the Habuk Bang clan, would you all have said the same thing? The old men sitting on the other side felt it was somewhat reasonable. Of course, we can't forgive them. If we were beaten by the Bang clan bastards, indeed the one who started the fight is in the wrong. Namgingbek, seeing them being swayed so easily, was naturally not in a good mood. Spineless fools. He then began to manipulate public opinion again. Do not try to distort the matter with sophistry. It is an undeniable fact that many from the Black Tortoise unit were injured. We are simply here to hold someone accountable for this, Hyung asked back with contempt. If you're going to hold me responsible for such a trivial matter, then so be it. What? Then his gaze gradually changed, and as the one who managed the Thunder Dragon unit, he continued, isn't it enough for me to take responsibility and be punished? However, the Black Tortoise unit's responsibility for instigating the fight cannot be avoided either. Namgingbek had never expected this guy to say such a thing. What nonsense are you spouting? Hyung had a faint smile on his lips. Who is in charge of the Black Tortoise unit? The old men behind him began to whisper again. Isn't Elder Namgingbek in charge of the Black Tortoise unit? That's right. Elder Namgingbek is the one in charge. Namgingbek's face then contorted in anger. Damn bastard, Hyung was slightly pleased in his heart. Are you trying to drag me down with you? He then spoke very seriously again. Let's punish all those in charge fairly. Weren't we the bright and just Namging clan? Namgingbek was extremely furious in his heart, but he could not say anything else. This brat, Hyung, seeing his opponent's expression, was very excited in his heart. Does it turn your stomach? Then who told you to make the first move? Do you know how old I am this year? Namgingbek had no other choice but to lower himself. This matter started from a children's fight. What do we gain from arguing about who's right and wrong? It is enough for those in charge to scold their respective subordinates. What do you all think? The Grand Elder sitting on the other side naturally had no other choice but to accept this matter. I approve. Let's do that. They then all approved in unison. I agree. There's no good in making a big deal out of it. Hyung, with a joyful smile on his lips, looked at his uncle as if to tease him. A wise decision. Namgingbek felt like he was going crazy. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his surging anger. I will definitely repay this humiliation. At this time, under a dark underground prison, there were only a few faint torches. They shouted a few times from inside the prison. I'm starving to death. Yokdong clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. If I knew this would happen, I would have eaten all those dumplings before we fought. Janging, sitting on one side, said, You're quite optimistic, brother. We don't even know how we'll be dealt with, and you're thinking about food. But their leader, Soki, who was sitting there, quickly stopped them. Don't be discouraged and stay quiet. At this moment, a person's voice was suddenly heard from outside. Everyone is to be released. They were dragged outside, bewildered. Are you really letting us go? Didn't I say so? Get out. The more Janging thought about it, the more he felt it was a bit strange. Isn't something strange? What's strange? We beat the Black Tortoise unit like that, and we can just leave without any punishment. You fool. The second young master saved us. We now have a strong backer. Janging was very happy in his heart to hear this. It's really nice to have a hill to lean on. That's why everyone tries so hard to get in line, but Soki, who was walking in front, quickly reminded them. You guys don't get excited over backers and getting in line. Their appearance was as if they would obey with all their might. It's nice to have someone behind you after all. Second young master, I will love you forever. They were completely swayed by the second young master. Then a nearby guard continued. The second young master said he would punish you himself. Don't dawdle, get going. As soon as these words were spoken, the brothers' attitudes immediately changed. The second young master is going to punish us now? The guards replied very frankly. Yes, that's what was decided from above. Pale with fear, they voluntarily hid themselves in the prison again. We will stay here. The group began to struggle again. You've been released, why aren't you leaving? Don't cling to me. We will never leave, we'd rather be locked up here for the rest of our lives. But in the end, that group all had to go meekly up to the surface. The once mighty Thunder Dragon unit now had their heads bowed, waiting for their punishment like obedient puppies. Hyung arrived here very quickly. As soon as they saw him, they bowed their heads and greeted him politely. Thunder Dragon unit greets the second young master. Hyung stood on the other side and looked at them with a cold gaze. I hear you beg to stay in prison? They quickly shook their heads in silence and replied. Oh, it's a misunderstanding, he replied very cheerfully. Is that so? I must have heard wrong. Young master, what kind of punishment will we receive? Hyung waved his hand a few times and replied magnanimously. I just said that to please those old men. What punishment is there for a kid's fight? They then let out a few sighs of relief. What a relief. At this moment they suddenly noticed something strange. What is that wooden barrel? From this side he lightly kicked that wooden barrel a few times. At that moment numerous iron balls flew out from inside, and at the same time from another place pieces of a broken inkstone flew straight out. Namdingbek gritted his teeth with a cold gaze. To think that I, Namdingbek, would be insulted by a worm like that. The man in black clothes behind him bowed his head and replied, "Please do not be too discouraged, elder. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs." Namdingbek in front suppressed his anger and said, "This matter cannot be taken lightly. The problem is that the elders have started to take that bastard's side." The man in black knelt on the ground and calmly continued, "Aren't you focusing too much on the second young master, elder? In my opinion he is not someone worth your attention." As soon as he heard this he replied in anger, "Stop with that frustrating talk." Clenching both hands he was very displeased. "Do you not know whose son Namding Hyung is? The more his momentum rises, the more solid the clan head's position becomes." But the person behind him continued, "But we can't do anything within the family. How will you deal with the second young master who is supported by the clan head and the elders?" "That's true, within the family. But what about outside the family?" "What do you mean, elder?" His eyes shone coldly. "I will eliminate that bastard with a slow but certain method." Meanwhile, on the other side, iron chains were being dragged on the ground. Hyung, watching them from behind, shouted loudly, "You're too slow, like turtles," he shouted with an angry face. "How can you become an elite unit being so slow?" But they were so exhausted at this moment that they were about to pass out. "We should have just stayed in prison." They were truly subjected to a long training session. Time passed very quickly. Snow covered the road, and even the Namding annex turned white. A warm brazier was burning. Hyung sat inside, gritting his teeth and shouting unpleasantly. A cold. Hiding his whole body under a large blanket, he truly couldn't understand. As the weather gets colder, the yin energy of the 9 yin severed meridians gets worse. Chonsong stood beside him and looked at him with a smile. "Young master, it's time to eat." As soon as he heard this, he shouted in anger, "Are you messing with me right now? What do you mean?" Hyung began to complain about the meal in front of him again. "Why is this meal so vegetarian? Why isn't there a single piece of meat?" Chonsong replied very calmly, "Please calm down. The family's financial situation is very difficult these days." "It doesn't look difficult at all to me," Chonsong replied, looking a little helpless. "The situation gets worse in the winter. Expenses are high but income is low. On top of that, the money for your medicine has depleted our reserves, so it's even more difficult." Hyung found that a little hard to believe. "Are you saying it's all because of me?" "That cannot be denied," he then asked with difficulty. "Let's say the food is one thing. What about my spiritual pills? You have taken a lot for a while, so you will have to endure for the time being." As soon as the other party heard this, he shouted in anger, "I can give up everything but not spiritual pills. It's not just you, young master. Everyone is having a hard time during this period. What do I care about the situation of other bastards? Bring me the spiritual pills." Second young master. At this moment, a group wearing straw hats was walking through the heavy snow when a trap suddenly appeared in front of them, surprising the entire group. The horses below were quickly caught in the trap. What is this?" They then noticed with surprise a large torch heading this way. As it touched the snow, it formed a strange circle. In this way, that group of horses was very quickly completely engulfed in large flames. Another group on horseback charged straight this way. Seeing that scene, they cried out in fear in their hearts. "Who are you?" A joyful smile erupted from the other side. "Are you horse thieves?" Both sides decided not to talk anymore and to attack. "Brothers, charge. You bastards have some nerve. We are the Yunhyung Mabang." One person's steps went straight forward and leapt up. He gripped the large sword in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. "What does that have to do with us?" But the person on this side also blocked that great power with his own sword. "Don't you know that the Yunhyung Mabang is Namding clan territory? Is there any fool around here who doesn't know that?" Seeing this scene, they shouted a few times. "You knew and still dared." The man on the horse was then met with a powerful spear thrusting straight down at him. The bandits in the distance began to laugh joyfully at this moment. "That fool," the leader at this moment sighed, "that's what you get for being from the Namding clan, do you understand?" Another person took his weapon and charged straight this way. "These guys dare even though they're just a bunch of thieves." He was not afraid at all, gripped his sword tightly and went straight forward. "Damn bastard." This attack very quickly, with a loud shout, knocked the opponent down. He was hit so quickly that both man and horse fell. The bandits at this moment laughed joyfully. "Don't make us bandits feel bad by calling us thieves every time you open your mouth." But at this moment another group charged out from behind. "Everyone stand back," they quickly shouted a few times. "We will handle these bastards." Did the clan send people? But these hooligans were not at all afraid of the threat. "If you thought we'd be scared just because you're Namding clan warriors, you're mistaken. Kill them all." They then fought and tangled with each other. The group on horseback was of course not falling behind at all. "How dare you ignore the Namding clan? You have a lot of nerve. I'll make you pay with your death." They very easily knocked down numerous bandits and that group could not resist at all. Their leader was also dumbfounded by the sight. "Those guys are too strong. Is it because they're clan warriors that they're so different?" At that moment a large sword came crashing down on him. A powerful voice echoed, "Those who resist will have their heads cut off. Surrender." But the bandit, not at all afraid, smiled joyfully. "Did you think I would attack the Yunhyung Mabang without a plan?" The captain of the Namging clan unit was slightly surprised to hear those words, then was shocked to see another person rushing this way preparing to attack. He quickly blocked the attack with his own weapon. Two sharp swords clashed, creating a small spark. But this time it seemed the Namging clan's side was at a disadvantage. The one facing him was a man wearing a demonic mask, staring this way with glittering eyes. The clash of the two swords created an increasingly powerful shockwave. The opponent bypassed the man before him and with a decisive blow cut the man in two. He quickly fell from his horse, unable to resist at all. The people nearby were extremely shocked in their hearts to see this scene. They realized that the masked man was truly not to be taken lightly, and from behind a few terrifying auras of killing intent appeared. That man is no ordinary bandit but a master of considerable skill. They looked straight at each other, quietly signaled, and then quickly rushed forward. Let's attack together. The group immediately attacked that way. The opponent's steps leapt high in the blink of an eye, his whole body transformed in a single movement, and the sword in his hand was gradually gripped tighter. He unexpectedly appeared behind them. The two men could not react at all. It was because in the blink of an eye their bodies were shattered into pieces. The people nearby couldn't believe it at all. What? How could this be? The clan warriors were killed without even being able to put up a fight. He turned his head in fear and looked at the group of bandits standing on the other side. Only their desperate screams remained in the snow-covered forest. The bandit leader quickly went forward and bowed his head very respectfully, as expected of the great hero Gui Su. To annihilate the entire elite unit of the Namging clan in the blink of an eye, I am truly impressed. He held his large sword and looked at the pile of corpses on the other side with a look of disgust. To call that the elite unit of the Namging clan, how disappointing. I'll leave the rest to you. I will take care of the cleanup. He then quickly signaled to the people behind him, capture all the horses and burn all the corpses. At this moment a few crows above were watching everything. The crow, as if it were a spiritual beast, used its speed to flap its wings and head straight for a distant place. It crossed countless great forests and fields covered in white snow, and its final destination was unexpectedly the Namging clan's annex. The crow landed very quickly in one place, and as soon as it looked down it saw Hyung commanding his unit and training them. Are you kidding me right now? He asked loudly, looking at the group training with iron chains below. How long will it take to reach 1,000 at that sluggish pace? The people below were truly training to the point of exhaustion. Yokdong grabbed his ball and threw it straight forward, shouting, "Catch it!" But this time the iron ball fell straight to the ground. Soki saw the scene and cried out in fear, quickly flying forward to try and catch it. Why did you throw it so close? But not everything was so easy. The ball fell straight to the ground very quickly. As soon as this happened they immediately cried out in fear. Screwed. Damn it, it's all over. How could you throw it like that? You should have caught it yourself, big brother. It's because you were too slow, big brother. Then Hyung's demonic voice echoed, making them tremble in complete terror. Since you dropped it, everyone gets 100 more reps. Hyung stood there and felt a little angry. Just counting the added reps, it's already 500. Don't you want to do it, or should I throw it to you myself? These guys only come to their senses when I show them a hard time. They quickly bowed their heads in fear and apologized. No sir. No sir. 100 more reps. At this moment Hyung's attention was suddenly drawn to something. He looked up and saw those crows flying all over the sky. He looked at the small shadow with a bit of displeasure in his heart. I don't know where those black crows flew from, but the smell of blood kept stinging his nose. Suddenly his attention was drawn to something else. The clan elders were constantly going back and forth here. From their expressions it clearly seemed to be a very serious matter, but as he was lost in thought the iron ball from a distance suddenly flew straight this way. What does it have to do with me? They must be discussing something again. I don't know why there are so many meetings in the martial world. The group in the distance saw this scene and cried out in fear. No, but Hyung caught it very easily. Then he looked this way with a look of disgust and shouted in anger. You bastards, did you do that on purpose? They saw this scene and shook their heads a few times in fear. Hyung in a rage let out a killing intent. He commanded strongly, 1,000 more reps. I'll kill any bastard who has a complaint. Finally the contents of that meeting were revealed. What damage has our family suffered? We lost 100 patrol horses. 3 dispatched warriors were killed. I hear the Yunhyung Mabang's side also suffered heavy losses. Gangro sat there, lost in thought. Summarize everything. Do you mean that the horses the Yunhyung Mabang was transporting to us were ambushed by a group of bandits on the way? An elder beside him said, judging from the situation they don't seem to be ordinary thieves but mountain bandits. These guys are not to be taken lightly. To think mere mountain bandits would dare attack our family. The grand elder at this moment was extremely sad and couldn't understand. The warriors we dispatched were not so unskilled as to lose to mountain bandits. And yet that's what happened. After that their conversation continued. Could it be that they disguised themselves as mountain bandits? Aren't 100 fine horses equivalent to half a year's operating expenses for our family? We've suffered huge financial losses and casualties. What are we to do? In this Anhui province there is no one who doesn't know that the Yunhyung Mabang is our family's business. To know that and still dare to attack our family and cause losses. Hasn't our prestige all fallen to the ground because of those bastards? Gangro then stated his thoughts. It seems we must send an elite unit to the Yunhyung Mabang as soon as possible to handle this situation. Your words are extremely reasonable. The grand elder sitting on one side asked, we must catch the bandits, restore the family's honor, and recover the assets. The problem is who we send there. Do we have a reliable elite unit to send? There's a problem on the Zhejiang side as well, so we've dispatched a large elite unit to the escort agency outside the province. We don't know the scale of the enemy, so sending mediocre warriors could just make the situation worse. Why does this have to happen when our family is short-handed? Namging Bek, who was sitting there, suddenly opened his mouth. Why do you say we don't have one? We still have one, don't we? We have the Thunder Dragon unit, don't we? As soon as these words were spoken, the clan head sitting there was extremely surprised. Namging Bek smiled joyfully again and continued. In the past there was no one to control the Thunder Dragon unit, so we couldn't use them. But the situation is different now. The second young master is leading the Thunder Dragon unit very well, so if we entrust this matter to them, everything will be resolved. Namging Gangro agonized a little in his heart upon hearing the proposal, but soon looked straight at the other person with a cold gaze. In any case, he could not let others trample on his most beloved son. But a few old men on the other side quickly agreed to this matter. That makes sense, but there were also people who opposed this matter. It is true that the Thunder Dragon unit is skilled, but Hyung has no experience in the Jianghu, so entrusting this important mission to that child is. But the man refuted those words. Why do you think so? Namging Bek was very excited and thrilled. Isn't this something that child will have to experience sooner or later? Besides, with the second young master's martial arts, there's no way he'll be defeated by those mountain bandits. Their conversation was continuously led. That's true too. Since that child defeated the sword hero, he won't be second to anyone. Isn't he such an amazing child that he can even command the Thunder Dragon unit, which everyone had given up on? The Grand Elder then called out, Clan head, you can't keep a tiger cub in your arms forever. Please give Hyung a chance with this opportunity. Gangro looked that way with a cold gaze. Brother, what on earth are you plotting? After that, he had no other choice but to agree to this matter. All right, I will send Hyung and the Thunder Dragon unit to the Yunhyung Mabang. That night, this matter very quickly reached Hyung's ears as well. Can you do it? Please trust me. Those mountain bandits, I'll turn them into rice cakes for you. Hyung at this moment was very happily strolling through his spacious house. Chansong suddenly opened her mouth from behind. You seem to be in a very good mood, you brat. Hyung at this moment replied in a very excited mood. I've been given a mission to go catch the guys who attacked the Yunhyung Mabang. Chansong thought for a moment in her heart upon hearing those words. 3 of our family's warriors were killed. Isn't it quite a dangerous job? Hyung quickly scoffed at the thought. Dangerous, my ass. I can't miss a once-in-a-thousand-years money-making opportunity. Go and summon the Thunder Dragon unit. Hyung was very happy in his heart just thinking about it. If I wipe out the mountain bandits' den, I'll be able to make quite a bit of money. Good. That money would be perfect for buying spiritual medicines. Things are going well, very quickly. Those iron balls were released. The Thunder Dragon unit members felt as if they could fly to the sky with joy. It feels so good to have the iron balls off my body. I feel like I could fly to the sky. It feels so good. Soki, walking ahead, cautiously reminded them. Don't get too excited. Haven't you heard that we have to go to the Hebei plain to subjugate the mountain bandits? But a few people behind him quickly replied, I'd rather fight those mountain bandits than do this kind of training. I feel as happy as if I'm going on a picnic. At this moment, a person's voice was heard from outside. Hyung appeared there and quickly signaled to them, Let's go make some money. Meanwhile, that bird chirped a few times from start to finish as if it wanted to say something to its master. Namging Bek paid no attention at all, turned around and talked with the man in black behind him. The second young master and the Thunder Dragon unit have departed. Is that so? He picked up his small bird and put a strange letter inside its body. I should have gone out to see him off. Then the bird very quickly spread its wings and left the place. His face was filled with a sinister and frightening look. I missed the chance to see my living nephew's face for the last time. The group stood in front of the stables and marveled a few times in their hearts. The man truly couldn't believe it. Not long ago this place was full of horses, but now there are only a few left. This is Sangwon Chu, the leader of the Yunhyung Mabang. Then the person beside him quickly comforted him. Leader, please don't be too discouraged. It was an unexpected incident. We lost 100 patrol horses. Do you have any idea how much of a loss we've caused the clan? They said the clan will send warriors, so we should be able to handle the situation. I think there's a bit of a problem with that matter. When he said this, his face was a bit complicated and difficult to express. What is it? They said they'd be late. Then he told a story that even he himself couldn't believe. They sent a letter saying they would send the second young master and the Thunder Dragon unit. The person beside him heard those words and cried out in surprise. The second young master, you mean the one who is suffering from the 9 Yin Severed Meridians and can barely move. Besides, the Thunder Dragon unit is a bunch of guys notorious for only causing trouble. Sangwon Chu at this moment sighed and looked a bit tired. That combination is truly a ridiculous combination. But I have no right to question a decision made by the clan. But a person's shout was heard from behind. Leader, a boy came in from outside and said loudly, They say the Namging clan warriors have passed through the town. They were extremely surprised to hear this. What do you mean? It's only been 2 days since they left and they've already arrived? Chu truly couldn't believe it, his eyes widening as he stared ahead. That road should take at least 6 days. Did they all come on red hare horses? They very quickly went outside the gate to wait. At this moment one of the group pointed ahead and cried out in surprise, I think they're coming from that way. A thick cloud of dust was heading straight this way from a distance. They saw a group of shirtless men carrying a mountain of luggage coming straight this way. The entire group saw this scene and cried out in great surprise a few times, "What are we seeing right now?" Finally, the strange cart stopped, and the entire group was so tired they were panting and couldn't even stand properly. Meanwhile, Sangwon Chu's group truly couldn't believe their own eyes. They came all the way here looking like that, but why did they come pulling a cart? Then he heard the sound of a horse cart approaching from a distance. Soki quickly signaled to them with a loud voice. "The young master has arrived." A bamboo broom quickly appeared and went straight up into the sky. The group quickly cleaned the surroundings. As they started cleaning, dust flew everywhere, and that group couldn't understand what on earth was happening. What are they doing? At this moment a large horse cart was rushing straight this way, and a red carpet was also laid out very majestically and formally. The carpet was slowly placed towards the horse cart on the other side. A shadow came down from the cart very comfortably. Hyung yawned tiredly a few times. "I'm dead tired," the group instinctively cried out a few times. "Young master, you have worked hard coming all this way." Hyung also calmly shrugged his shoulders a few times. "I really have, as expected. Picnics are always tiring." The group standing on the other side couldn't hold back and cried out a few times. "Is this an emperor's procession or something? From what I can see, it seems only the Thunder Dragon unit worked hard." Hyung passed by them and asked calmly, "Does this physical training method seem to be effective?" They quickly shouted seriously from the side. "Thanks to you, our stamina has improved a lot," Hyung replied, looking a little displeased. "I think differently. The road we just came on was too short. Next time we should take a different, longer road or cross a few mountains." The group behind him heard this and was extremely furious in their hearts. "I'd rather you just cut us down with your sword." At that moment, Sangwon Chu respectfully bowed his head and spoke to him. "This is Sangwon Chu of the Yunhyung Mabang, here to greet the second young master." Hyung smiled joyfully and waved his hand a few times. "What's with the formalities between us? Please be comfortable." The person beside him also quickly offered his greetings. "It is an honor to meet you, young master. I am Ha Taegon of the Jiangin sect." Hyung turned his body and asked seriously, "And you are?" Sangwon Chu quickly smiled and answered, "The Jiangin sect is the school that stepped up to help our Mabang in our time of need. This man is the sect leader of the Jiangin sect, and he has agreed to help us with the bandit subjugation this time." Hearing this, he laughed joyfully and said, "Isn't it the way of the Zhonghu for neighbors to help each other? I should be the one thanking you." But the more Hyung listened, the more he felt a slight anger rising in his heart. "Damn it, if a guy like this tags along, I won't be able to monopolize the spoils." The other man took a sword from his robe, smiled and said, "I will lend what little strength I have to you, young master." Hyung paid him no mind at all and turned his head to the other side. "I'm hungry. What's for dinner?" Seeing his attitude, Ha Taegon was extremely furious in his heart. "How dare this brat who still smells of his mother's milk ignore me?" Sangwon Chu had a joyful smile on his lips and pointed to one side. "We have prepared a meal with all our culinary skills. Young master, please come inside." At that moment, one of the group suddenly asked, "We have also prepared dinner for the warriors." Hyung looked back and calmly commanded, "Hey, you guys, prepare for training before you eat." A few people behind him heard this and answered very tense, "Yes, understood." The group quickly lifted their iron balls high. The iron balls that had been tied to their feet also found their place. Before leaving, Hyung carefully urged, "Just a light warm-up. Run 10 laps around this area and come back here." They were extremely furious in their hearts, but they had to do it, biting the bullet. "Damn it, for fuck's sake, I'm starving to death." That night, the group was very excited by the lavish food before them. It was a grand meal that made one's mouth water just by looking at it. A feast of all the world's meats, from beef to lamb, from pork to chicken. While everyone on the other side was dumbfounded, Hyung, like a starving tiger, ate frantically, paying no mind to anyone. Cheon-song stood beside him and reminded him, "Young master, please have some dignity. If others see you, they'll think you're possessed by a hungry ghost." As soon as he heard this, he answered in anger, "If you had given me proper meat on a regular basis, do you think I would have ended up like this?" Cheon-song was a little flustered by this revelation. "Please understand, as you know, the family is on a tight budget right now." At that moment, Sangwon Chu brought out a large bottle of wine from inside. "There is plenty of meat, so please eat slowly. We also have horse milk wine here." Then, in a very rough manner, he emptied the entire bottle, looked this way, and gave a very excited thumbs up. "Wow, the horse milk wine here is really amazing." Sangwon Chu then asked, a little flustered, "Young master, when do you plan to go subjugate the bandits? In my opinion, without delay, tomorrow would be." But Hyung paid no attention to his words and focused only on his meal. "That's strange. Why isn't there a single piece of meat in the soup? Don't tell me I ate it all. That can't be. Haste makes waste. Let's stay here for a few days and plan the operation together. That would be much better." Sangwon Chu stood there and, seeing his attitude, felt a little suspicious in his heart. What is this? Is he scared? Could this greenhorn possibly have come here just for show? Somewhere a large sword was being meticulously polished. A bandit stood behind, looking a bit unable to understand, but still reported, "The news is that he has arrived at the Yunhyung Mabang." The masked assassin on the other side, upon hearing this, felt a little interested. Has he taken the bait? His gaze gradually turned cold. "I will wait with pleasure, second young master." Time passed very quickly, and even after a few days there was no movement here. A person tapped the desk lightly with his fingers, looking very displeased, a slight dissatisfaction in his heart. It was Sangwon Chu, and his face was filled with extreme anger. From outside, a person suddenly asked, Is it the same again today? The one who came was Ha Taegon, and his attitude was very calm. Sangwon Chu, upon hearing this, answered with a bit of sadness in his heart, and the other's face immediately contorted with extreme anger. These people really. Meanwhile, in another place, in a spacious corridor, joyful laughter echoed. Pour cheers. Whose turn is it next? Changing very happily used his talent to make a few bizarre mixed drinks. I'll try this time, young master. I will now begin the performance of mixing 7 kinds of liquor. Then the bottle in front of him was quickly poured. Hyung received it and carefully tasted it. Then he calmly answered with a few words. Pass, the man in front of him said, very excited. Thank you, I will do better. Then they began their game again. I will mix 8 kinds. I will mix 9 kinds. Hyung stood there, looking a little contemptuous. Are these guys only now discovering the taste of mixed drinks? As soon as he lifted his head, he saw a person with an angry face approaching this way. He shouted very joyfully, "Come in, sect leader Ha, sit down and enjoy some mixed drinks with us," Ha Taegon said with a very angry look. "Could you dismiss your subordinates? I have something to tell you." Hyung looked that way with a cold gaze, slightly contemptuous, and their conversation continued in a slightly bizarre manner. "How long are you going to keep this up?" Hyung, seeing the other's attitude, felt a little helpless in his heart. "Please don't be like that. I just postponed it until tomorrow because the weather is too cold." He heard this answer and shouted in extreme anger. Tomorrow, that tomorrow has already been a week." Hyung wrapped himself up and began to act. "But I hate the cold." Ha Taegon, seeing his attitude, truly could not stand it any longer. "How can there be such a person in this world?" The other's gaze turned frightening. "I want to know the real reason you are delaying this subjugation." Hyung, on the contrary, answered very calmly. "I already told you, it's because the weather is too cold." The man sitting on the other side asked back, unable to understand. "Is that really the only reason?" Hyung brought up something else. And, he continued, looking a little contemptuous, "there's no benefit for me in subjugating those bandits." Ha Taegon heard this and asked back in astonishment, "You're not taking action because there's no benefit?" Hyung waved his hand very joyfully and answered, "Why do you make it sound so unpleasant? It's not like I'm a thug. I am the dignified second young master of the Namgin clan." "Of course not." He looked out the window and answered nonchalantly, "I just want to rest a little more since I've come all this way. When I go back I have to eat frugally every day." Ha Taegon was truly extremely furious. If this isn't a thug, what is? He had no other choice but to comply with his request. "I will give it to you." "What do you mean?" Ha Taegon felt like he would die of a stress-induced illness because of this brat, and gritting his teeth he forced out each word. "I will give you the money." After that he was very pleased to have obtained this gold and silver treasure. That was fast. He was very excited by the shining object in front of him. Perhaps because of the warm energy of the silver it feels like the cold has all disappeared. I don't know how long it's been since I've seen these silver ingots. Ha Taegon on the other side watched his every action and clenched his fists in anger. "This damn bastard, does he have any idea how hard I worked to gather that money?" Hyung held the silver ingot in his hand, very excited. "Look at my face reflecting in it." He felt as if his tears were truly about to fall. "What's the point of regretting it now? I can always gather that much silver again later." Hyung on this side, on the contrary, was very pleased. "Sect leader Ha, you are truly full of chivalry. I don't know if I can accept this." He heard this and began to act again. "I am giving this to you considering your difficult situation, young master. This is just a small token of my sincerity. You don't need to feel sorry." Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. As expected, sect leader Ha is a chivalrous hero and a great man of broad magnanimity. They say there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, but you are different, sect leader Ha. Ha Taegon was a little flustered by this situation. "Please think of it as my loyalty to the Namgin clan." Hyung couldn't hold back and smiled joyfully, praising him. "You are truly wonderful." Then a joyful shout echoed. 11, 12. Hyung sat very nonchalantly and counted the silver ingots in front of him. 12, 13. Ha Taegon seemed to want to say something. "Young master, don't you think you've forgotten something?" Hyung lifted his head with an innocent look and asked, "What is it? Did I miscount?" He felt like he really wanted to draw his sword and cut the other person down. He really wanted to cut him down several times. "I want to cut this bastard down. I'm not talking about the silver ingots, I'm talking about the bandit subjugation." Hyung at this moment smiled joyfully and said, "I'm not old, but I'm already so forgetful. I completely forgot. Let's go catch those bandits, let's go." After that, they quickly headed towards the high mountain on the other side. A group pulling a large cart was slowly making its way on the long road. Hyung asked from inside the cart, "Sect leader Ha, is it still far to the mountain fortress?" The man outside smiled joyfully and answered, "We will arrive if we go for just another half a day." "Is it that far?" Hyung looked a little sad. "I get motion sick if I ride in a cart for too long. What should I do?" Ha Taegon truly felt he could no longer stand it and tightly gripped the sword at his waist. "Should I just end it all here in one go?" At this moment he sighed tiredly, a joyful smile on his lips. "I will give you some more money as a reward after the subjugation is over. Please hang in there for just a little longer." Hyung closed the door, looking a little bored. "Since you put it that way, sect leader, I understand, I'll try." Ha Taegon shouted in extreme anger in his heart, "You money-grubbing bastard." They very quickly arrived at another bizarre mountain peak. Hyung sat in the cart, eating snacks, feeling a little bored. Finally a person's voice was heard from outside. "We're almost there. It seems it will be a bit difficult to move by cart from here on." Hyung finally got out of the cart and stretched a few times. I was just about to die of boredom, but the person beside him quickly stopped his next step. There might be patrolmen, so we must be especially careful from now on. Hyung at this moment looked around and thought to himself, is that so? From a high place a group was indeed looking down at them with watchful eyes. The group hiding in a high place was very pleased. They don't even know they're on the road to the afterlife and they're so happy. I must quickly inform the fortress. But at this moment laughter was heard from above their heads. It seems the ones who have to go to the afterlife are you guys. Janging sat on a nearby large tree branch and smiled joyfully. Hello! The group, not at all expecting this to happen, cried out in astonishment. Since when? Before the other could even realize it, he jumped down. Those bandits, not at all expecting this to happen, trembled in fear in their hearts. They quickly retreated to avoid the fierce attack. You damn bastard! Janging had a joyful smile on his lips and charged straight forward in excitement. That bastard, not at all expecting this to happen, was extremely scared in his heart. Then he saw his opponent leap high, preparing to strike. While fighting, Janging couldn't help but think a few words to himself. My body feels much lighter than before. Is this the effect of the training? At this moment, that bastard's body was completely cut in two. Ha Taegon heard this sound and was extremely surprised in his heart. What was that sound? Hyung just smiled joyfully and answered, it's alright, it's just the sound of catching the patrolman. The more Ha Taegon heard, the less he could believe it. Who? Hyung then answered very joyfully. I have patrolmen too. My subordinates are much stronger. He asked cautiously, aren't you done yet, Janging? Ha Taegon was filled with fear in his heart and could not understand at all. He sent patrolmen without my knowledge? Wasn't he a foolish young master who grew up like a flower in a greenhouse? Is someone talking bad about me? My ears are itching. Janging returned very quickly, a joyful smile on his lips as he reported. Young master, I have dealt with all the patrolmen. Hyung heard this and asked back in surprise. All of them? The other shrugged his shoulders a few times and replied lightly. Of course, after all I am a member of the Thunder Dragon unit. But then the sound of a smack echoed. Hyung shouted loudly in anger. Are you an idiot? You should have left one to find out their numbers and the situation. Janging clutched the lump on his head and trembled in fear. I am sorry, I was thoughtless. Hyung, looking contemptuous, extended his hand forward. Lead the way. Yes, in that dense forest they were still following the other's trail and moving forward. Janging lightly rubbed his head a few times. He was a little pained in his heart. It still hurts. Meanwhile, the Jiang sect members at this moment were carefully observing the whole situation, and taking advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention, seemed to decide on something. Janging, who was in front, reported, I think I've found the mountain fortress. Is that so? They looked at the scene before them and scoffed a few times in their hearts. Really, it couldn't look more shabby. The wooden fence is sparse and the dwelling looks like a torn-down hut. Jiang carefully evaluated in his heart. A den of this scale couldn't possibly belong to the bandits who attacked the Yunhyung Mabang. As expected, at this moment a loud noise suddenly echoed from the trees above and a group of bandits quickly appeared nearby. They held weapons in their hands and rushed to attack. Cheon-song, in fear, looked back and reported, Why, young master, the enemy is ambushing us. But at this moment when she looked back, she saw her young master being held hostage by that Ha Taegon. She saw this sight and cried out in astonishment, Why you? What are you doing right now? The man simply smiled faintly and asked back, Can't you tell just by looking? Cheon-song was furious and shouted loudly, You damn bastard, a nobody sect like the Jiangnan dares to betray the Namgying clan. Do you think you'll get away with this? At this, he showed no fear at all and had a joyful smile on his lips. Still haven't grasped the situation? It was because the people of his sect had appeared there. Look around. Their group was very quickly surrounded by bandits and the people of that sect. Enemies were on all sides. Ha Taegon then continued in anger. Drop your weapons and surrender if you don't want to lose your lives. The Thunder Dragon unit members already seemed to have their own thoughts. Damn it, the young master wasn't wrong about anything. The young master had said that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He also said that besides the meals given out at temples, no favor is given without a condition. What are you dawdling for? Hearing this, Ha Taegon truly couldn't believe it in his heart. What do those guys believe in that they're so calm? He shouted in anger. If you don't drop your weapons right now, I will cut down your second, young master. At this moment, Hyung suddenly opened his mouth. Take care of the bandits in the front. This statement immediately astonished the people behind him. Hyung carefully commanded the remaining people. The rest of you, wipe out the Jiang sect. Oh, I forgot, don't kill them. We have to sell them as slaves later. They quickly scattered and prepared to charge straight forward and attack. As you command, the group leapt in unison, and a very chaotic battle broke out. They had the upper hand from start to finish and were truly very excited. Sok-hee held his large sword and charged straight forward, shouting, You sons of bitches! Then he quickly ducked to avoid the attack. In his heart, he couldn't help but carefully examine his body, and finally he unleashed a powerful blow straight forward. He was very excited and continued to speak to his companion beside him. Is it because of the iron balls that I've gotten so strong? My sword is faster and my breathing is more stable. Janging replied with a joyful smile, Did you feel it too, brother? How should I put it? I think this is the result of our training. The group in front was no match for the Thunder Dragon unit at all. Janging only swung his sword a few times lightly, but he knocked down his opponent. I don't want to admit it, but there's no other way to explain it. The group of bandits on the other side shouted a few times in great surprise. They retreated in fear. Our allies are being pushed back. the rear joined the fight. At this moment they saw the shadow of a giant man appear above their heads. Yokdong stood there with a joyful smile on his lips. Your opponent is me. Since the young master has given the order, I will spare your lives. The group was truly terrified by the sight they were seeing. That group was completely overwhelmed by the Thunder Dragon unit. Yokdong on the other side opened his mouth wide and laughed joyfully, very excited and joyfully swinging the group around a few times. My body is as light as a feather. I feel great. Chonsong was a little unbelieving. Is he hitting people with people? How amazing. Ha Taegun saw the scene and truly couldn't believe it, shouting a few times, Are you guys crazy? Don't you care about your master's life? Hyung at this moment just waved his hand a few times lightly. Why should those guys worry about me? He very easily knocked away that powerful dagger. Ha Taegun saw this scene and truly couldn't understand, lifting his head to look at the large sword on the other side. What? He quickly leapt up. With just one easy attack he was able to dodge the blow. Hyung easily kicked the opponent straight in the stomach. That Ha Taegun very quickly rolled to one side and shouted a few times, and after that the opponent could only lie on the ground and wait for death. Chonsong on the other side shouted, very excited, Wow, young master. Hyung quickly reached out his hand and blocked the fool who was rushing this way. Thankfully you're safe. Are you hurt anywhere? This is truly terrible. Hurry up and deal with them. At this moment a person beside him shouted a few times and reported, We've dealt with everyone. After taking a beating, that Ha Taegun was meekly kneeling there and waiting. Jangding looked at the group with a joyful smile. These guys are nothing. Their martial arts are worse than I thought. Soki stood there and said loudly in anger, These are the guys who attacked the Yunhyung Mabang and defeated our clan's warriors. I really can't believe it. Hyung stood there and answered very calmly, You can believe it. They have a backer. He then turned his head and looked back. A man radiating killing intent was walking towards them from the forest. Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. Speak of the devil, he's shown up right on time. Guisu on the other side, radiating a powerful killing intent, headed straight this way. Hyung looked ahead and felt a little interested. Is he here to perform some traditional art? Why is he wearing a mask? They saw the scene and shouted a few times, a little surprised. I'll take that guy. Wait, Yokdong on the other side quickly rushed this way. Stop that guy, I'll split your head like a watermelon. Before he could even finish his words, the person behind him saw the scene and said loudly, It's dangerous. The masked Guisu on the other side also rushed straight forward. From a high place, Yokdong held his weapon and powerfully swung down, splitting the watermelon. At this moment the two people's weapons clashed, emitting a very powerful light. The opponent simply held his sword and lightly blocked the attack. Yokdong couldn't believe the sight he was seeing at all. Damn it, he blocked my axe with one hand. Jangding behind him was also very surprised to see this scene. My god, when it comes to strength that brother is second to none, but that guy blocked that brother's attack so lightly. Yokdong on this side quickly held his club and swung straight forward. You bastard! A sharp sword headed straight forward very quickly. After that a small cut appeared on Yokdong's face and blood flowed out. The masked man on the other side admired it with a bit of contempt. How pathetic. Yokdong there could not block the masked man's attack at all. Hyung standing here also felt that the situation was not good. Yokdong on the other side gripped his weapon tightly and panted very heavily. Guisu very resolutely rushed straight forward and in the blink of an eye reached out his hand and strongly hit the boy on this side. The people nearby saw this scene and couldn't help but gape in astonishment, and after that they saw him fly mercilessly far away. Soki, who was in a high place, quickly rushed in and supported him with the tip of his sword. You bastard, did you think I would just stand by and watch? The two weapons clashed very quickly, but he never expected to fly far away as soon as he touched him. Soki, standing there, couldn't believe this guy at all. Jangding on the other side quickly rushed this way, worried, and placed his hand on Yokdong, who was lying on the other side. Brother, are you alright? But he just smiled lightly and replied, I'm fine, except for my bruised pride. Soki, standing there, blocked their way and said seriously, There's nothing to be ashamed of. That guy's level is not something you can handle alone. They stood up straight once again, facing the monster radiating killing intent, and said, Let's join forces and take him down. But the masked man sneered a little unpleasantly, looked this way and said in a contemptuous tone, You like to swarm like flies. Come on. The group on the other side quickly rushed straight forward, preparing to fly up and attack. One took the right, one took the left, and another leaped high and attacked with all his might. But the masked man on the other side just lightly extended his hand forward and created a strange light. Jangding behind him also quickly rushed straight forward, preparing to attack. But at this moment he realized something was wrong. At that moment his attack headed straight this way. He had no choice but to block the attack with his whole body. The masked man did not stop, as if he intended to take the lives of everyone there. But the other two also quickly joined forces and fought back. Before they could even act, the man turned around and swung down. Soki spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yokdong, of course, had never expected such a thing to happen. What on earth is this bastard? He has no openings at all. The masked man's face shone very quickly, and he continued to attack straight forward with the sword in his hand. The rest of the unit saw the scene and couldn't help but gape in astonishment. He's overwhelming both the captain and vice-captain of the Thunder Dragon unit by himself? That martial art is not that of an ordinary bandit. The more they watched, the less they could understand. At this rate, we're going to be beaten. The group could only accept their fate and look straight ahead, shouting a few times. Yokdong knew well that he was cornered at this moment, and having no other choice, he swung the sword in his hand forward. He created a giant whirlwind and quickly headed towards the guy on the other side. but the opponent simply pushed it aside, dodging all the attacks. His voice gradually became more urgent. "You foolish bastard, only pathetic weaklings throw their weapons." Yeokdong used his strength and rushed straight forward. To his opponent's surprise, he hugged him and rushed to one side. The masked man was slightly surprised in his heart and couldn't resist properly, being quickly pushed far away, but he soon regained his balance. Yeokdong didn't care about his own body and shouted a signal to the person behind him. "Now it doesn't matter if I get cut, hurry up and attack." Soki, of course, knew well what the opponent meant and swore once in his heart, "That foolish bastard," but he also had no other choice but to rush straight that way and attack. Damn it, he held the large sword in his hand ready to strike at any moment. "I'm sorry, Yeokdong." But he never expected the guy to counterattack so quickly. This attack, to everyone's surprise, headed quickly towards Soki. For the first time, the Thunder Dragon unit captain's eyes showed such a flustered and surprised look, and having no other choice in midair, he had to block the attack with the weapon in his hand. But everything was almost meaningless, and that light was truly confusing. He fell very quickly to the ground and lay there. Guisu, after blocking them, couldn't help but start to praise them. "The plan wasn't bad, but you picked the wrong opponent." At this moment, Yeokdong felt the killing intent created by his opponent. He was completely suppressed and lay on the ground, his huge body trembling as he shouted a few times. Guisu stood there and opened his mouth with a bit of mockery. "You're going to die anyway." He quickly held his sword and headed straight down, saying, "Don't struggle in pain." Soki nearby trembled at this sight. Yuck, Yeokdong, the tip of that sword was really about to pierce the opponent's body, but at this moment from a distance a wooden stick suddenly flew straight this way. The masked man quickly blocked it with the sword in his hand, and upon closer look it was a chopstick. This technique was truly very familiar. That wooden chopstick even embedded itself straight into the tree trunk behind him. He saw this scene and shouted in anger, "Which bastard is playing such a prank?" But before he could even finish his words, Hyung appeared there and quickly threw his punch. This punch was truly something that guy couldn't block, forcing him to take a few steps back, or more accurately, sending him flying tens of thousands of yards away. A few people nearby saw this scene and shouted in astonishment. He blew away the guy who shook the combined forces of the captain, vice captain, and Janging in a single move. Does the young master have a cannon on his fist? Hyung stood in front of the person below and opened his mouth. "Are you all right? Thank you for your help." He carefully urged a few words. "Don't misunderstand, I didn't do this out of some pity. I told you before, didn't I? Your lives are mine. You can't even die if you want to until you become useful warhorses." Yeokdong stood there, a little flustered. That way of speaking is truly unique. He quickly urged the few people on the other side to gather the injured and treat them. "I'll take care of that masked leader. I thought you'd be gone after taking that one hit, but I didn't expect you to endure it." The masked man on the other side looked this way, a little displeased. "Surprising. You've exceeded my expectations." The sword in the opponent's hand very quickly revealed a large crack. "If I hadn't blocked it with my sword, my chest bone would probably have been powdered." Hyung at this moment intervened in their conversation. "Where are you from? I know you're not a bandit, so don't even think about lying." The opponent looked at him with a calm expression. "What's the point of knowing that when you're about to die?" Hyung, not at all afraid, smiled. "This body will live for at least another 100 years, so hurry up and talk. If I become an immortal, I'll be able to live for another 1,000 years. As soon as the guy heard this, he was slightly angered, and the sword in his hand was also thrown to one side. "Are you already getting conceited after succeeding once?" This time it seemed he really wanted to have a go at it with his bare fists. "I will kill you." Hyung, even seeing the scene, was not afraid and smiled joyfully. "You'll beat me with fist techniques? Well, since your sword is broken, you can't use it anymore." Then he very excitedly provoked the man. "Come at me." The masked man at this moment shouted in extreme anger. "You damn bastard." He very quickly threw his fist at him. Hyung, with a cold gaze, observed the opponent's every move and very easily fought him on equal footing. Hyung evaluated in his heart. "This bastard, he's just as I expected." He threw a punch this way, and Hyung was also able to easily dodge it. Once again he clenched his hand into a fist and headed straight forward. The man was a little surprised to see this scene, and one side of his mask was finally broken. Hyung clenched his fist and headed that way. Ready to shatter that mask at any moment, he used his fist to attack that way powerfully. Their steps finally stopped. The masked man on the other side panted in exhaustion, and he also spat out a large mouthful of blood. At this moment he couldn't believe it at all. "What is happening? It's as if this damn bastard knows all my attack patterns and is dodging them. It must be a mistake. This can't be." Hyung at this moment had a joyful smile on his lips and looked that way. "Seeing you use the blood yin dragon claw, you must be those guys." The masked man on the other side was dumbfounded by this sight. "How do you?" Hyung then had a joyful smile on his lips, feeling a faint evil aura of internal energy. That alone is enough to tell. To think the blood yin dragon claw has been perfected, he couldn't help but recall the form of his former subordinate, truly unable to believe it. "It was only a short while ago that I learned the martial art I practiced had not been perfected. This is something only a seasoned veteran should know." Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. "My appearance may have changed, but my combat experience remains. How about you, kid?" At that moment, a large flame was already summoned in that bastard's hand. "Since you already know, I have no need to hide it any longer." The opponent very quickly unleashed his power, creating the image of a giant dragon behind his back. Hyung saw this scene and had a faint smile on his lips. Are you really going to fight? HMPH, are you really going to fight? That bastard then prepared to charge straight at him with the two giant dragons in his hands and shouted loudly, "You forced my hand." He was able to dodge it very quickly, avoiding the attack with just a few hand motions, even using his whole body to dodge. The scene was of course seen by the group outside. Yokdong, surprised, rubbed his eyes a few times, completely unable to understand. "That's strange, I feel like I just saw a dragon. What's going on?" Janging, standing beside him, was surprised to hear that. Soki, who was in front, continued, "I saw it that way too. Is it real? I thought something was wrong with my eyes," Janging shouted, completely unable to believe it. "What on earth kind of technique can create such terrifying pressure?" Soki carefully commented. "The young master is no pushover either." As soon as these words were spoken, the few people beside him had to be surprised. Soki stood above and carefully explained, "He is dodging every attack as if he sees through everything about it." Young looked that way, a joyful smile on his lips. "Thankfully, this bastard hasn't mastered the Blood Yin Dragon Claw. In the past, even mastery would have been nothing to me, but with this body it would be difficult to block." At that moment, he unleashed his power, creating a blue aura that enveloped his entire body. He observed everything carefully, but Hyung used his power to attack forward. "I can handle a guy like you. How dare you?" He was able to dodge that attack very quickly. "You foolish bastard." A joyful smile then spread across his lips. "No matter how powerful a martial art you have, if you don't know how to use it, it's no different from trash." That bastard shouted in anger, "Shut your mouth." At this moment the attack in front of him headed powerfully straight for him. Hyung faced it with a cold gaze, staring intensely at where the fist was flying with eyes full of killing intent. The two rays of light were about to clash, but even though the power Hyung unleashed seemed harmless, it was able to completely destroy the opponent's ultimate technique. Guisu stood there and shouted in astonishment, unable to believe it. "How can this be?" Hyung on this side rushed straight this way very quickly. The masked man instinctively raised his hand to block, and at that moment he lifted his leg high and kicked powerfully straight forward. That bastard could not resist this attack at all, and he painfully spat out a large mouthful of blood. The opponent was sent flying far by this blow, and Hyung very quickly chased after him, appeared before his eyes and once again punched straight at his stomach. The next was a blow to the face, and finally a powerful combo appeared heading for the opponent. Soki, seeing this from afar, couldn't help but shout a few times. Janging also couldn't believe what he was seeing right in front of him. Yokdong, standing on one side, suddenly spoke at this moment. "I've made up my mind. I will never stand against the young master." As soon as these words were spoken, the person beside him immediately nodded and replied. The masked man on the other side spat out a few mouthfuls of blood as he was hit. Unable to resist, Hyung was ready to attack at any moment. As expected, his body lacked strength. "I should have beaten him to death long ago. In the past, a single finger would have been enough to kill this bastard." Hyung once again clenched his fist, preparing to attack. That masked man could not resist at all, and could only accept his fate as he was sent flying far away. "So what, as long as I win?" That bastard very quickly flew straight up into the sky, unable to resist. Hyung then quickly chased after him. One more hit. With just one more hit, he could easily send the opponent's body flying. That bastard was hit so quickly that he flew straight into the tree trunk below. The white snowballs on the tree also slowly fell from this impact, and a large pile of snow covered the masked man's pained body. The opponent, in despair, struggled to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. The group standing on the other side saw this scene and couldn't help but shout a few times. "Is that bastard down?" Hategon clutched his head, completely unable to believe it. "At this rate, I'll be killed too." At this moment he heard another voice. "That bastard and the young master are both really monsters." Then he heard them continue to speak. "Then does that mean the young master is the bigger monster? He's the one who took that bastard down." The more Hategon listened, the less he could believe it. "If this ends here, it won't be long before I and the Jiangnan sect are ruined." He quickly commanded the person behind him, "You guys cover me and escape." They very quickly fell into deep thought, and finally the leader, Hategon, disappeared. He used his speed to quickly hide behind them, intending to leave this place, and thought quietly to himself, "I must find a chance to eliminate that damn young master." Hyung stood there and suddenly opened his mouth. "Where did you come from?" The masked man spat out a few large mouthfuls of blood, and he squatted down, looking a little interested, and looked that way. "Confess willingly, otherwise when I start torturing you, you'll be crying and begging. I'm quite experienced in torture, you know." Yet this bastard continued to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood at him. Hyung looked at him, slightly disgusted. "Geez, why is he so dirty?" The opponent lifted his head and said in a trembling voice, "What kind of monster are you?" "You?" Hyung at this moment had a smile on his lips and nonchalantly asked back, "You're asking me a question without answering mine?" He once again spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in succession. "Who on earth are you?" Hyung looked at him, a little interested. "You ask a lot of questions, can't you tell by looking? I am young Master Namging Hyung of the Namging clan, understand?" But that bastard could not accept that fact at all. "Impossible." He looked this way, his eyes wide with surprise. "Your martial arts are no ordinary kind. Besides, among the 9 great sects and 5 great clans, there are no descendants who can grasp the profound mysteries of the Blood Yin Dragon Claw." Hyung shrugged his shoulders a few times and replied, looking a little helpless, "Don't compare me to those chickens." The masked man on the other side muttered a few words. "What I want to know is your real identity." Hyung looked at the man in front of him, slightly disgusted. "Are you that curious? What are you so curious about? Just by looking, I can't tell that you're hurt." He slowly stood up and looked at him. It seems you have no intention of talking, HMPH. It seems I'll have to take you and torture you for a few hours. Finally he turned around and urged. Come here and tie this bastard up and take him away. As expected, he's hiding something. Why does my shoulder hurt so much? Yokdong held the rope in his hand ready to tie him up at any moment. Come and sit here. The man struggled to let a few mouthfuls of blood flow from his mouth. Is my life over here? He lifted his head and looked at the high sky, thinking a little in his heart. It seemed he could see the blue sky beyond that mask, but in the blink of an eye everything was engulfed in thick black smoke. Yokdong, standing in front, saw the opponent's figure being completely consumed by the black aura and, slightly surprised, shouted a few times. What is this? He very quickly paid attention to that bastard. Then he quickly and loudly reminded his opponent, stand back, it's poison. His entire body was very quickly engulfed in large flames. The mask also quickly fell off, and in the end his body was left with only a rotten skeleton. Yokdong covered his face and looked at this scene, unable to believe it. Only a skeleton is left? The few people beside him also shouted a few times. The smell is so bad. What kind of poison is so vile? Hyung stood there and answered calmly, it's bone-melting powder. A strange poison that can melt a person down to their bones. They looked at their young master, their eyes filled with surprise and incomprehension. How does the young master know everything? Hyung paid no mind to the surrounding gazes and thought to himself. To think he went this far to hide his identity. That afternoon the sun slowly set and the base where they were was very quickly discovered. Hyung just sat there quietly and looked at the scene before him. A few members of the Thunder Dragon unit were on the other side, trying to subdue the rampaging horses. Soki approached from a distance and reported cautiously. Young master, we have recovered all the stolen horses. How many in total? The opponent smiled and answered. Probably about 100. But he very quickly rejected this number. No, it's not even 90. As soon as these words were spoken, the opponent was slightly surprised. Hyung pointed to his own head and said unpleasantly, think about it, it's been almost a month since these horses were stolen. Do you think not a single one died in that time? Their conversation gradually changed. That's true, but let's leave 10. I've given you a hint, so take care of it. Soki answered, a little flustered in his heart. Understood. He lightly placed his hand on the opponent's shoulder and smiled. Since we're both leaders, we understand each other's intentions well, don't we? Do you mean people? Finally, he shouted loudly, pointed that way, and commanded, hey, be a little more careful. These horses are precious assets of the Yunhyung Mabang and our clan. Soki stood on one side and seeing him like this couldn't help but admire him a few times. He's truly amazing. Hyung then saw a horse standing alone on the other side and quickly went forward and patted it a little. Why is this one alone? He turned around and shouted in anger. Have these guys really forgotten my words? They're too relaxed. Get a grip. From behind a shadow was heading that way. Ha Taegon held the dagger in his hand and went forward, even calculating everything meticulously. If I just eliminate this guy, the situation will be reversed. But he never expected Hyung to turn his head at this moment and look back. As soon as he saw him, he shouted in surprise a few times, and Hyung nonchalantly asked, what are you doing over there? That bastard gripped the knife in his hand and shouted in anger, if I just take care of you, everything will be resolved. He didn't react at all, just sent the crazed man to another world. Don't resent me even when you go to the afterlife. Hearing these strange words, Hyung just answered calmly, who has time to resent and blame? That bastard was so surprised to hear this that he fell over himself, and Hyung just looked at him calmly. Do you have something to resent me for? When he opened his eyes again, before him was the figure of a familiar person. Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips as he looked forward. You're awake? You're a tough one to kill. The entire group of traitors woke up to find themselves buried in the ground in a strange state. What is this? They looked this way, completely unable to believe it. Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. Are you going to take your own life like that masked bastard? Probably so. The man buried in the ground heard this, trembled and shook his head, not daring to answer. Hyung paid no attention to his movement, smiled and continued. Bone-melting powder is not an easy poison to obtain either. Yokdong, who was beside him, suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. Young master, we have buried them all as you commanded. What should we do now? Hyung pretended to think carefully. What should we do? Didn't you do this to interrogate them? Ha Taegon, hearing those words, was finally able to sigh. That's right, how could I kill them right away? We must interrogate them to find out the truth. But at this moment Hyung waved his hand a few times, a look of disgust on his face. Forget it, it's a hassle. Let's just go. As soon as these words were spoken, the man buried in the ground was extremely surprised. Of course, the opponent couldn't believe what he had just heard at all. Just go, it's winter and the snow is falling heavily. He then quickly shouted in anger a few times. Are you planning to let us all freeze to death? But Hyung had no intention of caring about such things. If not only me but all the martial artists here freeze to death, the Heavenly Decree Hall will surely investigate, and if that happens, the Namgying clan's reputation will soon fall to the ground. Hyung shrugged his shoulders, a look of helplessness on his face. That's probably true, why didn't I think of that? Seeing Hyung's attitude, he was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. You finally understand, then hurry up and release us. But before he could even finish his words, he was hit square in the head by a powerful shovel. Yokdong, standing on the other side, angrily assaulted his opponent a few times. You foolish bastard, you dare threaten the young master? Hyung, standing on this side, carefully reminded him a few times. Go easy on him, he's going to pass out. He really beat him to the point where that shovel completely broke. Ha Taegon, with a beaten face, groaned a few times and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yeokdong, standing on the other side, shouted in anger. The thought of cherry blossom petals falling on these bastards' corpses makes my blood boil. But Hyung, of course, knew this guy's intentions well. He's pretending to do it for me, but in reality he's just trying to vent his own feelings. Yet a few pieces of fresh meat were thrown in front of them. The group very joyfully threw meat all around. Ha Taegon, with a beaten face, asked blankly, "Why are you throwing raw meat here?" Hyung answered very kindly. "It's to enjoy the sight of hungry wolves coming to eat. It's winter, so they must be hungry. It's a bit little, but it should be enough for them to catch the scent of meat." As soon as these words were spoken, that group was so surprised their mouths fell open. Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips as he looked at them. "How about it?" As if in response to his words, the shadows of a few giant wolves appeared from the forest. They opened their large mouths towards this side, revealing their sharp teeth. "Two birds with one stone, deal with you and deal with the evidence." At this moment a few large wolves appeared from the side, ready to attack at any moment. It was preparing to bite that way with its sharp teeth. Ha Taegon at this moment shouted in fear, "I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." But Hyung paid no attention at all and answered with a joyful smile on his lips, "So, I'm not interested." Ha Taegon asked back, his eyes filled with fear, "Aren't you curious who's behind this?" Hyung at this moment took out a small pouch from his bosom and slowly poured it out. "What I'm curious about," Hyung's lips curled into a joyful, contemptuous smile, "is whether there's salt in the mountains or not." The man buried in the ground was terrified in his heart. "I was just momentarily swayed by temptation. Salt, you say?" Hyung at this moment waved his hand a few times, looking slightly displeased. "To think someone dared to lay a hand on the Namgying clan's assets, I can't believe it." Ha Taegon saw this scene and truly couldn't believe it. "What on earth has that guy been talking about all this time?" Hyung had a mocking smile on his lips. "Sigh, I'm too merciful to bring myself to do it. So I'll have to leave it to the pack of wolves. I wonder if there will be enough. This is a special gift from me." The man buried in the ground could only cry out in pain a few times. "I was wrong. All the assets have been moved to the Jiangnan sect." Hyung looked at the man below with extreme disgust. "Is that so?" They then quickly answered, "Of course, if you spare us we will give you the key to the warehouse. Of all the things you've said, that's what I like the most so far." Meanwhile, on the side of the Yunhyung Mabang leader. At this moment they were still standing there waiting for news, when they suddenly noticed a sound approaching. That group finally returned. Sangwon Chu at this moment had a joyful smile on his lips as he looked that way. They saw Ha Taegon tied up and standing on the other side. Hyung extended his hand towards him and pointed as if he had something else to say. Ha Taegon, of course, was beaten up and he very quickly became a complete mess. The blue sky that day was truly very clear. Sangwon Chu looked at him as if he were talking to a benefactor. "Why don't you rest a little more before you go?" "I'll be sad if you leave right now." Hyung, held in an embrace, replied with a smile on his lips. "As a young master of the clan I cannot be away for too long." The man in front of him very quickly handed him a large money pouch. "It's small, but it's a token of my sincerity." Hyung, while continuing to refuse with his mouth, accepted it with a joyful smile. "Oh my, really? I will convey the Mabang leader's sincerity and loyalty to the clan head. Yes, yes. Thank you." Hyung at this moment spoke in a small voice to Soki, who was standing beside him. "What happened to the goods in the warehouse? We swept it clean last night. We put every single gold and silver treasure into our pockets. We also collected things like ceramics and paintings. The assets are truly immense." The more Hyung heard, the more excited he became. "Is that so? If we add the money from selling the horses, it will be a big profit. I won't have to worry about the cost of medicine for a while." He quickly signaled loudly to the people behind him. "Everyone get ready. We're going home." Meanwhile, in the Namgying clan's annex, this news very quickly reached them. "Hyung is back. Yes, they say he defeated all the bandits and set things right." The more Gangro heard, the more excited he became, a joyful smile spreading across his lips. "This is truly good news. His personality is a bit difficult, but his abilities are outstanding, aren't they?" As he said this, he turned his head and looked at his eldest son. The clan head very quickly left the place. "I must go to greet my second son's return, mustn't I?" Soki was already waiting there. "Your subordinate greets the clan head. You've worked hard, Thunder Dragon unit leader." "Thank you for the praise." Gangro was eagerly looking for his own child from start to finish. "But why isn't the main character here? He said he had urgent business and had to be away for a while." Gangro thought for a moment in his heart upon hearing these words. What important business could be so important as to miss the welcome ceremony? Come to think of it, the Thunder Dragon unit seems to be a bit short on numbers. Soki had a slightly troubled look on his face, not knowing how to answer. "I can't tell him they went to sell the goods even if I die." Somewhere in the city, a man was carefully calculating everything with an abacus when a sound suddenly drew his attention. Hyung appeared there with a faint smile on his lips. "Hey, long time no see." As soon as the man saw him, he flinched, showing a look of fear. "Weren't you going to subjugate the bandits, young master?" Hyung touched a few of the nearby ledgers with his hand and carefully examined them. It's all taken care of. The black dot isn't what it used to be. How can you do business with information this slow? The man was extremely furious in his heart, but he could only grit his teeth and smile faintly. Congratulations. But what brings you here? Hyung then had a joyful smile on his lips. The reason I came to the black dot, of course, it's to buy information or goods or to dispose of treasures. A group came in from outside carrying numerous large and small wooden boxes. The man opened each of the boxes before him and was slightly surprised in his heart. What is all this? From within the wooden boxes a strong ray of light shone out, enough to startle a person. Hyung looked that way with a slightly joyful expression. There are also ceramics and precious paintings. Appraise them well and give me a price. The man there hesitated a little. There is a black dot branch in Hebei as well. Why did you go to the trouble of bringing them all the way here? Hyung answered with a joyful smile on his lips. You and I know each other after all. I thought you'd give me a good price. Am I wrong? I understand. It will take some time to appraise them, is that all right? Hyung then sat down in a chair that seemed to have been prepared for him, smiling calmly. Yes, take your time. The man from the black dot opened his mouth. I don't think I can handle all of this by myself, so I will call for more staff. Hyung then sighed. I brought a few ronin. Can you give me a price for them as well? When the man opened the door and looked outside, he was slightly unable to believe it in his heart. A group was completely tied up and being dragged here. What on earth is this? Hyung smiled and spoke gently. I'm really looking forward to the price you'll offer. Think it over carefully. Meanwhile, at this time, the news very quickly reached Namdingbek's ears as well. What? Hyung came back alive. The man in black clothes bowed his head and answered. That's right. His face showed a slightly angry expression upon hearing this news. Without a single arm or leg cut off, I hear he doesn't have a single scratch, he shouted in anger. How can that be? Are you deceiving me? Even with the Thunder Dragon unit escorting him, that can't happen. I mean that brat was able to subdue Guisu? There is something more important. The Jiang and sect leader Ha Taegon was captured alive and brought here, Namdingbek shouted in anger upon hearing this. What? His two hands slammed the desk hard a few times in anger. If the mission failed, he should have at least known to commit suicide. How could he be so stupidly captured? The man beside him slowly opened his mouth. What should we do? Namdingbek took out a strange piece of paper from his bosom. If he submits and confesses everything will be ruined. Shouldn't we discard the rotten leaves? The other, seeing the leaf fall, understood everything. I will take care of it. Namdingbek then turned around. Hyung, just how long are you going to stand in my way? Hyung sat on a high wall, humming very joyfully. He sat on the roof very excited. 31,000 silver taels, just looking at it makes me feel good. He was very pleased. Is this the true taste of labor? Cheonsong shouted a few times from below. Young master, please come down, the clan head is looking for you. Hyung quickly jumped down from above. Oops, this action very quickly startled the person beside him. Ah, Cheonsong shouted once in anger. You could have just come down, why did you have to jump? What if you broke your leg? Be quiet. Do you want to go back to how it was before? Hyung turned around with a look of disgust. It's probably not that bad now. You can tell just by looking at my healthy complexion. Cheonsong looked at him with a look of disgust. So are you done with your business? Hyung was very joyful and excited. Of course. Cheonsong saw the scene and shouted in anger. Then hurry up and go to the clan head. He was very angry that you didn't attend the welcome ceremony. The steps of the person in front of him went back and forth very quickly, looking slightly displeased. This person was his loving father, Gangro, and he was shouting in great anger, "What on earth was so important that you even missed the welcome ceremony?" From behind, a person's voice was very quickly heard. Hyung has arrived. As soon as he heard the voice, he turned his body and looked this way. Hyung stood there, a joyful smile on his lips as he leisurely approached. The affectionate father shouted in anger. Why on earth? Hyung rushed over very worried and hugged him tightly. You had a hard time, little brother? The other asked with a worried and greasy look. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm all grown up, so stop treating me like a child. What are you talking about? We're close brothers. I know, so let go and speak normally. This sight made the father on the other side a little dazed in his heart. Their brotherly love is truly deep. The grand elder had also come there at some point. Deep, my foot, please let go of him. It's truly a blessing from the heavens, how wonderful. He rushed straight towards the two brothers with a worried heart. The more Hyung looked, the more disgusted he became. What now? I'm so proud. Gangro, who was standing outside, felt a little interested. Is there no place for me? The father quickly rushed straight to where Hyung and Hyung were. Let me hug you too. Then another argument broke out. I'm so annoyed, please get out of the way. Meanwhile, the Namding clan's side was at this moment covered in white snow. From inside the underground prison, an angry person's voice was heard. Just how long are you going to lock me up? Don't you know who I am? I am the Jiang sect leader, Ha Taegon. The person in front of him replied very calmly. That's right, but now you are a sinner, so bow your head meekly. The man, of course, did not give up so easily and continued. Who says I'm a sinner? Didn't I say it was a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding or not, it's all the same. Stay here quietly until the interrogation begins tomorrow. What about that? What do you mean? Ha Taegon shouted in extreme anger at this moment. Didn't I ask you to let me see Elder Namdingbek? Did you forget? The man in front of him heard this and answered calmly. Just because you ask doesn't mean he has to come. It's hard for us to see him, so how much more for you? He shouted in anger. I only asked you to pass on the message. What's so difficult about that? Just tell him that the Jiang sect leader wants to see him and he will come right away. The person on the other side heard this, waved his hand a few times and was very displeased. I got it. He was truly very angry. Don't answer so half-heartedly. At this moment a person came in from outside, smiled and said, Brother, you're working hard. He was slightly pleased. What brings you here so early today? The other handed him a small bottle of wine. Let's have a few drinks and go rest. Hey, you're really thoughtful. He quickly turned around and left the place, and that man also quickly turned around looking that way. He approached the prison cell and calmly opened his mouth. Sect leader, you've had a hard time. The man inside the prison smiled joyfully as soon as he saw who had come. Did Elder Beck send you? That's right. There are many eyes, so I had to be careful. Please don't take offense. Just as I thought, of course I don't mind. So when will the elder come? He handed a chicken and a bottle of fragrant wine this way. He will be here after midnight, so please wait. The man in the prison very joyfully ate ravenously. I'm starving to death. Delicious. I'm just asking, just in case. While eating, he slowly turned his head and looked that way. From outside the prison he stared ahead with a murderous gaze. You haven't confessed anything, have you? As soon as Hategan heard this he shouted in anger. Hey, I am the dignified Jiang and sect leader. I would never confess even under all kinds of torture. The man outside finally replied gently. I'm relieved to hear that. Don't think about useless things. Just find a way to get me out. But before he could even finish his words, the wine bottle in his hand completely shattered. With a surprised look he spat out a few mouthfuls of the food he had just put in his mouth. The person on the other side saw this scene and was slightly disgusted and contemptuous. If you failed, you should have known to commit suicide. Why do you make things so troublesome? Hategan clutched his throat and groaned a few times. The man outside saw this scene and just contemptuously cursed a few words. Foolish bastard. At this moment, on the other side of the annex, a strong energy also rose. Hyung was there, training very carefully, creating his own immense power. His whole body seemed to have successfully absorbed all the essence of heaven and earth. He sighed as if exhausted, but at this moment he clutched one side of his chest and shouted a few words. It hurts so much. He lightly touched his chest with both hands. To think I'm still like this even after mastering the Changqian Nether King art, damn it. I'll have to rely on spiritual pills to continue my training. I must clear one more meridian to be able to display my skills, but thankfully the soul-slaying fist has shown some results. His two hands slowly began to activate their power, and he once again went straight forward. The day is broken. I should go see Hategan's interrogation. At this moment he arrived there, but no one was to be seen. He himself was a little surprised and couldn't understand, and went straight to where the elders were. What is going on? Hyung entered and asked loudly. Why is the interrogation? Gangro was slightly somber. Hategan is dead. The Grand Elder was a little sad in his heart upon hearing this. I hear he died because a chicken bone got stuck in his throat. Really, how could such a thing happen? Hyung smiled, looking a little pleased. Amazing, you even fed him before the interrogation. It would be stranger if that made sense. Namgingbek stood there and opened his mouth. The infirmary is conducting an autopsy, so we just have to wait to know the exact cause of death, Hyung just answered nonchalantly. Is that so? Namgingbek stood there very angry and clenched both hands into fists. What's with that suspicious look? The people there opened their mouths, looking very displeased. Are you suggesting that there is an internal spy who dared to use poison within the clan? Poisoning by an internal spy? That's a possibility. After all, there are many poisons that leave no trace. Namgingbek glared at the young man with rage-filled eyes. You damn bastard, you talk as if you know everything. But the person in front of him quickly stepped in. Do not make rash assumptions. Wait for the physician's results. The interrogation has been cancelled, so you should leave as well. Hyung shrugged a few times and replied with a smile. Yes, I understand. That's fine too. The story of the items I took will be buried forever. Hyung turned with a cheerful expression and left the place. Everyone, please rest well. Namgingbek watched him from behind, unable to feel good in the slightest. That bastard. The door closed once again. Even after leaving, the man kept replaying Hyung's serious expression in his mind. Those eyes, which seemed to see through everything, were truly unpleasant. He headed straight for his room. Inside, his two sons were already waiting. They quickly stood up and greeted him. Father, you're here? Namgingbek slowly sat down and asked with a serious gaze. How is your body? Namgingungwa replied with a faint smile on his lips. I was able to start training with my sword again a few days ago, Namgingbek replied seriously. Good. Do not be discouraged. Continue to devote yourself to martial arts training. I will continue to prepare spiritual pills for you. He reached out to his son and continued to urge him. Do not forget that your talent is far superior to that bastard Hyung's. He is destined to die anyway. I will keep that in mind. Soa, sitting beside him holding a small tangerine, suddenly spoke. By the way, why did you call for us? Hearing this, Namgingbek felt slightly displeased. If only he were half as good as his brother, he continued. The family's situation is unsettled, so lay low for a while. Unhwa, who was sitting in front, replied. Is it because of the Jiang'an sect leader who died in the prison? Yes. Unhwa was about to say something, but the person beside him quickly slammed the desk and asked loudly in anger. Why should we lay low because of that? Namgingbek saw his son's attitude and asked back seriously, What do you mean? But the boy showed no fear and shouted in anger. Wasn't that bastard captured by Namginghyung? If the sinner is dead, shouldn't the one who caught him take responsibility? Why should we? Unhwa, sitting beside him, quickly reminded him. Watch your mouth in front of father. It's because I'm so angry. He only subdued a group of mountain bandits and the elders are praising him like a hero. What kind of hero is that damn bastard? If you had given me the men, I could have wiped out those bandits too. His two hands holding a wooden bottle nearby trembled. In his rage, Namgying Bek took the bottle and struck his foolish son hard. "You idiot!" He couldn't help but let out a few curses. The two sons sitting there were slightly shocked by this sight. "Father," Namgying Bek cursed loudly in anger. "An awl in a pocket will eventually poke through. The prestige of that Namgying Hyung you ignored is growing by the day. Do you know nothing but how to eat and play?" Soa just lowered his head and answered sadly, "Please give me one more chance." But before he could finish his words, he pointed to one side and shouted loudly, "You're all talk, I don't even want to see your face. Get out of my sight." The weather that day was clear and beautiful. The capital here was truly bustling. Soa, feeling extremely weary, walked down the street and drank a few bottles of liquor in front of him. "Damn it, Namgying Hyung, Namgying Hyung. Namgying Hyung, it's that son of a bitch again." His anger grew so immense that he slammed the liquor bottle on the ground. "I'll show you what's what." Suddenly a voice was heard from behind. A group appeared and greeted him. "Well, now why the rush in broad daylight?" He turned, saw the group standing behind him and asked with a smile, "You're here." They began to talk with cheerful laughter. "There are many prying eyes here, so don't let bad rumors spread about the young master of the Namgying clan. By the way, why did you call for us?" Soa pointed to one side and said, "There's something I need your cooperation on. It's a bit public here. Let's go over there and talk." Somewhere a surprised scream echoed. "My God!" The physician saw the silver ingots before him and couldn't believe his eyes. "How much is here?" Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. "This should be enough for the spiritual pills, right? High-grade elixirs, I mean, not the worthless junk." The physician still couldn't believe it even after seeing the money. Spiritual pills aren't something you can just buy with money. A moment later, 2 more money pouches were thrown onto the table and large and small gold ingots poured out. "There's nothing money can't buy. If you can't buy it, it's only because you don't have enough money. With enough money you can even buy an immortal, let alone something like this." Hyung began to threaten him again. "The same goes for violence. If the money isn't enough, I'll add this, and if that still doesn't solve it, you'd better watch out." "I'll know it's more than enough." Hyung then waved his hand a few times. "Just do as I ask. Yes, I will do my best to obtain the spiritual pills for you." Hyung walked down the street feeling very excited, as if he would soon sprout wings and fly to the sky. "All right, now that I have money and time. What should I do next?" he thought to himself, very excited. "First, I should try some side dishes and have a few drinks." Suddenly a voice was heard from the side. Cheon-song stood there and shouted in an angry voice, "What are you scheming now?" "Scheming? What are you talking about?" She pointed that way and said, "If not, why have you been avoiding my face lately?" Hyung asked back with a calm and bewildered expression. "Geez, why would I avoid you? You're not my wife." Hearing this, Cheon-song immediately retorted angrily, "My duty is to look after the young master's health. It was in the past, it is now, and it will be in the future." But Hyung knew well how to escape from this fool. "Oh, father, you're here?" Hearing this, the person reacted instinctively, quickly turning to look all around. "What?" The clan head, but when she turned back, her young master was already gone. Realizing she had been tricked, Cheon-song became very angry. "Where did you disappear to again? Is my existence invisible? Just you wait. There'll be no mercy from now on." Namgying Soa and his group were having a small conversation in a tavern. "All right, cheers. So you're angry because of that damn Namgying Hyung? This is the first time I've seen young master Namgying Soa so down." He picked up the wine cup on the table, looking slightly displeased. "I don't want to admit it, but seeing how he defeated my older brother and handled things in Hebei, it seems he's become a completely different person." A few people sitting nearby heard this and just answered calmly, "He was probably just lucky." "That's right. A person can't change overnight." As soon as Soa heard this, he grew even angrier and slammed the desk hard. "Damn it. Just thinking about getting scolded by my father because of him makes my blood boil." The two people sitting there looked at each other with faint smiles, nodding as if sending a signal. They looked at the person in front of them and said calmly, "How about we teach him a lesson?" He heard this and asked back, slightly wary, "Is that your intention? Wasn't that why you called us in the first place?" Soa had a slightly joyful smile on his lips. "That's right. The Hefei 10 Swords, a group composed of the best families, can surely do it. The successor of the Banganyang sect. The one who possesses the spirit of the Tewa divine art and is the top master of the Hefei 10 Swords. And we can't forget the 2 young masters of the Cheorin Bang Ma Unrivaled." The rest of the men were all recognized for their abilities. He asked back, completely calm, "Are you guys confident?" He looked ahead with a cold gaze. "Remember, he's not the Namgying Hyung of the past." The man heard this and just answered calmly with a confident look, "Of course, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to face all of us at once. If the 10 of us join forces, we wouldn't even be afraid of the leader of our Changryang unit. Just handle the aftermath after we teach Namgying Hyung a lesson. It will get noisy if we lay a hand on the son of the clan head. Everyone knows that Elder Namgying Bek is the real power in the Namgying clan. Let's take this chance to show our skills and make a good impression." Hearing this, he laughed joyfully and replied, "Don't worry, I'll tell my father about this later. Here, have another bottle of wine." Suddenly, Soa's attention was drawn to something. Coincidentally, Hyung was also here, sitting at a table on the other side and drinking. He looked ahead with a very wary expression. "Since when was that bastard over there?" Hyung on the other side was also admiring joyfully. "Wow, these side dishes are delicious." The people on this side saw him there and smiled mockingly. How fortunate, it saves us the trouble of looking for him. Shall we get started now? The entire group quickly stood up and headed that way. Young master, please make yourself scarce. It could be troublesome if you're found with us. Soa smiled very joyfully and moved forward. All right, I'll wait for your good news. His eyes were full of madness and anticipation. Don't resent me, you brought this upon yourself. Hyung, who was eating on the other side, suddenly saw a few shadows approaching him. They saw him and greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, young master. I am Ra-chun of the Banganyung sect. Who are you? Hearing his words, he was slightly dumbfounded. This bastard, he doesn't know the Banganyung sect. Another person quickly stepped forward with a joyful smile. We met when we were young, you probably don't remember. Hyung looked at them with a contemptuous gaze. And who are you? He was slightly flustered, but still replied with a smile on his lips. I am Unrivaled of the Cheorin Bang. I was quite close to you when we were young master. Hyung shrugged and answered nonchalantly. Cut the useless greetings and get to the point, you reek of sweat. What are you all doing here? He answered with a calm smile. It's because we heard of the achievements you established in Hebei, young master. This bastard, he's incredibly rude. Ra-chun pointed to the person behind him and smiled. We are all descendants of martial families. We can't be like this, can we? It's modest, but we've prepared a celebratory feast for you, young master. We've also prepared a boat. Drinking while looking at the river, there's nothing better. Hyung felt a little interested upon hearing this. Oh, an interesting proposal. Seeing him agree, they laughed joyfully in their hearts. He took the bait. They really went into a strange forest together. Ra-chun stood there feeling slightly pleased and glanced back. To follow us so obediently without knowing what's going to happen, just breaking an arm or a leg should be enough. Hyung, who was walking with them, suddenly spoke at this moment. We can stop here. Why don't you drop the mask and show your true colors? The person walking ahead just smiled and asked back. What are you talking about? We'll be there if we just go a little further. Hyung extended his hand forward with a cold gaze. Stop the nonsense. I know this isn't the way to the river. The faces of the men on the other side turned cold, looking ready to attack at any moment. You followed us even though you knew? Are you stupid or just brazen? Hyung just looked straight at them with a cold gaze. If you're curious, you can find out for yourselves. Hearing this, he answered leisurely without any fear. No matter how good you are, do you think you can take on all of us? Hyung finally shrugged a few times and smiled. We'll find out when we fight. The man laughed joyfully upon hearing this. This guy's really lost his mind. A small fight really broke out between them. Go easy, don't kill him, got it. But right after that, the group truly couldn't believe the scene before them. What is happening? He slowly bent down and picked up a nearby stone. If you're small and medium-sized sects based in Hefei, you should have your own history and tradition. How did you end up producing trash like you? The group on the other side became very angry upon hearing this, and charged straight forward. You dare insult our families? We won't forgive you. Hyung showed no fear and with a faint smile, easily attacked the group with the stone in his hand. They couldn't resist at all and could only scream a few times in pain. The stone even flew towards a tree branch on the other side, causing a few scratches on the opponent's face. Ra-chun was completely stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. In a daze, he saw a pair of hands heading straight for him. Hyung very easily subdued the opponent, lifted him high, and then slammed him straight into the ground. A painful scream echoed, and the entire group was completely subdued in the blink of an eye. At this time they were being treated like seedlings being planted in the ground, their entire bodies completely buried in the damp soil with only dazed expressions on their faces. We're screwed. What do we do now? A few members of the Thunder Dragon unit were also sent here. We've buried the last one. They looked at the scene before them with great interest. Hyung looked at them and said calmly. Good work. Sok-hee, standing to one side, replied contemptuously. But these guys are fearless. To dare lay a hand on the young master of the Namging clan, Yokdong continued coldly. Moths to a flame, even if all of us attacked, we'd be no match for the young master, so how could they win? Jangging stood there and continued. Still, I guess it's a blessing in disguise. We'll soon be on a boat enjoying the scenery. It should be high tide by now. As soon as these words were spoken, the two comrades behind him turned pale with fear. In their minds, they recalled the feeling of being in that fishing net. The feeling of being submerged in water, all the oxygen gone, only able to struggle a few times while trembling in fear. Recalling that terrible memory, their entire bodies went cold. It was something they never wanted to experience again. Don't ever bring that up again. Yes, Ra-chun, who was in the ground, trembled in fear and shouted, Why you? What are you going to do to us? Hyung squatted down and spoke slowly as if talking to a close friend. When a child does wrong, the parents must take responsibility. If you want to live, write down what I'm about to read. If you want to save your son, come to the East Hill alone. At that moment a small brush was pointed at him as if to make him do something. The man buried in the ground trembled in fear and asked with difficulty, I can't use my hands. How am I supposed to write? But before he could finish his words, the other violently shoved the brush into his mouth and with a terrifying gaze looked this way and asked, Then what's your mouth for? The man saw this scene and in his anger spat out the brush that was in his mouth. How could one force a person to do something so absurd? But as soon as he did, he was assaulted with a shovel by someone nearby. Yokdong, filled with anger, rushed forward and beat him mercilessly. How dare you disobey our young master? If the young master sees a gold nugget and calls it a pile of dung, then it's a pile of dung. And if he sees a pile of dung and calls it a gold nugget, then it's a gold nugget, understand? The man, beaten to a pulp and with a bloody nose, answered in pain, I was wrong. I will never disobey again. The people behind him saw this scene and were filled with fear. I must never talk back. It's best to do as that guy says. Very quickly, they took the brushes in their mouths and slowly wrote on the paper before them. Soki took the papers and examined them carefully. Young master, there's a problem. What is it? The handwriting is so crooked it's illegible. Even their parents wouldn't recognize it as their own child's writing. You have a point. He continued to torment them like a devil. He had the earth on both sides dug out so they could write with their hands. Making them write with their mouths seems a bit wrong. Yes, you're only realizing that now, you damn bastard. The Banganyong sect. The lamps were still lit here as if waiting for someone. The Banganyong sect leader Du Hawk asked with a worried expression. Has Ra-chan not returned yet? Surely he isn't holed up in some tavern drinking, a person beside him quickly answered. It is true that the young master enjoys his drink, but he has never returned this late. You need not worry. In this land of Hefei, who would dare to touch our Banganyong sect? The young master has already mastered the family's sword art to the 7th star. You have nothing to worry about. But at this moment an arrow flew straight before them and struck fast. The middle-aged man, despite his age, very quickly snatched it with his hand. The people beside him saw this scene and cried out in fear. Sect leader. They quickly drew their swords and looked back in worry. Which bastard was it? Sect leader, are you all right? Du Hawk held the arrow and answered nonchalantly. I am fine. This arrow was not shot to harm me. A small note was tied to it. He very quickly unfolded it and read the contents. But after reading it all, he himself could not help but be greatly surprised. Crushing the paper in his hand in a rage, he shouted, How dare you kidnap the young master of the Banganyong sect? His face contorted in anger as he looked ahead. I will catch every last one of you and skin you alive. Group finally scattered in all directions and began to search for their respective young masters. Hurry, scatter and blockade this mountain, as you command. Very quickly their shadows appeared all over the large mountain. They were on guard, ready to draw their swords at any moment. Is he planning a surprise attack? But at this moment a person's voice was suddenly heard from the side. Banganyong sect leader, Chaoran Bang leader, what brings you here? I came because I received a letter saying my son was kidnapped. This information immediately surprised him. His eyes widening, from behind another person's voice was heard, and a group of nobles appeared here with bewildered expressions. Is that the Banganyong sect leader and the Chaoran Bang leader? Surely your young masters were kidnapped as well? They could not believe the scene before them at all. How could such an absurd thing happen? What madman would dare to kidnap the young masters of the 10 great martial sects of Hefei? Namgingbek slowly walked into that dark forest and stood before a small thatched hut, lost in thought for a moment. At this moment the inner door opened, and a voice was heard from the other side. Report. Namgingbek, standing outside, truly could not understand why he was so nervous. In the darkness of the house a man sat and opened his mouth. Are you not going to say anything? Namgingbek replied very seriously. First, I want to ask one thing. Why were you unable to deal with that bastard on the Hebei plain? Because of him. My grand plan has met with numerous obstacles. The person inside asked strangely. So you're saying it's our fault? Namgingbek was just silent, and the voice from inside continued. If you had done as we said from the start, this mishap would not have occurred. But Namgingbek, who was outside, refuted. This mishap occurred because I trusted you, Guisu, too much. Thanks to you, that bastard Namginghyung's prestige has risen, and even the Namging clan head has begun to suspect. From that dark house a powerful killing intent radiated out, even affecting the space outside. With that killing intent, the opponent's angry shout was heard. Stop, that's enough. Namgingbek could not understand at all what this killing intent was. He also began to use his own power to block it. Are you going to use force? The person inside slowly walked outside. You seem to have too much pride. Calm down. He wore red clothes and a strange mask. Weren't we on the same boat, partners who joined hands for the same purpose? Namgingbek clenched his fists and answered calmly. Most of the elders are showing a favorable reaction to that bastard Namginghyung. Even the 4 elders I painstakingly won over recently are hesitating. The person standing in front continued. So the plan you have prepared with great effort for a long time has been completely disrupted because of that one bastard Namginghyung? Namgingbek put a hand to his forehead, slightly angered and displeased. It's truly disgusting, but it's true. But if we just deal with that bastard— But before he could finish his words, the other ordered him to stop. The voice continued firmly. We cannot delay the plan any longer because of one damn brat. Your plan is no longer valid, so stop it. These words immediately shocked Namgingbek. Just give me a little more time. But the one in front could wait no longer. We have waited long enough. The plan you proposed has been rejected. Namgingbek stood facing him, his heart in turmoil. Damn it, does it end like this? Namginghyung, you damn bastard. It's only because of that bastard that I've ended up in this state. From now on we will intervene and act directly. The old man on this side heard those words and shouted in astonishment. What do you mean? The mask on the other side continued. It has been decided, so cooperate actively. After that, their conversation continued in a slightly bizarre manner. But this matter could cause chaos with even a small mistake. We have already decided. Namgingbek still felt a slight suspicion in his heart. Do we really have to go this far? The person opposite him did not answer and just stood there. This silence made the old man understand everything. I understand. When everything proceeds smoothly, I will contact you again. Since the plan failed, we must act more cautiously this time. Let's not contact each other until then. That person quickly left the place. As soon as his back disappeared, Namgingbek shouted in anger. Damn it, it's like I tried to chase a fox and ended up summoning a tiger. I was so close to taking over half of that position, riding a tiger. It's like being on a tiger's back, so there's no turning back now. Whether it becomes gruel or rice, I have no choice but to see it through to the end." Meanwhile, the man in the mask also had his own calculations in mind. As expected, that old fox cannot be trusted. I've put a leash around his neck, but it seems I'll have to feed him well so he doesn't bite. From behind, a person in black clothes suddenly appeared. The masked man turned his head, looked that way, and was slightly disgusted. "Namgying Bek's second son is truly a fool, isn't he? Did you come to catch him? This east wind seems like it will be quite fierce." Meanwhile, in another place, a surprised shout erupted from the dark forest. "Why, you are the second young master of the Namgying clan." The group from the prestigious families had finally found this place. Hyung stood there and opened his mouth very calmly. "To appear all together like this, you must be quite close," they asked back in astonishment and disbelief. "Surely the second young master didn't kidnap our sons?" Hyung smiled and shrugged his shoulders a few times. "Why say something so harsh? Kidnapping? I just gave some ill-mannered children a moral education." A person nearby heard this and shouted in anger. "What nonsense is that bastard spouting now?" At this moment he suddenly paid attention to something. When he turned his head, he saw his own children buried in the ground in great distress, and they were now half dead, only able to moan and ask for help. Duhok saw his own son buried in the ground on the other side, suffering, and was very pitiful. "My son, you were fine just this morning. How did you end up in such a pitiful state?" he shouted a few times in anger. "Even if I die, I will tear the bastard who did this to you limb from limb." "Father, that's right, father." At this moment he seemed to have paid attention to something. With a worried heart he quickly hugged the small head in front of him. "Weren't you decapitated?" Very flustered, he held his small son in his arms. "It's all right as long as you're alive." But at this moment he suddenly seemed to remember something, and finally he picked up the sword beside him and shouted a few words in anger. "I don't know why those guys were buried alive in the ground, but I must hear a clear explanation." The swords of those nearby were also quickly drawn and pointed towards Hyung's group. The sharp blades pointed at them, making this standoff a bit complicated. But Yokdong, who was standing there, was not at all afraid, held his own axe and asked, "Should I split those guys apart?" Hyung then replied with a bit of disgust, "Split what? Do I look like such a violent person? Now shall we talk?" But the situation before him surprised him a little. Before his words could even finish, that group raised their weapons and rushed straight this way. They shouted in anger, showing no sign of forgiveness. It seemed this time he had really angered them. The others also quickly rushed in. His next words immediately stopped that group. "Your sons attacked me first." Duhok was shocked and shouted a few times in disbelief. "What are you saying right now?" Hyung replied very joyfully. "I'm saying your sons tried to lure me onto a pleasure boat and then stabbed me with a knife, so I just acted in self-defense." The people standing on the other side could not believe his words at all. He saw their suspicious looks and at this moment pointed his hand at the group buried in the ground. "If you don't believe me, ask those guys directly." They turned their heads towards their own children with suspicious expressions and asked, "Is what the young master said true?" They, with their beaten faces only their heads above the ground, trembled and answered, "And no, we had no intention of stabbing or killing him." But at this moment he became afraid. Hyung's gaze was extremely threatening. The group had no other choice, just sighed and lowered their heads very sadly, saying, "We were just trying to scare him." The heads behind them also continued to cry and protest their innocence. "Rochan is right. We were just going to teach him a lesson. We had no intention of killing him." The clan heads saw this scene and extremely angry went that way and shouted, "You foolish bastards, what on earth have you done? Please believe us, we swear." But before they could finish their words they were kicked squarely in the head. The fathers who had loved them before were now extremely angry and beat these fools. "You foolish bastard, you'd be better off dead here. Because of you, the reputation of our Banganyang sect has fallen to the ground. Are you trying to ruin our family? I will kill you today. You are not my son but my enemy." Hyung stood to one side watching this scene and was at a loss for words. The members of the Thunder Dragon unit behind him also watched this scene with great interest. "At this rate, those guys are really going to die. Shouldn't we stop them? Leave them be. He's still his father, he's not going to kill him." After that, screams that proved a domestic violence incident was taking place on the back mountain echoed. "Father, I was wrong. You already hit that spot. Please forgive me. I won't do it again from now on." But that group once again gathered in one place. Hyung saw this scene and thought for a moment in his heart, "What are they doing?" At this moment they were discussing in a small voice. "Even if the prestige of the Namgying clan is not what it used to be, they can still crush one or two families like ours into dust. How are we supposed to resolve this? To dare attack the bloodline of the Namgying clan, damn it," another person beside him continued. "If we take one wrong step this time, it's over." Duhok gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. "There is only one way." Their gazes changed very frighteningly. Soki, standing on the other side, was a little surprised by this situation. "What is it?" At this moment they came this way with cold faces exuding killing intent. As the sound of footsteps echoed, the people on this side became slightly wary. "Are they trying to destroy the evidence?" They prepared to draw the swords at their waists. "I must protect the young master." But before they could fight, that group spoke first. "We have committed a crime worthy of death, young master." They, flustered, quickly knelt on the ground. "Thank you for sparing the lives of these men who deserve to die 100 times over. We will repay the sins our sons have committed." Hyung smiled and walked that way joyfully, saying, "What is all this? You're making me embarrassed. Now everyone please rise." They shed tears and sobbed a few times. "Thank you for your generous magnanimity, young master. I don't know how we can earn your forgiveness, young master. What a truly great heart you have." Hyung replied with a joyful smile on his lips. What are you talking about? You just need to give me a little compensation. The group kneeling on the ground was slightly shocked to hear these words. Compensation? After that, although they did not agree in their hearts, they had no choice but to accept this matter. He said he had a broad magnanimity. What is this now? Their own sons were beaten half to death. Hyung on the other side began to act again. I hear my health has recovered, but my heart is still very weak and the cost of medicine is incredibly expensive. Pretending to be unable to support his body, he lightly sat down. My heart is still pounding in fear. I think I'll have to tell my father. These words were, of course, their weakness. The entire group quickly shouted and promised, "We will give you the compensation." Hyung, hearing those words, was finally a little satisfied, and with a joyful smile on his lips he waved his hand and prepared to leave the place. "Thank you. I will send my subordinates to collect the money tomorrow." The members of the Thunder Dragon unit, seeing their own young master being so shameless, truly did not know how to react. "I see they've reaped what they've sown. I feel sorry for the sect leaders," Hyung, as if remembering something, suddenly added. "One more thing." With a joyful smile, he held out a few sheets of paper. "Each of you write a letter of reflection so you'll remember this." At this they stared straight ahead with very serious faces. Hyung turned his head and reminded the person behind him, "I'll be by to collect the money at the crow of the cock, understand?" But Sok he stood there and asked, looking slightly unable to understand, "But why did you suddenly have them write a pledge and the contents too?" Hyung replied with a faint smile on his lips, "If the second young master demands it, you must cooperate unconditionally. Is that so strange?" The two men behind him then spoke, looking as if they couldn't understand. "Hefei is practically Namgying clan territory. Why do we need the help of such minor sects?" "My thoughts exactly." Hyung waved his hand a few times and answered calmly. "Have you heard the saying, many a little makes a mickle? No matter how trivial the task, many are better than one." Yokdong shrugged his shoulders as if he found this matter very hard to understand. "I get that, but what are you going to use those guys for?" "You don't need to know. How could fools like you understand the profound intentions of a gentleman?" The next morning everything was still as normal. Namgying So at this moment was extremely displeased in his heart, nervously biting his nails. With a look of rage he was in an extremely foul mood. "Why is there still no news?" He quickly left the place in a huff. "I'm dying of curiosity. I'll have to go to where that bastard is and see for myself." At that moment a person's voice was suddenly heard from in front. "Greetings to young Master Soa." Chaon-song looked this way with a faint smile on her lips. "Are you out for a walk?" Soa looked at the woman before him, slightly curious. "What's in that box?" "Ah, this." Hearing this, Chaon-song felt a little pained in her heart. "What else could it be? It's medicine, of course." Soa laughed very joyfully and excitedly. "Oh, is that so? It seems that bastard Namgying Hyung was injured quite badly." The woman standing on this side held the box and replied, looking a little interested. "What are you talking about? These are spiritual pills." Soa was a little angered to hear that. "Weren't that bastard's arms and legs broken?" Chaon-song shrugged her shoulders and answered nonchalantly. "I wish they were broken. No, young Master Hyung is in perfect health and full of vigor." Hearing this, So's eyes widened in astonishment, truly unable to understand. "What?" Chaon-song. At that moment a person's voice was heard calling urgently from inside. The person quickly took the small box and went inside. Yes, I'm coming." At this moment a person behind him said, "What on earth is going on? I must go see the Hefei 10 swords at once." Suddenly he realized something was wrong. At this moment the members of the Thunder Dragon unit were slowly walking this way, carrying a load of goods. As they walked they discussed a few things in a slightly bizarre manner. "Going around collecting money since morning is quite tiring." "Same here." Namgying Soa hid alone behind a large pillar, thinking to himself, "What are those Thunder Dragon unit guys carrying now? I don't know what happened, but I have a very strange feeling about this." At this moment the box of pills was also delivered to Hyung. Inside he looked at it and was a little suspicious in his heart. "Is this all?" "Yes, this is everything." Then, as if he couldn't believe it at all, he pointed that way and said suspiciously, "Really? It's true, truer than true." He held it, extremely furious in his heart. "Spent so much money and all I get are a few wood spirit pills? There should be at least one great restoration pill." Chaon-song glanced the other way and answered with disgust. "The head of the physician's hall said he did his best. Spiritual pills are hard to come by these days, and the price has gone up. What's the difference between this and building a castle on sand?" he grumbled as he put a handful of the pills into his mouth. "At this rate it would be better for me to gather the ingredients and make them myself." Chaon-song, standing on the other side, glanced this way and continued with disgust. "Do you think that's easy? I heard the recipe for the great restoration pill is a secret." Meanwhile Hyung, as if remembering something, shouted in anger, "Damn you immortals, why did you send me to this world?" The more he thought, the more his anger flared. Chaon-song looked at him, slightly unable to understand. "Young master, who are you talking to?" Hyung paid no mind to her innocent eyes and was extremely furious. "Just you watch, we'll see who wins. Even if I have to gather all the riches of this land, I will find the great restoration pill." She couldn't understand at all. "Young master, who are you talking to?" At this moment Soa walked slowly, thinking to himself, "They should be gathered at the tavern by now." At this moment from a high place a few men in black were monitoring his every move. They discussed cautiously. "Should we attack?" they were still discussing. "Not now, there are too many people, let's hide nearby for now and wait for a chance." In the end the entire group disappeared very quickly. At this moment he very quickly went to the tavern where they had met last time. As soon as he entered he shouted in anger, "Why is that bastard Namding Hyung still unharmed? What happened to you guys? Did you get beaten by him?" The 8 men on the other side did not move at all. Namding Soa shouted a few times in anger, "Have you all gone mute? Say something." But what he got back was complete silence. Duhok's son stood on this side and answered with disgust, "We have nothing to say, go." The more Namding So on the other side heard, the angrier he became. "You guys really, seeing your state you clearly failed, you talked so big before, was this all you had? The Hufei 10 swords my ass. From now on I'll call you the Hufei 10 grunts." But before he could finish his words he was grabbed firmly by the collar. That man gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Don't add fuel to the fire. You'd be better off shutting your mouth." Namding Soa saw their faces and truly couldn't hold back, shouting a few times, "Are you really crazy? Did you forget who my father is?" But as soon as the words were out he was immediately hit by a strong blow and fell. The more that man thought about himself, the angrier he became. "I thought everything would be fine because I knew who your father was, but now I realize that no matter what Elder Namding Bek says you will never be able to take the clan head seat." The people around also quickly chimed in. "Compared to the second young master he is nothing. We have no reason to cling to this rotten rope." Soa finally realized what he had miscalculated this time. "You will regret what you said today." He left the place with his group in a rage. "Let's go, this damn bastard is all talk. Damn it, what on earth did that Namding Hyung do to make those guys go so crazy? Everything on the street was still as normal. We've stored the goods in the warehouse for now, young master." "Good, everything has been taken care of in a timely manner." Hyung sat there, looking at the goods before him very satisfied. He suddenly thought of something. "But how long do I have to keep collecting like this? Opportunities to make money don't come by all the time. The cost of medicine will keep rising, so now is the time to stabilize my finances." The few people in front saw his attitude and couldn't quite understand. Is this guy crazy about money? He's no different from a money grubber. At this moment Hyung pointed his hand at Janging on the other side. "You tell me, what should we do to maintain our finances?" He thought for a moment and then answered, "Let's see, we should save and collect money." But right after that he was assaulted by a cup thrown straight at him. Hyung stood here, looked that way and said in anger, "What era are we in that you're still talking about saving? Stop saying that all the time." Yokdong, who was beside him, offered his opinion. "Then let's invest. If we invest in gold, silver, horses and silk and sell when the price goes up we can make a lot of money." But very quickly he too was assaulted once again. Hyung then shouted in anger, "If we wait for the price to go up and it doesn't, will you take responsibility if we lose money?" Soki thought carefully in his heart. "What should I do? I can't think of anything else." He extended his hand towards that side and reminded them a few words. "Think carefully. A very fast and certain way to make money." He was very tired and flustered in his heart. "Damn it, what does the young master want us to do?" Hyung on the other side began to scoff again. "This is a head, not a bucket for carrying stones. It seems I need to wake up your heads a little." "Then does the young master have a way?" "You have a way, don't you?" he answered with a serious face on this side. "Are you still pretending not to know? It's black money. Why are you circling around when there's a gold mine in front of you?" This statement immediately shocked that group. Soki asked back, looking slightly surprised, "Are you talking about the money controlled by the underworld forces?" Hyung replied with a smile on his lips, "This guy is the leader, so he's quick on the uptake. There are big and small organizations in Hufei. If we steal the money they manage it will be quite profitable." But before he could finish his words the other quickly tried to stop this matter. "We can't do that." "Why?" he continued very seriously. "The Namding clan is a righteous sect after all. We cannot get involved in matters related to the underworld forces." Hyung, at this moment in a rage, picked up the teapot there and threw it straight at that fool. He slowly stood up and said, "That's why you can't do anything. If there's a hole in the boat you have to take off the pants you're wearing and plug it. You've ended up in this state because you only care about the justification and face of a righteous sect. I will go investigate the organizations in Hufei." At this moment before leaving he carefully looked back, smiled and urged, "You guys just wait here and train." Meanwhile in another part of the Namding Annex a surprised shout erupted. "What is all this?" What do you mean? It's lunch. That's why it's a problem." Chansong said in anger. "How long has it been since we reduced our meals to 2 side dishes per meal because of the family's poor finances? How can you be so wasteful?" The steward stood there and answered with a smile, "The food was all prepared with the liquid assets from the vault, so don't worry and please eat." Chansong then answered very seriously, "I know the family's business situation well. How could it get this good?" But the steward standing on the other side quickly smiled and answered, "The second young master gave me a considerable amount of money and told me to add it to the family's living expenses." The other was slightly shocked to hear that. Hyung did. Time went back a few days. He himself had shouted in astonishment, "Young master, what is this money?" Hyung shrugged his shoulders and answered nonchalantly, "I just spent a little on necessary expenses, so add it to the living expenses. Especially, pay attention to the side dishes. I'm tired of chewing on grass." He lifted his head and looked ahead, asking again with a bit of suspicion in his heart, "May I ask where the young master obtained this large sum of money?" Hyung answered very seriously, "You can think of it as the reward the Yunhyung Mubang paid me." But he held the bundle of money in front of him, examined it carefully and then answered, "That can't be. This is an amount you couldn't get even if you sold the entire Yunhyung Mubang." Hyung felt that this guy was really very troublesome. "You're really annoying. Can't you just let it go? A prestigious righteous sect like the Namgying clan cannot let things slide so easily, young master. If it were easy, it would have been overturned long ago. The stuffy pride of the righteous sect is still the same. As soon as the other heard this, he quickly reacted. The young master speaks as if he were a stranger. The roots of the Namgying clan are very deep, then go pull out those roots and live off them. As he spoke, he violently touched a pile of documents on the other side and then in an instant pulled it out strongly from there. Hyung said with a cold gaze, "You said you didn't need it." "When did I say that? I just asked about the source of the funds. If you want to know the real source this money is," then he quickly put the bundle of money in his bosom and answered cautiously, "It's the reward from the Unhyung Mabang, isn't it?" The second young master is right. In a pressing situation like this, it's not appropriate to question such things. We should be grateful to the young master who has worked hard. Thanks to you, I will be able to spend a warm winter. Hyung, as he left, had a joyful smile on his lips and looked that way. "We're not close, but the money you guys spent while I was trapped here was a great help to me." How much of a reward did the Unhyung Mabang give for the young master to be looking for such luxurious food? It must be several months' worth of operating expenses. Hearing this, Chansung slammed the desk hard in anger. "Are you making any sense? Do you take me for a fool? We cannot use money from an unknown source." The steward standing on the other side smiled and asked again, "Then shall I return it? If you're uncomfortable, I will handle it cleanly and return it to the second young master." He then quickly turned around and left the place. "Is anyone out there? Please clear this food away." But very quickly, the person behind him quickly changed his expression. "It's a sin to throw away food. That's perfectly fine. This friend is quite impatient." He coughed a few times and commanded, "Call Hyung, I need to interrogate him." The old man heard this and smiled joyfully. "Then I will take my leave." As he left, he heard the sound of laughter coming from inside. "Eat slowly, you'll get indigestion." "It's been a while since I've had meat. It feels like it's melting in my mouth." The steward stood there with a joyful smile on his lips. "It's strange. Ever since the second young master's illness improved, the house has been full of life. Did the second young master breathe new life into the declining Namgying clan? Tell me a few words about the powers that rule Hefei now." "That's obviously the Namgying clan." Hyung reached out and touched a nearby bottle, asking in anger, "I'm talking about the guys who started from scratch, not the ones who were born sitting at the finish line." The gatekeeper of the Black Dot, standing there, was a little flustered in his heart, and answered, "As you know, young master, it is against our business principles to leak information without receiving payment first." At this moment, Hyung looked that way with a cold gaze and a faint smile on his lips. But before he could even finish his words, the abacus in front of him was completely shattered. Hyung picked up a few of the abacus beads there, played with them carefully in his hand, and then very easily shot them at his opponent. The power was truly terrifying. The man's face turned pale and he answered, stammering, "Well, there can be exceptions sometimes, can't there?" The conversation began. The Chilling faction, the Yomawang faction, the Gyodong faction, and the Daewang faction. These were the four major underworld powers in Hefei. Hyung sat there, calmly crossing his legs as he listened. "Is that so?" The Chilling faction is a group active in the east of Hefei, with about 50 members. They're parasites who live off smuggling. The Yomawang faction are those who specialize in vicious loan sharking. There was no evil deed they wouldn't commit, and they squeezed their debtors dry until they died. The Gyodong faction was an organization similar to a brothel, named Unha Giru or something. They made their income by selling women. Hearing this, he felt a little interested and asked back, "You mean human trafficking? They're utter trash." "Yes, that's right." Hyung gritted his teeth, feeling a little disgusted. "I've done a lot of bad things, but I've never done something so unscrupulous. These damn bastards, they've gone too far." The person in front of him heard this and felt a little helpless in his heart. The Daewang faction's main business is running gambling dens. They usually lure in wealthy-looking passers-by to participate, and if they look like beggars, they're cast aside. Hyung had a faint smile on his lips. "They're really a swarm of flies. How could they let them run so rampant within the Namgying clan's sphere of influence? This clan is truly in decline. This isn't a bad situation for me. What is the total income of those four factions?" The other thought cautiously for a moment and then answered, "It's estimated to be about 10,000 niang a month. These guys make quite a lot. From now on, if there's any new information in Hefei, report it to me first. Understand?" The person heard this and asked back blankly, "But this is the Black Dot." Hyung smiled and answered, "I'm not asking you to do it for free, so why the long face? You and I are making a deal. Who said the Namgying clan can't cooperate with the underworld? Don't you want to get a promotion?" As soon as the man heard this, his eyes sparkled with great interest. With a bright face, he looked straight at the man before him and finally shouted very joyfully, "I will work hard." I'm suddenly filled with motivation. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. He was so happy and excited that he grasped his hand tightly and smiled. "Let me treat you to a drink to celebrate." Hyung turned to leave, leaving a few words behind. "Let's save it for next time. I have something to do right now." "What is it?" Hyung replied with a joyful smile on his lips. "I have to go make some money." Meanwhile, inside a gambling den, a person's angry voice echoed, "Damn it, why this again?" The space was very loud and chaotic. "I'm out of money. Let's play one more round." The leader of the Daewang faction stood on a high place, looking down on everything. His name was Damyung, and he was patiently observing the situation. He looked down with a little interest. "Quite a few gambling addicts have shown up today too." The person standing beside him also answered very quickly, "It will all go into our pockets. By the way, boss, why have you been coming here so often lately? We've tricked a few fools so our income is quite good, but the other seemed to be worried about something in his heart. The person beside him finally tried to reassure him. Don't worry, leave this to me and you go rest, boss. This man had encountered Namding Hyung before and he still seemed to feel a bit of fear in his heart. Recalling his encounter with the man from the Namding clan, his two hands tightly gripped the corridor railing. It still makes me tremble just thinking about it now, the person behind him continued with a worried look. Boss, are you alright? You're so pale. I'm fine, just suddenly a bit tired. As the leader of the Daewang faction, I have a responsibility to manage the business, don't I? At that moment a shout was suddenly heard from below. Boss, he turned his gaze that way, and a person ran up in a fluster and reported loudly. There's a guy causing a disturbance below. He says he's taking over this place from now on. What? Daemyong, filled with rage, immediately jumped down. Which son of a bitch dares to interfere with my business here? I was in a bad mood anyway, so you'd better be ready for a beating. But as soon as he saw who had come, his expression changed unimaginably. Hyung was already standing there, a joyful smile on his lips as he waved his hand in greeting. Hey, are you the boss here? He truly couldn't believe who he was seeing. Why is that son of a bitch here? Hyung looked at the man before him and thought carefully. You look familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Daemyong finally turned his body to look the other way, avoiding his gaze. That's impossible. This is the first time I've had the honor of meeting you, young master. Hyung stood there and strongly grabbed the old man's bald head with his hand. All right, you're the one who said you'd tear me to pieces before we meet again. The other felt extremely weary of the current situation. I guess that's really how it is. Hyung still had a smile on his lips as he looked that way. You and I have a deep connection. He couldn't help but mutter a few words to himself. What connection? It's an ill-fated one. Hyung was very excited in his heart. Then I should be able to take over this place with pleasure. At that moment a person's shout was suddenly heard from behind and he quickly turned his head to look back. You son of a bitch, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll have to cut out your tongue to teach you a lesson. Before he could even finish his words, he was quickly slapped in the face by his own boss. Then they began to assault each other. Damn it, I'll cut you down, boss. Hyung quickly shouted from behind to stop them. Stop it. I'll train these guys myself later, so shouldn't we start with the handover now? At that moment, a few of them slowly walked straight forward. The Thunder Dragon unit very quickly appeared here. Alright, take it over. Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. This is quite fun too. I wonder how the others were dealt with. Meanwhile, a man flew far away from his room. It seemed he had been given a good beating for his bad habits. This man was Yokung, the leader of the Yomawang faction. Yokdong looked down from above, a little contemptuous. I thought his martial arts were all that. From behind, Soki reminded him. Go easy on him. From now on this is all our property, so be careful. At this moment Hyung held a small box in his hand, a little sad in his heart. How can I fix this now that it's broken? Yokdong turned his head to look back, a little unable to understand. You're worried about property instead of people in a situation like this? Hyung asked, feeling a little displeased. What happened to the Chilling faction? Yokdong answered very quickly from the side. The captain took care of them. He heard this and had a faint smile on his lips. Is that so? Then clean up roughly and gather at the place I told you. Isn't there one more place left? I have something to check before I deal with those guys somewhere. High pavilions emitted magnificent lanterns that lit up the surroundings. In a delicately decorated small room, numerous delicacies were carefully arranged on a table. Soki sat here, his face red, not daring to look straight ahead. Yokdong also didn't know what he should do. Jangging sat to one side, lost in silence, when a person's voice was suddenly heard. Why is everyone so stiff? The three men sat there, their faces rigid, not daring to move at all. Hyung on the other side was very calm as he was attended to by a beautiful woman. Each of them was very freely enjoying having a woman flirtatiously lean against their chest and pour them a drink. But this situation made the group very flustered. This is the first time I've been to such a high-class establishment, so it's a bit embarrassing to have someone sit next to me and pour my drink. How rustic. Hyung carefully observed the people beside him with a cold gaze, and the woman there blushed in embarrassment. Yokdong sat there and was continuously assailed. Please have a drink. How old-fashioned. At this moment the wine cup in his hand also became empty. The girl beside him looked this way and smiled. Your cup is empty, let me pour you some more? All right. What's your name? It's Leoma. At this moment he suddenly grabbed the hands of the beautiful woman on the other side. The wine bottle in her hand fell very quickly. Everyone there looked this way in astonishment. The girl blushed, a little flustered, and said, You can't do this here. Hyung held the person's hands and carefully examined them. Your hands are still rough, so you must not have been here for long. Then you must be a farmer's daughter. How long have you worked here? The woman on the other side answered, a little flustered. About 2 months. Then the conversation continued. Your age? 20. 20, you look much younger. He carefully asked about other strange things. Then why did you come to work here? Leoma carefully lowered her head as if she didn't know how she should answer. That is, at this moment from a distance a gaze was continuously directed this way as a warning. When Leoma's gaze met that woman's it was filled with fear. Hyung of course noticed this and looked that way coldly. He carefully commanded the group. Everyone leave except for this woman. The serving women nearby heard this and smiled, trying to curry favor. Why is that? Did Leoma do something wrong? If you don't like her we can get you someone else. Hyung felt a little impatient in his heart. I will say it one more time, everyone leave. The woman sitting on the other side very quickly realized he was no ordinary person and in the end had no choice but to meekly obey. Understood. The beautiful women were very quickly chased out. Leoma sat there not knowing what she had done wrong from start to finish. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Hyung sat there and asked calmly, "Now that no one is here, you can answer my question honestly, right?" Leoma lowered her head, a tired and helpless look on her face. At this moment a small money pouch was suddenly thrown onto the table. "It's 1,000 niang. With this money you can pay off your debt or buy clothes, whatever you want." Hyung smiled and began to introduce his family. "I am a young master of the Namgying clan. This means you will be under the protection of the Namgying clan, so you can speak without worry. Understood? I will tell you. I was sold here because of my father's debt. They ruthlessly threatened us with enormous interest. I was only 15 at the time. I tried to run away, but I was caught every time. Each time I was beaten to the bone. I wanted to kill myself, but I was afraid they would lay a hand on my younger siblings." Tears gradually fell on her beautiful face. Hyung sat to one side and asked curiously, "The other courtesans here in the same situation as you?" The resentment in her heart had not subsided at all. Tears of pain continued to flow all over her small face. "Most of them are." At this moment Yokdong, who was sitting there, slammed the desk in anger and shouted loudly, "They're really a bunch of sick bastards." The sight of him frowning, gritting his teeth and trembling clearly showed that he was already extremely angry. "How dare those bastards do such a dirty thing? They buy and sell women using debt as an excuse." Soki's gaze also gradually turned cold. "Human trafficking in the Namgying clan's territory? They even used violence. Damn it." Hyung sat there, lost in thought, and opened his mouth. "It seems I certainly can't let this go. Yes, that's right. Please wipe out those bastards." Painful screams echoed very quickly from within the brothel. The leader here was very quickly discovered by them and beaten to a pulp. He lifted his head with a dazed expression and asked, "What are you doing?" But the answer to that question was a terrifying axe that flew straight at him. Hyung's steps also slowly headed that way. "One more word of nonsense and I'll make a flower bloom on your head, understand?" At this moment he coldly placed a chair on the other side and said calmly, "If you want to be smart, answer my questions properly." He lifted his head to look up. Unable to understand why they had laid a hand on him, Hyung placed the chair on his hands with both legs and in the blink of an eye pressed down hard. The opponent let out a few painful screams. At this moment Hyung asked back with an arrogant gaze. Of course he didn't hear that scream with his ears. "I told you to answer my questions." This scream was enough to send a chill down the spines of the few people beside him. He felt a little impatient and asked seriously, "Where is your backing organization? I already know everything, so if you try to change the subject, I'll send your head flying." He felt as if he were about to die and could only tremble and answer, "It's the Gyodong faction." "Is the information correct?" Soki approached from behind with a ledger and reported cautiously, "Young master, I've found the ledger." Hyung took it, looked through a few pages and said, "Find the human trafficking ledger. With that, those guys are finished." The leader lying below heard this and was completely flustered. "How did that young brat know about that?" At this moment Hyung, as if remembering something, continued, The human trafficking ledger would be with the Gyodong faction. How could it be in this Unha-giru?" The man lying below truly couldn't understand. "Damn it, why does that guy know the underworld so well?" He looked that way with a cold gaze and asked, "Last question, where is their base?" The sky was clear and the forest below was dense. Their steps slowly moved forward and a few people followed behind. To be more precise, Hyung and his Thunder Dragon unit were slowly walking through a large forest and everyone's face was very seriously looking ahead. He stood behind them and quietly observed their backs, slightly admiring them in his heart. Amazing! At this moment he suddenly paid attention to something. Yokdong was really standing in front and a large flame was already rising from his body. "Can I kill those guys?" Hyung joyfully shrugged his shoulders a few times and answered, "Of course, leave half for me. I need a few to hand over to the officials, that way I can say it was self-defense." The man on the other side held his weapon with great momentum and answered very seriously, "Yes, I will leave half." "All right then, that's settled." At this moment somewhere in the capital, the leader of the Gyodong faction, Go Du-dong, was shouting loudly at his subordinates below, "Hurry up and move, we have to deal with everything before the Namgying clan bastards arrive." At that moment a person suddenly ran in from outside and reported loudly, "We're in trouble, the Namgying clan bastards have arrived." "What? They've already arrived?" That man heard this, flustered, and asked, "How many?" "It seems to be about 10 people. Then he quickly commanded the people on the other side, "Stop what you're doing, it's too late to run now. Since it's come to this, we have no choice but to fight those bastards." But the man beside him shouted, extremely worried, "Boss, our opponent is the Namgying clan. If we clash with them, we're finished." But the man had already made his calculations in his heart. "If I eliminate them, I can buy some time. Then I can just hide for a while." The subordinate standing beside him was still terrified, but Go Du-dong continued, "Aren't we superior in numbers? If we attack well, we'll have a chance to win." At that moment the Thunder Dragon unit had already arrived outside the gate. Soki stood there with a faint smile. "It's really quiet." Hyung, standing beside him, opened his mouth. "They must be hiding to ambush us. What a bunch of trash." "You heard the young master right, everyone, be careful." But before he could even finish his words, Yokdong charged straight forward. I'll go in first and see what those bastards look like. Damn, the blood rushed to his head again. He very quickly lifted his large axe and slammed it straight down. The large gate before him flew off very quickly. The man like a beast held his weapon and destroyed everything, charging forward as if he couldn't control himself. But at that moment a net suddenly appeared from above. A few people behind him saw the scene and shouted in worry, "Yokdong, brother!" The men inside were able to completely subdue the man standing on the other side with a small net. They shouted a few times with great joy, "We got him!" But at that moment they themselves realized something was wrong. The captured man's muscles gradually swelled and his subdued feet seemed to be able to move again. Yokdong was tied in the large net, but he still shouted arrogantly a few times and unleashed his power. "Is this all you've got?" Soki, standing outside, had a faint smile on his lips. "I almost forgot that guy's strength." Janging, who was behind him, continued, "How could those guys be a match for him?" At that moment powerful arrows suddenly flew from above and a group was preparing to ambush them from above with bows and arrows. They aimed for Yokdong, but at that moment they themselves realized something was wrong. Janging appeared very quickly before them, and they had no other choice but to turn their arrows back to protect themselves. But the speed of those arrows was mere child's play to Janging. He was able to dodge everything in the blink of an eye. His feet lightly entered a battle stance, and the look in the eyes of the men before him changed very quickly. It was because he approached his opponent at a terrifying speed and unleashed a powerful attack. The group saw the unfavorable sight and quickly shouted a signal. "Quickly scatter." Of course, Janging would not let them have that chance and looked ahead with a faint smile on his lips. Numerous sharp slashes appeared, and in the blink of an eye the group was completely annihilated. They all slowly fell from the large roof to the ground like autumn leaves. They tried to surround and attack the Thunder Dragon unit. With resolute expressions they shouted one word, "Kill!" Soki stood there and looked at them with slight disgust. Those guys, the net that had trapped the bear like Yokdong, also gradually tore apart. He was able to break that net very easily. "Save some for me." After that, they engaged in a fierce, chaotic battle. A large axe powerfully attacked those men. The opponent was able to very easily knock down the group who had no idea what they were up against. Hyung stood to one side only observing the fight, not lifting a finger at all, just pointing forward and carefully counting a few men. About 50, I guess. Quite a lot. As expected of the Namging clan, that group at this moment was very quickly and completely defeated. They punished those shameless beasts with rage. Janging gripped the sword in his hand, ready to attack straight forward. Go Dudong, standing to one side, was slightly shaken as he saw this scene and continued to attack. He himself charged straight forward. Don't give them any chance. But at this moment one of them saw it, gripped the weapon in his hand and quickly slashed straight forward, but this attack did not hit him at all. Where did he go? In the blink of an eye the man appeared behind him with a joyful smile. The opponent's two legs were very quickly cut. A man from the Thunder Dragon unit side let out a painful scream, and Go Dudong tightly gripped the weapon in his hand and slashed straight forward. Die. From a distance another sword suddenly attacked straight this way, and in the blink of an eye it completely blocked him. Two other men also rushed here at the speed of a blink. He was not at all surprised and threw two pellets in his hand from which a strange black smoke spewed out. They saw this scene and were extremely surprised in their hearts. That black smoke spread everywhere in the air. Those guys quickly and loudly warned each other. "I can't see. It might be poison, so hurry and hold your breath." But before they could even prepare, they saw a man with a frightening face appear on the other side. In the blink of an eye the opponent had completely knocked down two people. That combined attack did not give the other person a chance to counter. He finally very quickly got out of that black smoke and appeared behind them, and with a joyful smile on his lips, sneered slightly, "You guys underestimated the people of the underworld too much. In this land of Hefei there is no one faster than me." Hyung, who was standing far away, also saw everything. "It seems he's really despicable. I've looked into the martial arts of the righteous sects before. I don't have a deep understanding, but I've learned a few things. It's a good thing I discovered this early." Soki also prepared to join the fight at this moment. "Are you the leader here? I will be your opponent." But he quickly retreated and very quickly disappeared from that place. He looked at Soki and smiled provocatively. "Good, you look quite strong on the outside. Don't be surprised when you realize my power." But the men of the Thunder Dragon unit were not at all afraid from start to finish. Enough with the arrogance. He very quickly brushed past his body, easily dodging everything. Appearing at top speed behind Soki with a cold face, he carefully uttered a taunting remark. "How can you keep up when you're facing a master like me?" But before he could even attack, Hyung appeared behind him and blocked everything. In the blink of an eye he was sent flying. The man, extremely furious, struggled to get up. "You bastard, are the Namging clan warriors so ill-mannered? How dare you interfere in another person's fight?" Hyung stood there and answered very arrogantly, "Manners? How dare a human trafficker like you say such a thing?" He looked straight at him and carefully evaluated him. This guy's momentum is formidable. He also prepared a hidden weapon in his hand, ready to attack. "I'll have to use a hidden weapon." After that he threw a few strange pellets towards where he was standing. "Take this." It very quickly exploded, creating a large black smoke. Hyung stood there and looked straight ahead, not at all afraid. A guy thought he had fallen into his trap and quickly shot a few hidden weapons into the black smoke. He was still very joyful and excited in his heart. With the smoke screen it would be strange if you could see and dodge. Even if you block it you will have to take a risk. I just need to use this chance to land a decisive blow on you. After that he very quickly charged straight forward and attacked. But what he had not expected at all was that Hyung had easily caught all the hidden weapons he had just shot and used them to counterattack straight forward. Those hidden weapon arrows were powerfully shot straight out. That guy was hit by the attack, cried out a few times in pain and flew far away. Hyung, with a leisurely momentum, slowly walked out of that black smoke, walked forward and had a joyful smile on his lips. Did you think that trash-like technique would work on me? He, filled with anger, gripped the hidden dart by his ear and prepared to attack once again. You son of a bitch, but this time he was not given a chance to counterattack. He powerfully stepped on the opponent's hand with his foot and mercilessly trampled on it. Seeing an ant struggle, it's not bad, quite fun. That guy could only lie on the ground groaning a few times in pain, his face gradually losing focus, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hyung was only then satisfied, a faint smile on his lips, and excited, lifted both feet high and powerfully stomped down once. That man was completely hit by this kick, his entire face covered in blood. Hyung stood there very leisurely and carefully tormented that guy once again. A few people standing beside him saw this scene and were extremely terrified in their hearts. They saw their own leader being beaten so mercilessly with their own two eyes and cried out a few times in astonishment. "Boss, the boss has been captured." Those weapons also fell to the ground one by one. The entire group trembled in fear and cried out a few times, "We surrender, please spare our lives." But before they could even finish their words, they had to face a sharp slash. The entire group quickly fell, completely unable to dodge. Hyung slowly opened his mouth. 25 people, is that half? He carefully commanded the people behind him. The rest of them, cut off all their limbs and throw them into a coffin. As soon as they heard the command, they quickly carried it out. Yes, at the moment they nearby carefully approached, grabbed his pants tightly and cried out in fear, "Please spare my life." Hyung looked down with a cold gaze. The man on the other side said painfully, tears streaming down his face, "I will hand over all the secret ledgers and turn myself in. Please show mercy." But at this moment Yokdong showed no pity at all and mercilessly kicked his head hard. He, filled with anger, continued to torment his opponent. "You foolish bastard, stop with the nonsense. Spare you? Did you ever show a single ounce of pity to the women who cried and begged?" Hyung replied with a cold gaze. "You didn't, did you? Neither will I." After that he turned and left the place, urging them carefully, "Finish this quickly and let's go back." The few people behind him also very quickly understood the situation and promptly carried out the order. Yes, desperate screams and cries echoed continuously all around. "No, please." This news very quickly reached the ears of the Namging clan elders as well. Clan head, the second young master, led the Thunder Dragon unit to wipe out the underworld forces and has returned. He has saved many people. Gangro sat there and heard these words with a very serious face. "Say that again. What did Hyung do?" The chief steward stood on the other side and opened his mouth. "The good news is that we have defeated the underworld forces." "Why did he suddenly attack the underworld? What on earth did he do?" The grand steward smiled, bowed his head and answered respectfully, "At that age, isn't it normal to be curious and prone to daydreaming? Perhaps he wanted to act in the name of justice." Gangro heard this and carefully recalled a few of his foolish son's recent expressions, feeling that it was even stranger. Acting in the name of justice? The more I think about it, the stranger it is. He carefully took out a jar from in front of him, placed it on the table and continued, "Shouldn't we celebrate that the young master and the Thunder Dragon unit have shaken up the atmosphere in Hefei? I mean about them defeating the underworld forces and rescuing the kidnapped women. What is that? This is the famous Hailiang tea from Hefei. Celebrating with this couldn't be better." Gangro at this moment was extremely joyful in his heart. "Hyung, my sickly son, is all grown up now." That teapot gradually boiled, spreading its fragrant aroma everywhere. He is no longer the young master of the past. Time has come for him to share the worries of the clan head, and all the elders are abuzz. The clan head's prestige is also gradually rising. Gangro drank a cup of hot tea, his heart truly very excited. "I wasn't wrong. It was worth it to patiently wait for the results." The steward on the other side suddenly paid attention to something. Seeing his own clan head going wild talking about his foolish son, wasn't Hyung the best example of waiting patiently? He decided it was best for him to leave this place and just ignored it. At this moment the person behind him suddenly opened his mouth. "Call Hyung here, we must drink together." "But the young master has gone out." Gangro was slightly surprised to hear this. Again, the grand steward then suggested, "Shall I call someone else? Never mind, we can just drink by ourselves." He sighed and carefully lifted the teacup before him. "I really can't get a hold of this guy." At this moment, in a gorgeous and magnificent tavern, joyful laughter echoed very loudly. "Raise your glasses." The people beside him stood around him, cowering, and poured drinks cup by cup. "Congratulations on achieving the great feat of unifying the underworld." "Unification? It's still too early." Gongxian heard those words and smiled fawningly. "Isn't it just like unifying the world? Dalwun of the Daewang faction, Yokung of the Yomoang faction, Seo Sohong of the Chilling faction. You three, listen well. From today, the Daewang faction, the Yomoang faction, and the Chilling faction will be disbanded and become the Ilsean Association. Understood?" The people in front of him opened their mouths, puzzled. "I've never heard this name before. What kind of organization is the Ilsean Association?" Hyung just smiled calmly and answered, "It's a name I just thought of. The alcohol tastes good." The three people in front of him really did not know how they should react. "This is too much. Isn't this going to cause a storm in the underworld? I will tell you the rules of the Ilsean Association. Betrayal, death. Desertion, death. Theft, robbery, death. Talking behind my back, death. Human trafficking, death. Drunken violence, death. The crime of insubordination is also death. When he said this, his face showed a very frightening expression. At this moment, in a very noisy place somewhere, there was also a person drinking. The wine cup was placed hard on the table in anger. Namgying Soa sat there and shouted very unpleasantly, "Damn it, I'm still angry even after drinking." He then quickly shouted and commanded the people beside him, "Hey, we're out of alcohol. Bring more alcohol." The owner very quickly appeared and opened his mouth to advise him, "Young master, you are too drunk, please stop drinking." But he heard this and shouted a few times in extreme anger. "What?" He powerfully kicked the opponent's stomach once. "A mere waiter like you dares to ignore me?" He relied on his large build and shouted in anger, "What's so funny about me? Do you know what you did wrong?" The people beside him were also a little worried seeing this scene. "Shouldn't we stop him?" "Go, you want to die trying to stop the young master of the Namgying clan. Really?" But they opened their mouths in discontent. "So what if he's from the Namgying clan? Does that mean he can do that?" Soa heard this, turned his head in anger and looked back again. "What did you just say? So what about the Namgying clan?" That guy saw his face and cried out a few times in fear. "I didn't say anything." He walked forward in extreme anger and shouted, "Do you guys think I'm a pushover?" He then prepared to throw his own punch. "Trash like you dares to curse in front of me, young master." "That's not it." Before he could even throw his punch, a voice from behind stopped him. "Stop!" Hearing those words, he was surprised and didn't make a move. An old man slowly approached and opened his mouth. "Young master, please stop. Is threatening ordinary citizens the only thing a martial artist should do? Please stop for today." Soa stood there and felt extremely furious in his heart to hear those words, but having no other choice, he threw the man to one side and sat in a chair. "Fine, bring me alcohol." The man saw his attitude and quickly bowed his head. "Young master, you have drunk too much. It would be best for you to return home and rest, or shall I send someone to the Namgying clan and inform them?" As soon as these words were spoken, it seemed to have provoked Soa's temper. He shouted in anger, "How dare you threaten me?" But the old man showed no fear at all and called to the person behind him, "Chilsung, go to the Namgying clan and inform them in detail of what happened here and ask them to escort the young master." The man then opened his mouth with a look of disgust. He left. They looked at the mess behind them, slightly tired. "If it weren't for the Namgying clan, I would have beaten that bastard. Go to the kitchen and get some salt and sprinkle a lot of it in front of the door." At this moment, a group on the other side held a few bottles of wine in their hands and thought to themselves. They seemed to be calculating something. With both hands he held the wine cup before him and thought carefully. Jogon stood there and asked with a worried face, "How does this mixed wine taste?" Young had no other choice but to point his finger forward and praise him. "Not bad, I'll raise you by 1 rank. Well done. You've been promoted to the same rank. All ranks in the Ilsian Association start at the steel rank fairly. But depending on your achievements you can be promoted to bronze, silver, or gold at any time. This will be evaluated solely based on ability, regardless of origin. Du De Wang, who was just promoted to bronze, is a good example for you." After that, their group was extremely excited. "Did you see that? I'm bronze and you guys are steel, so I'm your superior. From now on you all listen to me." The two men behind him truly couldn't understand. What kind of ability is mixing wine well that it warrants a promotion? At this moment they too held a teapot and approached with a fawning look. "It was a slight mistake just now. If the young master gives me one more chance I will make it properly. This bastard is really cunning. This is a secret recipe passed down in my family for generations. If the young master tastes it, you will know how delicious it is." Hyung did not drink anymore and looked to one side, speaking calmly. "That's enough. We've drunk a lot, so let's call it a day." After that he went out the large gate and joyfully breathed in the fresh air. Breathing fresh air is better than drinking a lot of alcohol. At this moment he suddenly paid attention to something. Below, a few strange shadows in black clothes were hiding and peeking at something. Looked down, slightly suspicious in his heart. What are those guys? The feeling of being full of killing intent, he couldn't help but recall the appearance of the red-masked man from before. It was the same aura as that guy. A few people from behind at this moment held large bottles of wine and ran over joyfully, fawning over him. "We have mixed them all. Young master, please taste mine first." But they were astonished to see their young master disappear in the blink of an eye, because Hyung, with a joyful smile on his lips, had gone straight down to the ground, and amidst the astonishment of the few people above he quickly sped up and ran straight forward. They truly couldn't understand. "How high is this place?" "Let's see, it must be over 5 jang." Hyung's gaze was cold. He couldn't let suspicious guys run rampant in his own territory. He quickly sped up and rushed straight forward, using his speed to cross the tiled roofs of the tall buildings, ready to find anyone. "If I just catch them, I'll know who they are." His gaze was very resolute. But when he stopped he was slightly astonished by what was in front of him. He looked straight ahead, but he truly couldn't believe it, because there was only a white wall here and no one was there. What? They disappeared. Hyung sat down again and carefully evaluated the situation. "Unexpected. To think they could escape my perception. These guys are not ordinary. These masters loitering in Hefei are truly annoying." Looking around, he thought to himself, what are they after? At this moment, he suddenly paid attention to something and finally quickly went to one side and slowly opened his mouth. "Did I just throw away my drink and run all the way here? I should go and taste the mixed wine those two made." Meanwhile, in another part of the capital, a drunken shadow was staggering through the streets muttering a few curses. "Do you think you're the only tavern in Hefei?" Soa, with a flushed face, looked straight ahead in disgust. "I'll just go somewhere else." But after that, 2 men in black clothes with strange appearances appeared before him. He looked at them and evaluated them in his heart. Wearing masks and black clothes on the main street, He thought he shouldn't get involved with them, and with a slight look of disgust turned to leave. Really bad luck, it's better to just avoid them. But after that he couldn't believe the sight before him, because a person in black clothes had also appeared behind him waiting. Only then did he realize his current situation. "What are you guys, are you after me?" The group's steps slowly moved forward. He cried out a few times in his heart that it was not good. Two behind, one in front. With a cold gaze he looked straight ahead. "Then if I just take down the guy in front I can get out." Soa shouted once as he threw a powerful punch at that side. But the opponent had already figured everything out. He was hit squarely in the head and completely defeated. The group held that fat man and left the place. Easier than catching a bird in a cage. Isn't this guy the direct bloodline of the Namging clan? 3 days later, the abacus on the other side was still continuously moving. The man sitting inside the black dot with a displeased expression carefully examined the ledger before him, then threw everything in anger and shouted a few words. "This is so annoying. Because of the goods Namging Hyung entrusted to me, all the calculations have become a mess. How am I supposed to handle this huge amount all at once?" The teacup in the opponent's hand quickly shattered. Hyung appeared there, waved his hand in greeting. "I'm here." He stood there and asked carefully, "Has everything been sorted out, young master? You ask even though you know the amount of those goods is too large." With his mouth swollen he opened it with a bit of difficulty. "Young master, if you give me a little more time, I will definitely take care of it." Hyung poured himself a cup of tea and answered, "It's all right, take your time. I didn't come to rush you, so rest assured." The person heard this and asked back, unable to understand, "Young master, what is it? Why is there no information about the suspicious guys in Hefei?" The opponent heard this and answered very seriously, "I haven't seen any news yet." "Nothing? You mean even the black dot doesn't know? How many people come and go in Hefei? Do you intend to check every single one, young master?" "Without special management it's very difficult." "Then let's start special management now. I found a few suspicious guys near Chungcheongru 3 days ago. Find out where they are." The man on the other side, completely unable to understand, asked back blankly. "Yes," the branch manager continued once again. "If that's the case we'll have to hire more staff. We are very short on manpower to handle the goods the young master entrusted to us." "Young master, are you listening to me?" The young man then slammed the abacus hard on the desk, greatly startling the man before him. Hyung looked straight at him with a cold gaze. "Short on manpower?" The opponent heard this, nodded slightly flustered. "Yes," he smiled and looked that way. "You should have said so earlier. There are a few guys you can command as you please." This person sighed a few times, slightly flustered. "If the young master is talking about the Thunder Dragon unit, that's a bit. This is not something that can be solved with 20 people. We'll need at least over 100, and it's expected to cost a considerable amount." Hyung very joyfully began to assault the man before him. "It's all right. Use my subordinates," he smiled and continued. "A while ago I unified the underworld and created an organization called the Ilsean Association. You can take them and command them as you please, got it?" He heard this and truly couldn't believe it. This vicious bastard, in the end he intends to make the black dot work for free. "How much will you give me?" As soon as these words were spoken he was immediately surprised. "Huh?" Hyung smiled and continued. "Isn't it obvious? You're using my people, so of course you should give me money. I'll give you a discount." That night the moon high above shone down on the Namging annex. Unghwa opened his mouth with a very worried heart. "Soa hasn't come back for 3 days. That guy wouldn't go anywhere for a few days. He's probably holed up in some corner, drinking." Unghwa was very worried. "This time is different. The last place my brother was seen causing a disturbance was at a tavern 3 days ago." The black hand carefully touched the leaf before it, then paused slightly. "Impossible." He felt very tired in his heart. "I barely saved this guy and now another thing has happened." Unghwa, who was behind him, continued, "There is no place in Hefei that can escape the family's surveillance. Could it be that Soa? That's enough." At this moment Namging Bek recalled in his heart what the masked man had said before. "Could it be that that guy kidnapped my son to control me?" He turned his head and reminded his son, "I will look into Soa's matter, so you be careful with your words and don't say anything you shouldn't." Unghwa stood behind and watched his father's departing back, thinking slightly to himself, "Father." That day in the deep forest, Namging Bek exploded with his power. Extremely furious, he shouted a few times and commanded the person inside, "Come out." At this moment a person's voice echoed from nearby. "What makes you so angry?" Namging Bek asked with a serious face. "Where is my son?" The masked man answered calmly. "Your son is safe, so you don't need to worry." Namging Bek heard this and was extremely furious. "Why did you do this? Didn't you think that if the main family found out they would send people to find him and your tracks would be discovered? This matter could affect the plan." The masked man on the other side answered calmly, "Then proceed." As soon as these words were spoken Namging Bek, who was standing in front, was extremely surprised. "What?" He once again repeated what he had just said. "Don't hesitate, start right away." After that he went forward and carefully spoke a few probing words. "I will return Namging Soa after everything is resolved. Until then I guarantee that not a single hair on his head will be touched. You can rest assured." "When can you start?" Namging Bek gritted his teeth and answered, "The Harmony Union." He seemed to be extremely furious at being threatened like this. "I will start at the Harmony Union, so prepare, so there are no setbacks." He heard those words and thought for a moment. The Harmony Union, a very wonderful stage for the blood flowers to bloom. The middle-aged man's gaze behind him gradually turned cold and filled with hatred. The next morning the boy's bored yawn as he walked down the corridor. Hyung felt a little tired. "Is spring coming? Why am I so drowsy?" Cheon-song appeared from behind and opened her mouth. The young master's house is full of firewood, so it's warm like this. What spring? Have you heard the news, young master? What news? She began to gossip. Young master Namding Soa hasn't returned home for several days. He held the medicine in front of him and carefully thought about this matter. Did he run away from home? To run away from home at that age? Chonsong, who was on the other side, continued. It doesn't seem like it. There's just no news. As soon as these words were spoken, he immediately felt a little interested. For now, everything is being kept secret, but if this continues, something will happen in a few days. Young, thinking something, carefully asked back, how long has it been since that guy left? I heard it's been 3 or 4 days. As soon as these words were spoken, he was slightly astonished and his gaze gradually became cold and resolute. Then that means that guy disappeared when those suspicious guys appeared. They were after the Yunhyung Mabang, but in fact they were after me. It could be that they're targeting the entire Namding family. Namding Soa, does it make sense to target that fool? His gaze turned cold as he carefully evaluated a few things in his heart. Then does that mean they're not on the same side? He slowly walked straight forward. I'll know as soon as I look for it. He found a map at the black dot and began to talk about that day's events again. From here to here is the path young master Namding Soa took. The young master's tracks disappeared here. The same guys the young master described were found here. Young looked at the map before him, and it seemed he already had his own speculation. As expected, the movement route is the same. Can't wait any longer. According to the results of the information gathered so far, there are 3 possible hiding places for them. He turned to the 3 leaders standing behind him and asked, "Understood?" They quickly smiled and curried favor. "Leave it to us to search those 3 places thoroughly." After that, he opened his mouth to the owner of the black dot behind him. "I will go with the Thunder Dragon unit, so if you discover their whereabouts, report to me immediately. Don't act rashly and get hurt." That night, a small thatched hut below the basement floor was a staircase leading to a strange place. Namding Soa at this moment was tied to a small pillar, completely unconscious. A person's voice echoed from the side and a few subordinates were murmuring. The masked man heard this and felt a little interested in his heart. The subordinates are the underworld guys who are parasites in Ennui. It seems they've become more vigilant because we invaded their territory. It's time to change the place. Be careful not to attract attention. Understood. At this moment, from behind, a person's shout was suddenly heard. Urgent report. A man in black appeared nearby and quickly bowed his head to report. The underworld guys are moving this way. This mask also replied with a bit of interest. Faster than I thought. The one kneeling before you quickly lifted his head and asked, "What should we do?" I wanted to make as little noise as possible, but it seems there's no other way. He at this moment completely walked out of that secret room. Kill all the underworld guys. No trace should be left behind. You know what you have to do, right? We will obey your command. A few people on the outside had also already found this place. Is this the place? According to the subordinates, the traces of coming and going from here are very suspicious. He waved his hand a few times and opened his mouth. You've worked hard. You take the children and retreat. From now on, the Thunder Dragon unit, and I will handle the rest. The 4 of them slowly stepped into the small thatched hut over there. So-Ki, standing behind, spoke up. I will position the rest of the men around to ensure no one can escape. Our top priority is to ensure the safety of young Master Namding Soa. What are you talking about? His next words completely astonished the person behind him. Why are we looking for him? So-Ki, hearing those words, couldn't understand at all and asked again. Didn't we gather everyone to find young Master Namding Soa? Hyung, walking in front, lifted his head and answered. He's a grown man. Do I need to care about him? Don't pay attention to useless things. Focus on capturing those masked men. The 3 people behind him heard this, their faces blank for a moment. So that's how it is, young Master Namding Soa is useless. At that moment, standing outside, they heard footsteps echoing from inside. He stood there and signaled to the people behind him. The rats are hiding in there. The Thunder Dragon unit quickly charged forward with great enthusiasm. Let us go in first. Young Master, please step back. Young felt a little relieved in his heart. What? That's right, trying to rely on others for once isn't a bad thing. They quickly stood before the thatched hut, ready to fight at any moment. But at this moment, a strange black aura emanated from inside, seemingly ready to charge straight at them and attack. Yokdong was the first to be targeted, followed by Janging. So-Ki, standing to one side of course, couldn't avoid it either, and from start to finish he could only try to use his sword to dodge everything, unleashing a sharp blow, yet it struck an assassin in black who was heading this way. Few of them entered the most intense battle. The man in black was knocked back and he used his speed to charge straight forward and attack. The sword in that person's hand seemed to emit a tremendous power, heading straight for the person in front of him. So-Ki, facing it, was also a little surprised, but in the end he could only accept his fate and was struck squarely. That attack did not disappear at all. On the contrary, it attacked from many different directions. So-Ki had no other choice, struggling a little to get out of there. He looked at the man, completely unable to understand. What is this guy? It feels like the time we subjugated the bandits on the mountain. In this fight, they have absolutely no chance of winning. Back then they were also like this guy. Who on earth is this guy? First I must focus on dealing with him. So-Ki gripped his sword tightly and shouted a few times with great determination. I am no longer the person I was before, but the opponent very quickly appeared behind him, giving him no chance to dodge, and in the blink of an eye slashed straight at him with his sword. The man in black sneered a few times. This effeminate guy is the captain of the Thunder Dragon unit? The other 2, seeing this scene from a distance, shouted in worry. Big brother? The man in black very quickly realized something was wrong. As soon as they clashed, he seemed to feel a strange power shifting. So he turned and threw a punch behind him, his eyes extremely serious as he looked straight ahead and shouted, "Got you." Very quickly, the weapon in his hand unleashed a powerful sharp blow. The man in black could only try to retreat to dodge it all. Soki on this side shouted very seriously, "I figured out your technique." The man's entire body was completely pierced through. Soki saw this scene, a pleased smile on his lips. "How does it taste, kid?" Suddenly he saw his own wrist being grabbed tightly, his eyes wide with disbelief. After taking that slash, the guy could still get up and point his weapon this way, the madman. But before the attack could be launched, he was sent flying. Young had appeared there at some point, his attitude extremely arrogant. "Young master, are you already feeling secure with just that much strength? Remember, until you stop breathing, a victory is not a victory." As he said these words, his eyes were extremely serious, and in the distance, the other two members of the Thunder Dragon unit were also struggling. Yokdong was sent flying into a nearby tree, shouting a few times in complete disbelief. "Oh my god!" Beside him was the sound of another person being sent flying. He looked at Janging beside him, a little unable to understand. "Hey, what about you, fourth brother?" They gritted their teeth in extreme anger. "I've endured all the sorrow and despair to train, how can it be like this?" Janging spat out a mouthful of blood looking at the two men in black over there. "My pride is hurt having to fight guys like you." The two of them were extremely determined this time, ready to fight a life or death battle. Even if it meant dying, they had to capture and kill them. But then a loud noise echoed, and the two men in black in front were quickly defeated and fell. Hyung on this side looked straight ahead and asked, "Who wants to die on their own terms? Do I have to say it again? You said your lives were mine, didn't you?" The two of them heard this and became flustered. Sorry, it's alright, I will train you well so you can wash away today's shame." They felt like they were about to die, complaining a few times in their hearts. Better to be merciless with them than shameless. "Young master," before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized something and quickly commanded the people beside him, "Stop, don't come here." His eyes extremely serious, he said with displeasure, "Stop hiding like a mole, come out." A person actually emerged from the ground. Everyone who saw this man shouted a few times in astonishment. Weren't there only three of them? Hyung, of course, also realized this man's strength was not ordinary and prepared to attack with the sword in his hand at any moment. "I can't face you with my bare hands." The assassin unleashed a sharp sword aura straight this way. Hyung was not afraid, coldly and seriously evaluating him, gripping the sword in his hand ready to face those strange orange rays of light. Just as they were about to touch him, a powerful blue sword tip appeared, completely blowing everything away. The other guy was extremely astonished, his eyes wide as he stared straight ahead. Hyung with just one blow was able to blow everything away. That attack was very quickly destroyed and the aftershock was even more powerful. That blue ray of light headed this way, creating powerful cracks. The assassin over there, when hit, couldn't dodge at all. His body was charred black and quickly fell, no longer intact. Hyung stood there and carefully evaluated. "This guy is weaker than I thought. Using the traceless heaven sword seems pointless." The rest of the Thunder Dragon unit, seeing this scene, couldn't believe it at all. "That was a sword just now, right? You can't tell just by looking," Janging cried out in astonishment. "This is the first time in my life I've seen such a large sword," and Yokdong, standing beside him, added, "Me too, as expected of the young master." Soki said nothing more, but he already had his own thoughts in his heart. What kind of person is the young master, really? At this moment in the basement below, Namging Soa, who was tied up, felt extremely tired, and after hearing the commotion outside he finally slowly opened his eyes. "They're here already? It's so tiring to keep pretending like this." The cellar door above opened and the person who appeared was Hyung. As soon as he saw him, he shouted in astonishment, "What are you doing here?" But after that, the cellar door was very quickly closed. "There's nothing here, let's go." "Wait, wasn't that some kind of sound? Just a mouse squeaking?" No, it was clearly a person's voice. Soa below heard these words, felt like he was about to cry, and tears quickly streamed down his face as he shouted a few times in pain, "Don't go, please save me." The scene changes to another place. Night has fallen over a region of the forest. Soki supported the person beside him as they slowly trudged forward. "Are you alright?" Hyung, standing on this side, spoke with a bit of disgust. "It's useless." Janging from behind suddenly ran up and announced loudly, "Young master, are they all dead?" Hyung heard this and asked back with a bit of interest, "Did I fail to control my strength?" But he very quickly replied, "It's not that. They severed their own meridians and committed suicide." And when he heard these words, he cursed a few times in anger. "I told you to watch them carefully. Did you not watch them? It was because I was a little careless, but since what's done is done," he couldn't continue to scold him. He quickly turned to the side and said, "Alright, let's go have dinner before we miss it." But before he could finish his words, he seemed to have sensed something. Hyung then lifted his head and looked up, his eyes a little interested, and the few people sitting beside him also looked that way curiously. "What are you looking at so intently? Is there something up there?" Hyung did not continue the conversation but turned and left the place. "Alright, let's go eat." The mysterious masked man was standing up high, watching everything. "That brat's martial arts are amazing. I thought he was just a pampered young master. What kind of martial art is that? Does the Namging clan have a sword art with such destructive power? Is it his trump card?" After that, they very quickly returned to the magnificent and splendid capital city. The news then reached the Namging clan. "Young master Namging Soa has returned." Namging Bek, upon hearing this, felt a little wary. How could that be? The meeting isn't over, how could he have returned? But at that moment he had really been brought back by the members of the Thunder Dragon unit. Namding back inside, saw the scene and couldn't believe it, crying out in astonishment, "What?" But before he could finish his words he very quickly had to stop, because he saw Hyung standing over there, calmly looking this way. "Why is he there?" They had a tearful reunion. "Father." "Soa, brother." Namding Soa quickly knelt and wept in sorrow. "Brother, I was so scared. It's all right now, it's all right." And Namding back on this side gritted his teeth in extreme anger. "Damn it." Hyung walked over and even carefully taunted him a few times. "What's with that expression, uncle? Your missing son has returned, but it seems you're not too happy." Namding Baek looked at the person before him, his heart filled with indignation. "You saved him," Hyung replied with a cheerful smile on his lips. "What? It was just a coincidence, but of course an old fox like him would not believe such a strange excuse. A coincidence in any case, it is a great favor. I will repay you generously. If it's a gift, more generous the better. I still have things to take care of now, so I'll be going. Ah, my stomach is rumbling. Let's go." The back of the young man very quickly left the place. Only then did he realize he could no longer control the situation in this game. "I'm going crazy, it feels like everything is a mess," from behind a person's voice suddenly spoke. "I didn't expect the day I'd have to show gratitude to that brat Hyung would come so quickly. Should we prepare a celebration?" Soa whispered from behind, "like letting go of all past grievances." Namding Baek, standing here, heard those words with a bit of displeasure and indignation. The man over there lowered his head and continued, "In any case, he saved me. Shouldn't we treat him well?" Before he could finish his words, his father stopped him with an angry tone. "Shut your mouth." He aimed a fist this way and said loudly, "Do you really not know what happened? Grateful for his help? Are you happy to be back alive? It's because of you that I've become a laughingstock. All you do is spout nonsense all day." He angrily turned his face to one side and said loudly, "I'd rather die than be disgraced like this." Soa heard these words and shouted in anger, "Would it be better if I were dead?" "How can you say that, father?" Unghwa behind him quickly stopped him. "Soa," but of course he would not silently endure this humiliation. "Let me go, brother. I have to make this clear. It's okay if I die because I'm more incompetent than you, isn't it? I'm sorry you have such a useless son." Namding Baek felt he had been pushed to the brink by that brat and angrily raised his hand this way, shouting, "Shut up. I don't want to see your face anymore, so get out of my sight." The young man who had just returned now sadly turned and left the place. "Fine, I'll get out." Unghwa at this moment turned his head to look at the person behind him and said, "Father, shouldn't I know now as well? I think it would be more helpful if I knew your thoughts now." But he very quickly rejected this. Not everyone can bear that burden. He quickly walked forward, completely ignoring these words. "You control things well, don't cause any more chaos." In his heart he carried a coldness and a difficult to guard against vigilance. "It's getting worse and worse, but nothing will change. Everything will proceed according to the plan." At this moment, somewhere in the brightly lit annex, Hyung was very happily eating the bowl of noodles before him. Beside him were prepared ginseng roots, and Cheonsong stood there with a serious expression. "Have you heard the news?" "What is it now?" "The decision at the elders' meeting." Before she could finish her words, a plate of ginseng was thrown straight at her. Hyung shouted in anger, "Why does this mountain ginseng taste like this? Is this really 100-year-old ginseng? It's hard to find 100-year-old ginseng these days. This one is only about 50 years old, the effect is not much different." Hyung heard this answer and grew angry. "Talk some sense, the taste is different." "The taste is like that, it's almost half the age, how can the effect not be different?" Cheonsong on the other side calmly waved her hand a few times. "That's not important, that's the most important thing to me." Hyung shrugged and answered calmly, "If I can't find spiritual pills, I have to use mountain ginseng." Cheonsong turned her head to one side, preparing to leave. "I will relay that to the head of the apothecary." Hyung remembered something and asked, "But what were you about to say just now? What is it? You must be very curious, aren't you? Stop babbling and just say it." Cheonsong on the other side said seriously, "The Harmony Union has been proposed," but he was completely clueless about that strange concept. "The Harmony Union, what is that?" "You don't know about the Harmony Union, young master." Cheonsong pointed to her head and cried out tiredly, "Is your mind going against your physical condition?" Hyung, filled with anger, slammed his hand hard on the table in front of him, shattering it. "What did you say? Do you want me to put you in the Thunder Dragon unit or something?" Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. "You must have forgotten because you were busy. The Harmony Union is an annual event held by our Namding clan. It is a very important event where all the clan's business branches scattered throughout Anhui province gather to announce their achievements and promote fellowship. That is why it is called the Harmony Union. How can such an important event be held so soon?" Cheonsong thought for a moment and said, "It won't be easy to prepare. There was the Yunhyung Mabang raid and the kidnapping of a Namding clan young master, wasn't there? As unfortunate incidents continue to occur within our sphere of influence, more people will become anxious. Everything will become more chaotic. So it can be said to be a stepping stone to overcome the crisis and strengthen unity." Hyung turned and left the place, muttering to himself, "You're quite good at analyzing the situation." Cheonsong smiled a little awkwardly and replied, "Actually, it's an analysis I heard from my father. Anyway, you must also attend the Harmony Union, so please choose your clothes in advance and prepare well." He lay down wearily on the soft bed before him and said that he wasn't interested and she should take care of it. At this time, Hyung thought to himself, "An event where all the business branches gather, it's the perfect place for trouble to break out." Late at night in the Namding clan at this time there was no one coming or going in the empty courtyard. The door slowly opened and Namgying Bek entered with a very serious face. After that he slammed the desk hard with his hand in anger, and the rage in his heart burst out more and more, distorting his face. Damn it, at this moment a person's voice was suddenly heard from behind, and a man in red clothes and a mask appeared there and carefully greeted him. "You're late." Namgying Bek looked that way, slightly surprised in his heart. "How did you get here?" The other stood there and answered very calmly. "If I put my mind to it, there is no place I cannot enter, even if it is the Namgying clan." The middle-aged man on this side was extremely furious to hear those words. "You have a lot of nerve." He showed no fear at all and just answered calmly. "Don't overdo it and sit down, you wouldn't want to make things noisier. Anyway, I have something to say now." Namgying Bek sat down with an angry look and continued, "If you caught Soa, you should have managed him properly. Are you trying to ruin things?" But at this moment the masked man's gaze changed. "What's different?" Namgying Bek heard those words and asked back with a suspicious heart. "What do you mean? Does Namgying Gangro know our plan, or does he know of my existence?" "Nothing has changed. The Namgying clan still knows nothing, and that will only add to the confusion." As soon as Namgying Bek on this side heard those words, he shouted in anger, "But their vigilance has increased. You won't deny this point, will you? Don't you think this could ruin everything?" The mask on the other side continued. "No, there is another reason why things are in a mess." This statement immediately shocked the person in front of him. "Another reason? It's Namgying Hyung." As soon as these words were spoken, Namgying Bek, who was in front of him, opened his eyes wide, completely unable to believe it. The voice of the man on the other side continued to echo. "If you look into it carefully, you will find that it would not be strange for him to die at any time. This is because the Yin Severed Meridians is an incurable disease that is difficult to treat, but that bastard got better in less than half a year. And on top of that he grew up ridiculously fast." Namgying Bek thought carefully. "I will deal with that bastard by any means necessary." But before the words were finished the person in front of him continued, "You will have to risk your life this time. If you don't want to be swayed by a brat, you'd better do it right." "I know, so don't worry." Before the other turned to leave he carefully left a few words of advice. "Prepare well, I will catch Namgying Hyung that day." At this moment somewhere a small stone fell into the water, creating ripples. Soki sat on the riverbank and looked down very boredly. "Again, this is the first time I have felt so helpless in my life." Yokdong quickly approached from behind and asked, "What are you thinking about so absent-mindedly?" At this moment Soki slowly stood up and sighed a little tiredly. "I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I've hit a big wall." Yokdong lowered his head in extreme sadness. "Is it because of what happened last time?" "I didn't say anything, but I don't feel good either. I don't know why there are so many strong people in this world." Jangying, who was beside him, also continued, "I feel like I've only explored a part of the map, so my pride is hurt to death. Our top priority is to protect the young master, and to do that, we must continue to train. No, I think I need other special measures to improve myself. What is needed to grow quickly is to find new training methods and martial arts growth methods." The two people on the other side, upon hearing those words, their mouths fell open in astonishment and asked back, "I don't think that's a good idea, brother. Please find another way. Isn't it true that the poison from the blade you were hit with last time hasn't healed yet? Did it affect your head?" Soki on this side shouted seriously a few times. "Then how long are you going to be so lazy? If you want to survive, if you want to be recognized, if you want to be a strong warrior, you have to do whatever it takes." This matter then very quickly reached Hyung's ears as well. "So you want to do special training?" They then quickly bowed their heads and respectfully replied with a resolute yes. Hyung had a faint smile on his lips. "Why? Did you feel like you hit a wall you couldn't overcome?" The group on the other side, upon hearing these words, their faces darkened. Was it too obvious? At this moment Soki lowered his head in extreme sadness, and then, as if to reveal his determination, he shouted once, "I want to stand proudly by the young master's side without being a hindrance anymore. Please teach me." Hyung heard those words and smiled joyfully, then shrugged his shoulders as if he couldn't help it. "It's not that there isn't a way, in fact there is nothing better than that. Even if it's martial arts, it's just ordinary. Instead, find an opponent stronger than yourself." Soki's heart was once again in great turmoil. "Then who should I fight?" Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips and looked to one side. The opponent has appeared just in time. After that he waved his hand towards Namgying Hyung, who was standing on the other side. "Hey, have a go with that guy." As soon as Soki saw his opponent, he was immediately filled with fear. Hyung stood there with a cold gaze, looking this way without saying anything. Soki was completely dazed, pointed at himself, completely unable to believe it. "You want me to fight the first young master?" Hyung threw him a small branch and said, "Stand close. If you win, I'll do as you wish. Have a go with that guy. I'll treat you at Chungchungru." Hyung held the small stick in his hand, slightly suspicious in his heart. "Are you asking me for a favor? Go ahead." Hyung had a slightly satisfied smile on his lips. After that their showdown began very quickly. The rules are very simple. If you can make that guy move even a single step during the duel, you win. No complaints, right? A few members of the Thunder Dragon unit behind him were very confident. No matter how strong the first young master is, he won't be able to stand without moving a single step when fighting my brother. Soki gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, a faint smile on his lips. "Under these conditions it's worth a try. I just have to make that person move one step." The two men's gazes crossed coldly, and after that his steps quickly leapt straight forward. Soki used the flexibility of his body to easily leap high, held the small branch and struck straight down, shouting the name of the technique as if to show his determination. Thunder Dragon 10 Swords. This attack like a storm headed quickly and straight towards the first young master standing on the other side. He was very calm from start to finish, and the rest of the Thunder Dragon unit, seeing this scene, were very joyful in their hearts. Alright, if it's the Thunder Dragon 10 Swords, even the first young master won't be able to handle it easily. But in the very next moment they could no longer smile as the branch was very quickly flicked away. The entire group stared that way with dazed gazes. Their own captain was defeated in a single blow. Brother, are you already down? The two young masters went back to talking about food. Shall we go eat right now? Without giving him time to think, his whole body was very quickly dragged away by that person. At this moment, Hyung cried out a few times in pain. Hey wait, what's the rush? Alright, I get it. Hey wait, this is crazy. Go slowly. After that they really ate together. Here, eat up. A piece of dongpo pork was very quickly moved to his bowl. Hyung saw it and was a little dazed in his heart, slowly putting it in his mouth, feeling the strangeness that was sprouting in his heart even more. This guy is really strange. How can there be a person in this world who cherishes and values his younger brother so much? Weren't the brothers of the original family a relationship where they killed each other? At this moment Hyung looked that way and shouted in anger, "Please, I have hands too." Hyung suddenly had a gentle smile on his lips. "Thank you," Hyung, slightly unable to understand, asked back. "What are you suddenly thanking me for?" The person on the other side lowered his head, thought to himself, and then slowly said, "Because you got better." And the one sitting on this side, the more he heard, the more he couldn't understand. The opponent had a gentle smile on his lips and slowly opened his mouth. "Thank you for getting stronger." Hyung, really unable to understand this cheesy reasoning, clutched his head and shouted loudly, "This gives me goosebumps. Is this a conversation between men? What kind of brotherly love is so burdensome? This is too much." The place where the Thunder Dragon unit was training earlier. Soki was lying on the ground at this moment, still unable to come to his senses. Finally his eyes slowly and blurrily opened, and after that he really came to his senses and looked straight ahead. The two people standing above saw this scene and quickly asked, "Brother, are you awake? Why did you sleep so soundly after taking one hit?" Soki clutched his head, really unable to understand what had happened. Recalling the scene of the first young master punishing him earlier in his heart, it really sent a chill down his spine. It was a level one could not catch up to. His whole body began to tremble instinctively. How shameful! At this moment Hyung approached from a distance and asked, "What are you talking about?" Janging saw him appear and smiled. "Have you finished your meal with the first young master?" Hyung shrugged his shoulders a few times and answered as if he couldn't help it. "Don't even talk about it. I was only able to get out after begging him after the meal." He looked at the person who had just gotten up from the ground and asked, "Hey, Soki, do you know why you lost to that guy?" He was really a little flustered by this question, and he himself very quickly fell into deep thought. "It's simple, because you're too weak." As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately shocked all of them greatly. Soki, slightly unable to understand, asked back, "Isn't that why we need to strengthen our training? Please teach me." Hyung heard those words and couldn't help but curse a few times in his heart. Damn it, he picked up the wooden sword beside him and very quickly entered the next lesson. "You're not using your martial arts properly. You're just randomly slashing and stabbing. Now watch carefully and block me." The two stood facing each other, ready to fight at any moment. But in the blink of an eye, the second young master of their family had completely disappeared. Soki's eyes widened, and in his astonishment he couldn't believe it. "When did he appear behind me to easily subdue his opponent with his own stick?" At this moment, Soki answered in fear. "Young master, you're too fast." Hyung just smiled joyfully and answered, "Boring. That's obvious. If you attack using your opponent's opening, your opponent won't have time to react. What I mean is pay more attention to your footwork." The more Soki heard, the more dazed he became, completely unable to understand. "Then please teach me footwork." As soon as the words were out, he was immediately hit on the head. Hyung ruthlessly beat the person on the other side and shouted in anger, "There's no such thing as footwork. If you have practical experience, your body will react on its own." Easier said than done. That branch was once again aimed at the two people beside him. "Come at me. If you did that in a real fight, your head would fly off." "My God, this training seems a bit harsh." Janging stood to one side and asked as if he couldn't understand, "Are you saying we shouldn't rely solely on increasing our martial arts?" Hyung thought for a moment and then explained, "To be realistic, do you know why those evil sect guys are so famous? Because they know how to apply their experience in real fights." They heard those words and were extremely tired in their hearts. "This is the Namging clan." Young Master Hyung began to forcibly train that group in his own way. "Find a way to apply it. The martial arts of the evil sects are not that great either. This is the Namging clan." Hyung then continued very calmly, My mouth hurts from talking so much. If you experience it with your body, you will naturally realize it." They saw this scene filled with fear and shouted in confusion, "Wait, young master, we're not ready yet." "It's all right, I'm ready." In the end, they were trained until sunset that day. Painful screams and groans echoed. "Why is the wooden sword so strong?" "The wooden sword is strong, you guys are weak." Somewhere in the annex, a white bird bred its wings and flew to the high sky. Namging Bek stood there, comfortably watching the shadow of the bird flying far away, then turned his head to look at his foolish son Unghwa. "Go to Mount Huang." "Yes, father." He held out a strange scroll and asked, "I just have to deliver this, right?" "That's right," Namging Bek said with an insidious and cunning look. "I have to finish the preparations before that event is held." That night he sat alone on a large roof, carefully training, looking straight ahead with a very serious gaze. In his heart he once again recalled his former self. How joyful the Sword King was at this moment. Shah Howden was joyfully fishing. "It's here." I don't have to worry about side dishes. He was extremely excited about what he had just gotten. At this moment the Sword King behind him suddenly asked, "Aren't you lonely?" This question also made Huoha slightly flustered for a moment. "What are you suddenly talking about?" The Sword King on the other side continued, "Looking at your back I suddenly had that thought. There is no one beside you, no family or relatives." At this moment, Shah Howden had a joyful smile on his lips and asked back, "Family, isn't that just a shackle? It can also be a fatal weakness." The fishing line fell on the water's surface, shaking the calm lake. This was also like a part of his mood shaking at this moment. The Sword King on the other side once again continued, "Even so, don't you know why many people still look for a home for themselves? I don't know, and I don't need to know. It's a pity that you have no one by your side. If you die alone for the rest of your life you will surely be lonely." Shah Howden heard these words, grew slightly angry and shouted, "You're the one at a loss. Humans are inherently solitary, so why argue about it? If you have no one by your side, there's no one to look after you when something happens. I don't need that. When you return to your hometown, won't you need someone to bury you? You can find someone with money. What if you don't have enough money? Then I can threaten them into picking up a shovel. What will you do after you're dead? Then I just won't die. Let's stop talking." Hyung at this moment had a joyful smile on his lips. Sword King bastard kept nagging that day and ended up getting hit a few times by me. He thought more about his current family in his heart. Truly a child. You must be healthy and well by now. He then recalled the former Soki in his heart. "I want to stand proudly by the young master's side without being a hindrance." Hyung stood there and shouted in anger, "Damn Namging family. Is there such a cheesy family story? I've been thinking about this and that just now. I can't even circulate my energy properly." He stood there, looked ahead and felt slightly angry in his heart. Damn it, somewhere. Soki stood to one side, powerfully attacking the wooden post in front of him with the sword in his hand, striking straight ahead very seriously. At this moment the rest of the Thunder Dragon unit was also starting their next training. Suddenly a person's voice was heard from in front. "Do you think your skills will improve just by swinging a sword aimlessly?" As soon as Soki saw who had come, he shouted in astonishment, "Young master." Hyung looked at them with slight contempt. "If you listen to my words well, you will suffer less." The opponent's eyes sparkled very quickly and looked straight that way. "Did you come to teach us?" Hyung lowered his head and made a slightly strange expression. "I've thought about it, and I can't let subordinates like you die by another's sword. Wouldn't my pride be hurt?" They heard these words and shouted with great excitement in their hearts. "Whatever martial art it is, we will definitely learn it diligently." Hyung at this moment continued to speak seriously. "What you have to learn is not martial arts but military formations." Yokdong, standing to one side, heard these words and shouted a few times in astonishment. "Formations?" Jangging also couldn't quite believe it. "Why formations?" Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips and continued. "An old saying goes, a divine art makes one warrior strong, but a supreme formation makes the entire group strong. This is the only way to improve your skills in a short time. From now on you will have to learn how to exert your power not only in one-on-one battles but also in many-on-one battles." The few of them heard these words and shouted once very seriously. "Yes," Hyung at this moment spoke once again. "The basic formation is the Samjaejin Qianjin Yunwanjin, which is to put pressure on the opponent. Hold your weapons and maintain your stance." Soki saw the gentle appearance of his young master and was slightly astonished in his heart. Why is he speaking so gently today? Match your breathing and raise your internal energy. Before he could even feel it in his heart, he saw his own young master explode with a huge force from behind. Focus. After that, he very quickly injected his power into the person. They were completely astonished by the sight they were seeing and couldn't believe it. "At first I thought it was an ordinary formation, but I didn't expect it to have such terrifying power." Hyung stood there and shouted once. "This formation is called the Guigo Kyenwanjin. From now on you will have to learn this." Very quickly a huge force spewed out from below, covering the entire annex. Time passed again. Very quickly evening came, and then came a dreamy night sky. The next morning a person shouted loudly, young master, please wake up." Cheonsong saw him and was slightly suspicious in her heart. Did the Thunder Dragon unit cause some trouble again? Hyung sighed and asked, "What is it?" Cheonsong smiled and looked that way. "It seems they trained all night without a wink of sleep. On my way here I saw them all panting and looking very tired." Hyung nonchalantly left the place, muttering a few words. "These guys are really diligent." He really went out of that training ground. Soki at this moment held a large sword in his hand, preparing to attack the wooden posts in front of him. Yokdong at this moment held the axe in his hand and charged straight forward. "Yokdong, come here." He held his weapon, rushed forward and attacked powerfully. But at this moment a person's voice was suddenly heard from behind. "No, this is not it. I can't feel the flow of internal energy." "Then I'll have to change the position." Yokdong wearily sat down on the ground and shouted a few times. "Damn it, it's easy to say, but why is it so hard to do? Let's take a break and catch our breath." At this moment a person's voice suddenly mocked them. "Poor things." Hyung stood there and opened his mouth. "Do you still not get the hang of it?" Soki was slightly flustered to hear these words. "I'm sorry, I tried, but I still don't get it. It's because your body is not comfortable. You have to rely on your vigilance for your body to react and move." Hyung had a cold smile on his lips. "I've thought of a good way." At this moment their bodies were very quickly tied to the familiar iron balls. They saw what was on their hands and feet, slightly suspicious in their hearts. "Young master, is there any way? Anyway, I don't think I can break this damn thing." Hyung just lightly waved his hand a few times and answered, You think this is all? I'm not that easy. They saw his expression on the other side and were filled with fear. Damn it, what is it this time? I'm scared to death. The entire group was very quickly dragged to the bridge that had left them a nightmare last time. They looked down, their faces full of fear and anxiety. Hyung stood behind and continued to speak calmly. You can see the flow of ki clearly in the water. Besides, risking your life will bring the best effect. I just thought of this method, isn't it wonderful? So Ki turned his head with fear and asked back, Young master, you know it's still cold, right? Of course I know. People could die. Hyung had a playful smile on his lips. Only the weak ones. I've tied iron chains to your feet so it will be difficult to float to the surface. Hyung showed no mercy at all and quickly pushed them straight into the water. That's why I tied them to your feet. After that, he turned his head and urged the people behind him. I've prepared everything, so give it a try. Do you want me to kick you into the water too? The entire group was then quickly and roughly kicked into the water. Oh my god. I don't know. They shouted a few times with fear in the water. Cold, mother. The entire group was at the bottom of the water, suspicious in their hearts. Cold, so cold. I'm freezing to death. Hyung carefully reminded them a few words from above. Don't just cower, get into your proper stance. At this moment they saw a huge shockwave from above powerfully descending. He stood on the riverbank, slashed downwards with his sword and carefully reminded them a few words. React to the shock from the outside. Feel the flow of ki and don't push it away. At this moment the nearby water stream was also completely swept up by that force and surged. Hyung sighed a few times with fatigue and gripped the sword with both hands and reminded the person below, don't change your stance, stay as you are. He looked straight down with a cold gaze. Are you going to die like that? At this moment numerous powerful attacks also appeared from below. Hyung shouted with anger, yes, struggle there. It's better to die by my hand than by another's. If you don't pass the test, just die. Cheon-sung stood behind, dazed in her heart, completely unable to understand. Is he really making them do that? Why does the young master seem so unusually anxious, unlike his usual self? He stood in front and slashed the strong water stream on the other side with the sword in his hand. The group was finally rescued. They lay on the ground with fatigue, panted a few times, and Soki couldn't even hold it in and vomited a large mouthful of water. At this moment the footsteps of their young master slowly approached. It seems you've gotten the hang of it. Soki lifted his head to look up, his heart in chaos. Then did we pass? Hyung had a joyful smile on his lips. If you've gotten the hang of it, shouldn't you make it your own? He shouted once again. Get a grip, we're doing it again. Don't make me throw you over there, it's gotten colder. The twilight of that day was truly very beautiful. The building on the other side appeared against the background of the mysterious sky. Time passed very quickly. The next morning everything was still as normal. A group of carriages was running straight forward. 3 large horses very quickly ran straight at top speed. A group of gatekeepers saw the procession of carriages and shouted in great surprise, it's the Chunguk Sanjang, let them in. Hurry, a distinguished guest has arrived. How are the drinks and food prepared? The tables and chairs are all set. The sword that had been on the shelf was once again taken down. Namdingbek carefully inspected it. He very quickly put it back into its scabbard. Namdingbek looked at the boy standing behind him with a cold gaze, and Ungwa quickly replied, it's all done. Good, well done. Shouldn't we replace the warriors of the venue with our people? Namdingbek put a hand to his forehead, looking a little helpless. The clan head is not a fool. Don't do anything unnecessarily suspicious. It's best to act naturally. Ungwa stood on the other side and answered seriously, what should he do if this continues? His father quickly shook his head. He did not show a single bit of emotion. We can't drag him in. There are many people, so don't act rashly near the venue. Ungwa had no other choice but to lower his head and answer, yes. The man on the other side let out a sigh of relief, then after that quickly shouted, let's go. At this moment a man in red clothes and a mask was carefully examining the scroll he had received a few days ago. The man in black clothes behind him approached and reported cautiously, all preparations are complete. If you don't want to be late, you must leave immediately. They were really able to gather a very powerful and elite army. The entire group in black clothes was on standby there, as if prepared for their own plan. Are you ready? Yes. The masked man on the other side had a frighteningly cold expression on his face. Let's go. The courtyard of the Namding family was decorated very magnificently, and everyone joyfully enjoyed the food and drinks, making the atmosphere here very boisterous and warm. Cheon-song stood to one side, saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim a few times in amazement, there are so many people. Isn't that the head of the Cheonryong Merchant Guild? The head of the Jiamunbang is here too, and there are so many gifts coming in. Hyung thought of something and lifted his head to speak. Is this all? It's very different from what I heard. Cheon-song was astonished to hear these words and asked back, what's different? The guys from the 9 great sects and 5 great clans are nowhere to be seen. They're all from unknown sects. Hyung no longer cared about that and decided to eat his own dumplings. Am I very late? Cheon-song thought carefully for a moment and then answered, no, the guests have just arrived. He thought of something at this moment and asked again, really, the bald monks and pointy-nosed Taoist priests from the martial world aren't coming? Don't they like places like this? When did it become like this? Cheon-song shrugged her shoulders and replied lightly, I don't know either. At least since I was born I have never seen what the young master is talking about. Hyung lifted his head to look at the high sky and couldn't help but recall his friend, the Sword King. You Sword King bastard, on your birthday the 9 great sects and 5 great clans and even the Emperor sent their congratulations, but now look at your family's complete decline. What is this? When does it start? He spoke and naturally picked up a chicken leg on the table and ate it greedily. Cheon-song on the other side had a joyful smile on her lips and answered, starting now. In the center of the banquet, the clan head Gangro appeared with a very majestic appearance. They quickly bowed their heads and greeted him. We greet the clan head. Hyung saw it and couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim joyfully, quite nice. The momentum is great. At this moment he quickly sat in his own clan head seat, looked ahead and spoke very gently. Chief Jaeon, was your trip to Yunnan smooth? That escort must have been quite large. The one called Chief Jaeon smiled and answered, Jaeon Mo, the representative of the escort guild, greets the clan head. The trip to Yunnan took 3 months. We encountered mountain bandits on the way, but we completed the consignment without much damage. Gangro heard this, smiled and answered politely, you've worked hard. I know well the hardships the chief has gone through. Thank you, clan head. We have wiped out the horse bandits and rebuilt the homes for those who were plundered by the bandits. The Taewa Merchant Guild has started supplying Cholguani to Master Jin in Beijing. Because of that, the sales of the Chilgokwangsун store have dropped sharply. The reason is Hyung sat to one side and listened to their conversation. He was very bored. Really, if they keep talking like this, when will they start? Cheon-song heard this and asked back, slightly puzzled, the Harmony Union started a while ago. Hyung nonchalantly replied lightly, not that, I'm talking about something else. Maybe something more interesting will start soon. Gangro on the other side shouted once and commanded, I will never forget the hard work of everyone here. Our family has roots that have been passed down for thousands of years, so those roots will not rot and disappear easily. Our family will stabilize Anhui province in the future, conquer the world and once again make our name famous. Let us all raise a toast for the future. But before he could even finish his words, a sound was heard from the side. Namgying Baek was so furious that he clenched his fist and slammed the chair on the other side hard. A man's voice slowly echoed, but clan head, I have a word to say. I am so heartbroken that I cannot raise a toast. The people below were greatly shocked to hear these words. What's going on? All of a sudden, the Grand Elder stood to one side, heard those words, and shouted in anger. Elder Namgying Baek, what are you doing? Isn't the clan head still speaking? Sit down. Namgying Baek stood on the other side and looked straight ahead with a calm gaze. He prepared to smash the chair in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a loud sound echoed, and the chair was completely shattered. A few people nearby saw this scene and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, unable to believe it. Namgying Baek smiled and looked that way, asking back, now that there's no chair to sit on, may I continue speaking? The Grand Elder on the other side shouted once in anger. Elder Namgying Baek, Gangro on this side quickly stopped the current situation. Brother, he opened his mouth very seriously, do you not know what kind of place this is? If you have a complaint against me after the Harmony Union is over, I have prepared a separate place for you, brother. Namgying Baek's steps slowly moved forward. This is what I intended to say at the Harmony Union, little brother. He once again shouted and declared before everyone. There was a time when our clan vied for the position of leader of the 5 great clans, but what about now? Isn't even our last position precarious? Aren't bastards like the Black Dragon Gate trying to look down on our clan? The reason is not simply that our clan is becoming weaker. This is all because we have silently accepted it. Weakness, useless compassion, and indecisiveness are what have brought the Namgying clan to ruin. And the root of all these problems is the clan head's incompetence. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately shocked everyone present. Gangro's face darkened, and he asked once more, what is your intention in speaking so, brother? The man on the other side very seriously pointed this way and shouted a few times. My point is, you are not qualified to hold the position of leader in a battlefield like the Murim, where we bite and tear at each other. This statement immediately made everyone's position clear. The Grand Elder was extremely shocked to hear this. The others also could not believe what they had just heard. Cheon-song, standing to one side, covered her face, flustered and shouted a few times. My God, what on earth is happening? Hyung at this moment had a faint smile on his lips and looked leisurely. It's finally starting. Namgying Baek once again clenched his fist and declared, if I were the clan head, I would immediately sweep away those who threaten our clan, crush and suppress them so they would never dare to look down on us again. Those who agree with me stand up. A few people below quickly sided with him. We agree with Elder Namgying Baek's opinion. We do as well. It is time for a change. The Grand Elder standing above saw the scene and was dazed in his heart. You fools, are you trying to start a rebellion? From behind, another person's voice was suddenly heard. Grand Elder, please calm down. What Elder Namgying Baek has said is not wrong at all. The Namgying clan must be rebuilt, and for that to happen, the current clan head must step down. The Grand Elder was extremely furious in his heart to hear this. You fools, stop at once. Do not cross the line. Gangro, still completely unflustered, calmly asked again. Must you really go this far, brother? But the man on the other side, no longer considering their brotherhood, once again smiled joyfully. Will you step down on your own, or must I drag you down? Gangro became slightly wary in his heart upon hearing this. At this moment, a few people nearby also prepared to join the fight. Namgying Baek stood on the other side, a faint smile on his lips. Will you step down on your own, or must I drag you down? Opposite them was also a group of people on Gangro's side, ready to lay down their lives for their clan head. Damn it, Namgying Gangro shouted in anger at this moment. Are you trying to shed blood within the clan, brother? Hearing this, he had a strange smile on his lips. That depends on your choice. he very quickly commanded the people beside him, "Divine Archery Unit, I await your command." In the blink of an eye they were completely surrounded. "How dare you?" The Grand Elder stood there, saw the scene and truly could not believe it. "Divine Archery Unit, what are you doing right now? Subdue those bastards at once." At this moment a group of people from behind also quickly rushed forward. "We will obey your command," they shouted loudly in anger. "Throw down your weapons and surrender or we will cut you down." But in the end the group realized something was wrong. Looking down at the swords below they realized they were no longer their own. A man appeared from behind with a strange smile on his lips. "Pardon me." Very quickly he was completely betrayed by the comrade who was in front of him. That man had a joyful smile on his lips. "It is for the greater good, so accept it. Damn you traitors." The Grand Elder saw this scene, was extremely shocked in his heart and shouted a few times, "Damn it, not only the Divine Archery Unit, but even a part of the Qianpeng unit has rebelled?" Suddenly a person's voice was heard from outside and a loud scream quickly drew their attention that way. "The outer hall has already become a scene of carnage. Kill the rebels. The ones who should die are you." Gangrel witnessed this scene from this side and shouted a few times in anger, "Brother, stop right now." But the opponent did not listen at all and prepared to draw the sword in his hand. "First we must test each other with our swords." His gaze was extremely cold as he looked ahead, even mixed with a bit of ridicule and contempt. He continued, "This fight will only end when one of us is dead." Gangrel looked that way with a cold gaze and said nothing more. Chonsong stood to one side, saw this scene and was extremely shocked, shouting a few times, "What on earth is going on?" Hyung showed no particular reaction, only a faint smile on his lips as he looked ahead. "Amazing. So he really went and did it." At this moment the Thunder Dragon unit, who were on standby outside, thought to themselves, "How long do we have to wait?" Yokdong couldn't hold back and shouted, "Damn it, I'm dying of impatience." Soki said with a very serious face, "It's the young master's order, be quiet." Suddenly the group heard a commotion from inside. "Kill all who resist." Yokdong quickly climbed a nearby wall, looked inside and said with a displeased face, "What's going on that's so noisy?" At this moment he could see a terrible slaughter taking place there. This man quickly informed Soki below, "Brother, it seems a big fight has broken out. It looks like the young master has joined the fight." The captain of the Thunder Dragon unit heard this and quietly speculated in his heart, "Has a rebellion broken out?" He quickly signaled to the people behind him, "Our top priority is the young master's safety. Infiltrate through the back gate and prioritize finding the young master first. Hurry." But they had not gone far when a sharp sword very quickly appeared before them, blocking everyone. A person stood before them and said with a joyful smile on his lips, "You cannot take a single step inside." Soki saw the scene and showed no fear at all but rather smiled joyfully. "Are you also with those rebels?" But the person in front did not think he was wrong at all. He gripped the sword in his hand and shouted strangely a few times, "This is not a rebellion, it is a revolution." Yokdong was extremely furious to hear this. "What kind of bullshit is that?" Jangging couldn't hold back and started cursing, "Revolution my ass." Soki stood there and answered arrogantly, "I do not wish to see bloodshed within the clan, so if you withdraw now." But that bastard showed no fear at all but rather laughed joyfully and said, "What is that fool saying? I can't believe I'm from the same clan as you. Do you insects think you are on the same level as us?" The two opposing forces very quickly became embroiled in a fierce fight. "In that case, thank you. Now I can cut off your heads without hesitation." "Arrogant bastard, what do you think you can do to me?" The two swords finally clashed at great speed. "It is meaningless to cross swords with me." The leaders of the two sides opened the prelude to the next battle. "Let's see if you're worthy of being my opponent, you son of a bitch." At this moment a scream of fear echoed from inside. The fight between people was still being waged very powerfully and tenaciously. A person was sent flying and collided with the man standing behind him, but when he turned his head and saw that the opponent was Namgying Baek, he was terrified. His voice trembled as he shouted a few times, "Elder Baek." He showed no mercy at all and with a terrifying face struck with the sword in his hand. That man was very quickly struck down by the attack. The sword in his hand was already covered in blood. "It is a sacrifice for the greater good. Do not resent me." At this moment a person's voice was heard from behind. Namgying Gangro gripped the sword in his hand, rushed straight this way and shouted loudly in anger, "Namgying Baek, face me." Gangro looked straight that way with a very resolute gaze. His brother Namgying Baek also stood before him, not to be outdone, and as soon as the tips of their two swords clashed they created an extremely powerful shockwave. Namgying Baek powerfully swung his sword straight forward. The middle-aged man opposite him also quickly countered with his own attack. The two swords finally clashed, creating a deafening sound. In the end, where the splendid banquet was being held, a huge ray of light appeared under the blue sky like a brilliant firework, except that everything was accompanied by a terrifying storm. On the side of the Thunder Dragon unit, the opposing captain could not believe the scene he was seeing at all. "Impossible. There's no way you guys are this strong. Listen to that bastard talk. This is the result of our blood and sweat." At this moment the opposing group had already been completely annihilated. They had no strength to resist at all, and could only cry out a few times in fear. Soki had a faint smile on his lips and looked that way. "Foolish bastards." Then he used his power again to create an even more powerful slash and struck straight forward. That man was hit by this blow, flustered in his heart, and cried out a few times in pain. Soki looked down from above like a victor and said arrogantly to the man lying on the ground, "While you were resting comfortably, we trained to the point of death." Yokdong stood there and opened his mouth joyfully. "I thought it would be difficult to take these guys down, but it was easier than eating cold porridge." Janging also agreed with this from the side. "In any case, we have also become stronger." But their captain's face was very serious. "This is not the time for idle talk. Hurry and go inside to find the young master." The fight inside was still raging just as fiercely, and that man was completely defeated. Another man was also easily struck down. That man was cut all over his body, sent flying far away, and cried out a few words in pain. The Grand Elder saw the scene at this moment and was extremely furious. "You rebel bastards, you will pay the price." But another elder appeared beside him with a joyful smile on his lips. "It won't be that easy." From behind, another person held a sword and launched a surprise attack this way. Before the attack could even finish, a log flew over in the blink of an eye. That man could not react at all and was hit squarely in the face by the log, sent flying far away. The few people there were extremely shocked in their hearts to see this scene. Hyung had a very serious face. "People are having a proper fight. Why do flies like you keep buzzing in?" As soon as they saw him appear, they rushed straight forward, preparing to attack. "It's the second young master. Capture him. If we capture that bastard, the clan head's son, we win." Hyung had a faint smile on his lips and showed no fear, because he could very easily move his body to the side and dodge everything. That man, on the contrary, was mercilessly hit a few times by the log in his hand and could only groan and scream loudly. Hyung looked straight ahead with a cold gaze, preparing to attack. One of them rushed straight this way with the spear in his hand. "You bastard!" He was able to block everything with his power without any difficulty. He very easily struck the man on the other side with the log in his hand. Another man was also attacked in the same way, but they could not resist at all and could only accept their fate, crying out a few times in pain. Hyung at this moment was like a god of war, able to easily strike down everything with a single small log. That group could only groan in pain and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, after which the sound of numerous assaults echoed along with their sharp screams. Blood dripped from the small log. The boy looked at him with an arrogant gaze. "Is this the level of the clan's strongest unit? I can't believe the scene I'm seeing. All our masters have been defeated. Does that mean the second young master is that strong?" The entire group cried out a few times in fear, trying to calm themselves down. "Forget about capturing him alive. We must kill that bastard by any means necessary. Follow me." Hyung at this moment did not give them a chance to act and leaped straight up high, preparing to attack once again. At this moment, as soon as they lifted their heads, they saw Hyung floating in the air ready to attack this place at any moment. His eyes even burned with the fierce flames of killing intent, and his power exploded, spreading even to the small weapon, the log. The second young master very quickly descended to the ground and stood before them. He was majestic and showed no fear at all because that group was immediately and completely struck down by his power. A huge and powerful ray of light appeared all over the garden, quickly shattering the earth and stones here. That group could not believe the scene they were seeing at all. "I really don't think I can defeat that bastard. It will be difficult to win unless the captain of the Chongqing unit steps in." Hyung at this moment paid a little attention to the log in his hand and sighed with a bit of helplessness. "What a waste of these logs." The person beside him was calculating that they had to buy time until reinforcements arrived. "We have to buy time until reinforcements arrive." Hyung smiled and looked that way. Trying to buy time? As soon as that man heard these words, his eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. But before he could even react, he was very quickly sent flying by the log in his hand, and that man fell aimlessly. Hyung watched him with his eyes, admiring him in his heart. "I've taken care of quite a few from the Qianpeng unit. The important problem is the Chongqing unit. The Qianpeng unit is split into two factions fighting each other, but the Chongqing unit moves as one, from top to bottom." At this moment, a huge ray of light suddenly appeared from behind, shooting a few strange rays of power at him. Very quickly, his entire body was surrounded by a mysterious golden ray of light. Hyung looked straight ahead with a very resolute gaze. He tried to block everything with the weapon in his hand, but having no other choice, he could only try to dodge everything. But at this moment, he realized something was wrong and looked at the log in his hand with a bit of disgust. "Damn it, Chonsong will nag me again for ruining these expensive clothes. This is driving me crazy." Suddenly, he paid attention to something. From a distance, a large man with a weapon in his hand and a scar on his face was walking this way. Hyung, of course, recognized who this person was. The captain of the Chongqing unit. The captain, standing on the other side, thought for a moment in his heart. "He's nothing but a sickly brat, but he was able to defeat the Qianpeng unit and dodge my sword. The second young master has reached such a level. I think I understand why Elder Beck insisted on eliminating the second young master." He proposed to him. "If you surrender, I will spare your life. In any case, you are the bloodline of the one I served, so I will show you at least that much respect." Hyung paid no mind to him at all and looked at his house's log, thinking to himself, "Thanks, you saved me the trouble of looking for you, but this branch of yours is useless now." Very quickly, he moved to one side, drew his sword and prepared to attack. "I truly despise traitors." He stared straight at the other side with a very serious gaze. The man standing over there saw this and erupted with a strange black killing intent that enveloped his entire body. "So you refuse good wine and choose to drink the penalty cup. In that case, don't blame me for being vicious." Hyung suddenly realized that this man also possessed a certain level of strength. the 9 heavens 7 swords created from the Chongqing sword art. A slightly joyful smile appeared on his lips. In the past, when he was bored, he had discussed swords and sparred with the Sword King, so I could see through every move completely. At times like this, that Sword King fellow is quite useful. The man on the other side rushed straight this way at top speed and shouted a few times in anger. "How dare you wear such a relaxed expression in front of me?" Young looked that way with a faint smile on his lips, slightly satisfied. The man saw the sight and in his daze could not believe it. In the blink of an eye a powerful sound echoed. He had clenched his fist, but he never expected that he wouldn't be able to catch up to his speed. With a dignified face he asked in his heart in disbelief, "Was my weapon knocked away by the recoil?" But as soon as he saw the boy standing behind him smiling joyfully, he shook that thought from his head. No, it wasn't because of the recoil. It was because of the difference in the destructive power of our swords. A sword move this strong couldn't be the 10,000 thunders of the heart, nor is it the 9 walls divine sword. This sword is too fast. This sword art was similar to the Namgang clan's, yet completely different. Could a 20-year-old brat have created a new sword art? Hyung then very quickly appeared before him, a joyful smile on his lips. "I mixed the sword art so it feels strange, doesn't it? Did it send a chill down your spine?" As soon as that man heard the taunt, he flew into a rage and unleashed a move. "You're getting cocky over a single move?" But Hyung very quickly turned his body and dodged it easily. Looking that way with a joyful smile on his lips, he launched his body straight into the air and with the sword in his hand shot out numerous strange moves. The man saw the sight, his face completely dazed, unable to believe it. As soon as his feet slowly touched the ground, he shot straight up again. He couldn't keep up with this speed at all. Hyung on the other side had a joyful smile on his lips as he delivered a fatal blow. The man before him was terrified in his heart, but he still clenched his jaw and shouted, "Arrogant bastard, I'll cut off your arm." Hyung looked at him, snorted a few times coldly in displeasure and quickly turned to dodge all of the opponent's attacks. Very quickly he moved to one side, ready to counterattack at any moment. The man standing on the other side, his eyes wide, couldn't react in time, and his entire body began to tremble. I, who dreamed of one day conquering the martial world, am losing to a brat who can't even hold a sword properly? Hyung heard this, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Not all brats are the same. Compared to the Sword King, you're just a snot-nosed brat. The people behind them saw this scene, their hearts in turmoil, and they shouted a few times in disbelief. The captain of the Chongqing unit is dead." A cry of astonishment erupted from the guests there. "What happened? What in the world is going on? Someone's dead? Besides the elders, is there anyone else in the Namgang clan who can kill the captain of the Chongqing unit, the clan's top master?" A man raised his sword high as if to make a declaration. He very quickly shouted to let everyone know the truth. "The second young master has defeated the captain of the Chongqing unit." The people nearby heard this and shouted a few times, extremely excited. "The captain of the Chongqing unit is dead." The rebels in the enemy camp heard this and felt a little suspicious in their hearts. "It seems the situation has turned against us. What do we do?" At this moment a man standing there opened his mouth. "Second young master, if we just capture him, the tide will turn." Everyone rushed straight that way, hoping to overwhelm Hyung, who was standing on the other side with numbers. "Kill that young master." Hyung on this side saw the sight and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "So you want to be moths flying into a flame? I'll grant your wish." But the group realized something was wrong. Screams and groans were heard continuously from behind. What's going on? Is something blocking us from behind?" The Thunder Dragon unit had arrived, and at the lead a furious Yokdong held his weapon and charged straight ahead. The group saw the sight and shouted in astonishment, "Everyone, don't panic, our opponent is just one person, everyone." But before he could even finish his words, Jangang, who was high above, was ready to descend, and in the blink of an eye easily subdued the opponent with his own power. That man was torn to pieces. And before he could even react to the current situation, his entire body scattered into the air in the blink of an eye. He and everyone else rushed here very quickly and asked with concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Hyung looked at them with a faint smile on his lips. "You guys making an entrance like main characters. Go and wipe out all those traitors." As he said this, his gaze was cold and a little frightening. As soon as the unit members heard the command, they quickly carried it out and shouted once, "We will obey your command." As soon as they joined the attack, that group was completely powerless to resist. The Thunder Dragon unit, "I can't believe they're this strong." On the side of the clan head brothers, the big fight was still going on. The two middle-aged men heard these words and were greatly shocked in their hearts. "What?" Namgang Bek, standing on this side, heard those words and was greatly shocked in his heart. "Namgang Hyung killed the captain of the Chongqing unit. He was my most trusted card." Gangro was extremely proud of his foolish son. "Hyung always surprises me. He is truly a commendable fellow." He opened his mouth to his brother. "Brother, the tide of battle has turned. Lay down your weapon and surrender. You have no chance of winning." Namgang Bek, of course, would not be defeated so easily, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "No chance of winning? The Chongqing unit wasn't my only trump card." Namgang Gangro on this side realized with astonishment that something was wrong, because one of his own captains was also completely defeated and had fallen to the ground. "Captain Guang." Gangro shouted once in disbelief, "Even Captain Guang has been defeated?" At this moment the sound of a person's footsteps was heard from a distance. Namgang Bek saw the person appear and a faint smile appeared on his lips. You're too late. That man strongly kicked the corpse lying there, slightly disgusted. The resistance was stronger than expected, but I kept my promise anyway. Behind him, a group of people in black clothes was on standby, ready to attack. Do not be discouraged. Gangrel, standing there, witnessed this scene and was shocked, not knowing what to do. The aura coming from them is unusual. Are they masters? Where did guys like this come from? Namdingbek smiled and continued. It's still too early to be surprised. This is a plan I have painstakingly prepared for 10 years. I still have cards I haven't turned over. Gangrel looked that way with a cold gaze and shouted in his heart that it was not good. Countless more people appeared on the other side. The Wangshen sword manor, even the forces loyal to the clan, the quality and number of warriors I am not lacking in either. If you don't want to die, surrender. I do not wish to see the family damaged any further. Gangrel at this moment was extremely furious and shouted once. You madman! The two hands holding the sword at his waist were also tightly clenched into fists. To bring in outside forces for your ambition, I will not forgive you. You are a sinner who has betrayed the clan. Namdingbek smiled with a cold gaze and asked, how dare you speak so big after seeing the current situation as expected of an incompetent fool? Gangrel on the other side shouted loudly in anger. Namdingbek, but at this moment countless people stood before him like a shield protecting him. Gangrel had no other choice but to shatter that wall of protection with his own sword. Get out of my way, you sons of bitches. Get out of my way. The clan head was extremely furious and shouted a few times, you sons of bitches. He gritted his teeth and attacked straight ahead with his sword, blowing everything away once again. A person's footsteps approached from a distance. No matter how much of a grandmaster you are, you have no chance of winning. It's time to end this. Namdingbek appeared from behind, raised his sword high and struck down powerfully. But at this moment something suddenly flew straight towards them from behind. Namdingbek had no other choice but to turn and block that attack with his own sword. His sword very quickly flew to one side. That man shouted a few times in anger. Which bastard was it? Hyung slowly appeared, stood there and smiled faintly. What a shame. That sword was very quickly embedded straight into the nearby ground. The two hands of that man holding the sword trembled secretly, but at this moment he still maintained his composure, looked ahead and shouted a few times in anger. You again? Hyung looked at him with a cold gaze. Uncle, why are you so cowardly, hiding behind others? Are you really my father's older brother? The opponent felt he had done nothing wrong and answered seriously. The greater good, one must not be picky about the means. Hyung at this moment smiled and answered leisurely. Yes, I sympathize with you, uncle. To achieve one's goal, one must not be picky about the means. His face gradually became serious as he stared straight ahead. I often do that myself, but it's okay for me to do it, but I can't stand to see others do it. You son of a bitch. As he said this, his face was even extremely resolute. Namdingbek, standing before him, heard these words and shouted in anger. What did you just say, a son of a bitch? Hyung smiled faintly and said calmly, are you deaf in your old age? Shall I say it again? You've lost today, you son of a bitch. Namdingbek was truly enraged by these words, his anger rising to the top of his head. This useless son of a bitch. After that, he loudly commanded the people behind him. Kill him first, right now. They rushed straight this way and shouted loudly, arrogant bastard, I'll make you regret it. At this moment, the man who was rushing forward was sent flying far away, and after that, other people fell one after another. They could only shout a few times in pain. The entire group was completely trampled by him in the blink of an eye. What? Where did that guy come from? The masked man behind him was shocked to see this scene. Namdingbek shouted a few times in pain. At this moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong. What? On the other side, there was a group of people high up, aiming their bows and ready to attack at any moment. On the opposite side, there were also people preparing to attack like that. Countless flags of other martial sects appeared. The Banganyong sect, Cheoran Bang, and even the Hyonmu sect. The entire group could not believe why the 10 great martial sects of Hefei had appeared here. The old man at the front shouted loudly. We heard that the Namgying clan was in turmoil, so we, the 10 great martial sects, have come to help the clan head. Namdingbek heard these words and shouted in anger. What? Hyung on this side had a joyful smile on his lips. It was worth getting those letters of reflection. The masked man behind him was slightly displeased to see the sight. There are too many reinforcements. Namdingbek's gaze was cold. Why are the 10 great martial sects interfering in this matter? The masked man on the other side still tried to maintain his composure. The current situation was not in our calculations. Their conversation began. With the 10 great martial sects of Hefei leading their troops here, it feels like we've gained a mighty army. On behalf of the clan, I thank you all. The Namgying clan's business as our business. Now the clan head can rest assured. Gangro had a joyful smile on his lips. I am truly happy to hear you all say that. You are all a great fortune to the clan. The few people in front of him lowered their heads, their hearts in turmoil. I'd rather die than say it's because of that brat and the letters of reflection we wrote. The masked man behind him at this moment asked with displeasure and worry. The current situation is very disadvantageous. What are you going to do? Namdingbek looked at the person behind him with a cold gaze. If you want to run, then run. I have nowhere to return to now. Even if only a handful of my bones remain, I will settle things with them here. But that man smiled and answered, Good, that is the answer I wanted to hear. If I had seen you turn your back to find a way to live, I would have killed you immediately. Namdingbek asked again with a serious gaze, Do you think we have a chance to win? He thought for a moment and then answered, It will be difficult to win as we are overwhelmingly outnumbered, but my subordinates can buy some time. In the chaos of battle, even archers won't be able to shoot their arrows. He raised his sword high, ready to attack at any moment. Soki stood there and shouted powerfully, "Reinforcements have arrived. The advantage has tilted to our side. Give it your all and defeat those guys." The tide of battle once again turned very quickly. "Deal with the traitors and kill them." Namging Ungwa also appeared there with a serious look. "We must get out of here quickly, join our forces and support father." But at this moment he realized something was wrong, because a person had very quickly appeared before him waiting. Namging Yeung, his gaze cold and resolute, faced this way. "Were you waiting for me?" The person before him did not give him the answer he wanted. The opponent shouted a few words in anger. "Are you looking down on me because I lost to that brat Namging Yeung?" Namging Yeung gripped his sword tightly and prepared to attack, his power exploding. The killing intent around him created a blue light that enveloped his entire body. The man on the other side gripped his own sword's body and prepared to face him. Ungwa leapt high and shouted in anger, "I will make you taste pain. You will find out why I am called the Sword Tiger." Yeung stared straight ahead with a cold gaze, and they once again rushed towards each other, creating a powerful ray of light. A group of men in black clothes far away at this moment showed no fear at all and headed straight forward. "No one can leave this place." Soki stood there and sneered slightly. "Are black masks in fashion these days? You guys have no individuality or style. Blow them away." After that, the entire group very quickly jumped into the fight. Soki at this moment was observing the entire battle, and Yokdong on one side also smoothly blew away a few guys. The Grand Elder saw this scene and shouted a few words. "You sons of bitches." One of them used a flare in his hand and calculated slightly in his heart. "The stage lights are on." The masked man very quickly caught that power and attacked the distant clan head. "Now if I just kill you, the leader, the tide of this battle will be turned." Gangro looked straight ahead with a cold gaze and launched a counterattack. "Where?" But that man was completely unaffected and continued to charge straight forward. Gangro saw the sight, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment. The man once again used his hand to create a strange orange ray of light, and it attacked the person below straight on. Gangro cursed a few times in his heart. What kind of monster is this? His gaze turned coldly to one side, because at this moment Namging Baek charged in from the side. He saw his younger brother dodge and smiled contemptuously. "Your skills have improved a lot." I held my breath and launched a surprise attack, but I didn't expect you to dodge it. "But you still have a long way to go to catch up to me." The masked man behind him tried to join the fight again, but a kick headed straight for him. The man was hit by the attack and had no choice but to retreat and block. He used his two hands and power to counterattack. Yeung was able to dodge this attack very quickly. He retreated again, a joyful smile on his lips. "Isn't it strange for two to fight one? Good, I wanted to fight you too." The mask on the other side began to get serious. Yeung looked straight ahead with a cold gaze. "Where on earth are you from? Every time you appear, it's that mask. From that tacky mask to the martial arts of the evil sects. Don't you think you're too outdated?" The man on the other side heard these words and was extremely shocked in his heart. He knows the blood sound dragon claw hands. Almost no one knows this martial art. He paused for a moment, then asked, "Who on earth are you?" Yeung sighed and said, as if he couldn't help it, "Always asking about other people's identities. Can't you tell by looking?" "I am the second young master of the Namging clan," that man continued. "Nonsense, this is not a martial art that an ordinary person can recognize. I will take your head and see if you are in disguise." "Go ahead." Yeung sent a loud signal to his beloved father behind him. "I will take care of this guy," Gangro asked back with a cold gaze. "Can you do it? That guy is strong." Yeung looked that way with a cold gaze. "If this body just moves as I wish, it won't be difficult." Gangro became a little joyful seeing his son's attitude. So confident, Yeung shrugged his shoulders a few times and smiled joyfully. "Perhaps, leave this guy to me and you, father, take care of the other one," Gangro answered seriously. "All right, I'll trust you and leave that guy to you." Namging Baek looked straight ahead with a serious gaze. "Too bad, I didn't think today would be the day you die. Wake up from your dream, I will no longer be bound by affection." As soon as the man heard these words, he charged in anger. "Arrogant, as if you've been going easy on me until now." The fight on the other side began very quickly. The man attacked him with sharp claws. Yeung parried those attacks very leisurely with a cold gaze. That guy even gave a few strange compliments. "Not bad, try blocking this too." After that, numerous powerful slashes were shot forward. Yeung had a smile on his lips and was not afraid at all. "Bring it on." He easily blocked that strange technique with his own power. Seeing the formation created by that technique becoming more and more powerful, Yeung was on the contrary very interested. The masked man saw this scene and was shocked for a few seconds in his heart. "Sword Key, you can break the formation of the blood sound dragon claw hand so easily?" The man tried to attack Yeung, but in his heart he kept asking himself, how on earth did he do it? He very quickly dodged everything from the other side and evaluated him a little with a cold face. "Really dizzying. This guy seems stronger than the last one." The man very quickly appeared before him and made a powerful claw with his hand. "Die," Yeung answered with a joyful smile on his lips. "I don't want to." He created a sword tip and counterattacked straight forward. That sword tip very quickly created a huge explosion, illuminating a side of the distant sky. Yeung held his sword with a cold gaze and an arrogant smile on his lips. "In any case, you." The man saw his attitude and was slightly shocked in his heart. He once again smiled joyfully. "It seems you've picked the wrong opponent." The man witnessed everything and was a little surprised. He even broke through the ghost soul palm. He can break through the blood-sound dragon claw hands and the ghost soul palm, one of the 10 great martial arts that enhance the reputation of the Blood Dragon Gate so easily. Hyung was very joyful in his heart. If he knew that I fought the Blood Dragon Gate to the death before coming here, and that I was the one who figured out how to break it, he would probably faint. I didn't know that the pure internal energy of the Gangxian Miang Wanggong could break the yin energy of evil martial arts like the Ghost Soul Palm and the Blood-Sound Dragon Claw hands. Now that I know how to break his martial arts, there is no reason to lose. I was lucky and you were unlucky. The only unsettling point is the lack of internal energy, but if I move well, I have enough internal energy to take him down. The masked man on the other side was completely terrified and shouted a few times, "You on earth?" Hyung of course did not give him a chance to say much, leaped high and struck straight forward with his sword. "What did I just say? You picked the wrong opponent." The man on the other side very quickly moved his body to the other side and dodged the attack. He launched another attack this way with anger. "Even if you saw through my martial arts, you cannot overcome the gap between you and me." He calculated everything in his heart. Just one move. If he is hit by just one move, his body will be shattered. Those techniques headed towards him at top speed. Hyung was hit by this attack and retreated a few steps, cornered. He thrust out a sharp claw as if to kill the person before him at any moment, but he was able to very quickly turn his body and dodge. After that, he saw the wall behind him, which had been gouged out by the claw just now, and couldn't help but sigh. That was really dangerous just now. The masked man in front was still very confident. "How are you going to dodge my techniques while talking so big?" Then numerous powerful slashes attacked this way. Hyung looked at the man on the other side and was flustered in his heart. "Damn it, I thought I could do it, but the gap between me and that guy in body movement, speed, reflexes and even internal energy is too big. I can see all his techniques, but I can't block them. It's driving me crazy." He carefully evaluated his current situation. There is no other way to end his attack, so I have no choice but to use that. After that, a sword was shot out. "This won't do, I can't take it anymore." The man in red clothes and a mask at this moment angrily knocked it to one side and answered, "What nonsense is this? Is this your last struggle before death?" But he realized something was wrong, because the boy in front of him at this moment had activated the ability deep inside his body, and was opening his middle dantian. The human body has 3 types of dantians. The lower dantian contains internal energy. The middle dantian is where innate chi is contained, and the upper dantian is where the soul is symbolized. When one becomes a master, these dantians open, and at that time one must control the power they create. The middle dantian is the vessel that contains innate chi. Innate chi is the energy that everyone has from birth. It is life and a person's latent power. It is where the source of great, never-drying power is contained. It is a completely different kind of power from the internal energy that is accumulated in the lower dantian through training. As the middle dantian opened, innate chi gushed out endlessly, and the heart in his chest could not hold it in and continued to beat in succession. His gaze gradually became stronger, and that power seemed to be embedded in his body, ready to attack at any moment. The man in front, even seeing this scene, was still very confident and resolute. "I will tear you to pieces," but very quickly he exploded with power to the point that even his outer clothes tore, and the life force that flowed out shocked the man so much that he couldn't even look straight at him. What is this?" His footsteps, filled with caution, quickly retreated. What is that guy doing?" At this moment he recalled one thing he had not expected at all. "Don't tell me you've been hiding your skills until now." Hyung extended a hand to one side and summoned his power. The sword that was under the ground at this moment suddenly moved strongly and in the blink of an eye returned to Hyung's hand. With a cold gaze and the power exploding from behind him, he shouted loudly, "Let's settle this." The man on the other side saw this scene and was extremely shocked in his heart. Impossible. His whole body trembled continuously in a fluster. "I'm feeling fear." But he very quickly regained his senses. "No, it can't be. I was just temporarily flustered by his momentum." The opponent's power very quickly headed towards him. "You bastard." But Hyung was able to lightly turn his body a few times and dodge everything. He saw this scene and was extremely shocked in his heart. Before the attack could even touch his body, he coldly dodged everything. His eyes filled with madness, he shot a slash straight at that man. The man on the other side saw this scene and was extremely surprised in his heart. His whole body was sent flying very quickly. The opponent had no other choice but to accept his fate and be sent flying. The aftershock was very powerful. He was sent flying straight through numerous high castle walls in succession. Dust filled the air, and in the end the man could only lie painfully on the ground and groan a few times. The mask on his face was also completely shattered, and as if he couldn't believe it at all, he shouted a few words. "You, what on earth are you? And no way, how could I?" But at this moment he very arrogantly stepped on his body hard with his foot. The opponent clutched his chest and groaned a few times in pain. Hyung continued with a cold gaze, "Yes, that's where you belong." That man asked back with a suspicious look, "Why you defeated him?" Hyung heard these words and felt a little interested in his heart. "Him?" He was slightly interested and cut off his words. "Him, huh? He will not leave you alone." Hyung hesitated slightly at these words, then looked ahead with a look of contempt. "Nonsense, do you know what happened to the guys who said the 2 words him to me?" That man was very quickly hit one more time. His whole body, filled with fear, received that power. "They all ended up like this." Hyung glanced at the hole he had made behind him, turned his body in slight anger and left the place. "There are more than 10 guys who met the same fate as you brat." As his two hands exerted force, they gradually clenched, and energy exploded from his entire body, making him feel a little strange himself. The innate chi I worked so hard to gather has all drained out. I'm tired. He was extremely tired and sat down, leaning against a large wall. This body of mine, at this moment blood flowed from all directions. Namding clutched one arm, unable to believe it. How could I lose to you? It's all over, put down your sword. But when faced with these words, he did not care at all. Over, not yet. If that guy comes back, the situation will be reversed. But after that, he realized his current situation. On the other side was a hole that had just been made with the power of a monster. Namding had a fearful gaze, completely unable to believe it. What? How could Namding Hyung defeat such a master? He tightly clutched his injured ear. My 10-year plan has collapsed in an instant. Impossible. It's because of that bastard. He madly charged towards Hyung, who was resting on the other side. It's you. If I just kill you, I can die with my eyes closed. At this moment, the sword in his hand was very quickly raised high, but in the blink of an eye, that fist was completely cut. Gangro, who was behind him, very quickly rushed over and launched a powerful slash. My hand. That man was very quickly hit by a pressure point. Namding could not suppress his anger and knelt on the ground, shouting loudly a few times. I will kill you all of you. Gangro had no sympathy at all. Hyung sat there with a dazed heart, completely unable to understand. What in the world? That surprised me. Gangro also very quickly rushed over, extremely worried. Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. You're quite good too, father. As expected, the position of clan head was not just for show. Gangro once again angrily raised his fist. Is that how you talk to your father? Hyung instinctively raised his hand to block. Are you going to hit me? But in his daze he was patted on the head a few times by his loving father. He had a joyful smile on his lips and looked this way. Thank you. Thanks to your surprising help, our clan was able to avoid disaster. Yes, as expected of my son. Hyung was a little unable to understand. A guy 10 years younger than me is patting my head right now. Stop patting and let's clean up. Gangro finally realized what he had to do. Yes, I should. He tightly gripped his sword, raised it high, and very majestically shouted a few times. Namding has been subdued. Everyone throw down your weapons and surrender. The next day, the group of traitors was very quickly tied up and gathered in front of the main hall. Namding Ungwa had a very resolute face on the other side. The group kneeling below shouted a few times in worry. Grand Elder, it's all Namding plot. We were just for the future of the clan. But the Grand Elder became even angrier upon hearing these words. Shut up, it's because of your greed. Don't use the clan as an excuse. After the investigation is over, you will be punished according to the family's laws. A few of them heard these words and felt extremely pained in their hearts. Suddenly a person's voice was heard from behind. Young Master Hyung. He turned his body and saw the group from the Thunder Dragon unit standing on the other side. Looks like you guys didn't die. They heard these words and exclaimed a few times in admiration. I'm still not used to the young master's way of speaking. But there was no other way. They could only smile and try to curry favor. It's all thanks to the young master's special teachings. Hyung at this moment asked seriously back, what happened to the rest of that guy's subordinates? Janging thought for a moment and then answered, the leader is dead, so it's like a snake without a head. A few of them even committed suicide. Sok-hee also exclaimed a few words at the same time. Anyway, it was really terrible, but at this moment he paid attention to something else. Namding Hyung was walking this way from a distance. He waved his hand as if he wanted to say something. Hyung looked at the young man and asked back with a heart full of suspicion. Were you locked up somewhere and only showing your face now? You look very comfortable. Janging, who was beside him, quickly added. Young master, please don't misunderstand. The first young master subdued Namding Ungwa. Hyung asked back with a suspicious look. Is that so? Seeing the other person nod lightly, he became even angrier. Then shouldn't you at least open your mouth and say something? Why is he so quiet? It's driving me crazy. At this moment he suddenly reached his hand forward. Hyung looked on with a strange look, slightly unable to understand, but the other person very quickly hugged him tightly, expressing his affection. What is this? The person before him looked at Hyung with a joyful smile on his lips. You've been through a lot. Hyung saw this and was extremely disgusted. I get it, so let go. You know I'm exhausted, so you're doing this on purpose, right? It's so gross. Thunder Dragon unit, come here and help me. But they saw this scene and had no idea what they should do. Such touching brotherly love, what a beautiful sight. It's best to just step aside. Getting caught up in this will be tiring. After that, a desperate scream echoed. Hey, Thunder Dragon unit, where are you going? Thunder Dragon unit. Thunder Dragon unit. After that, a person's voice was heard from inside the house very quickly. Young master, I've brought the food. Cheon-sung entered with the carefully prepared food, but as soon as she went inside she was dazed by the sight before her. Her young master was still sleeping soundly in bed. She went over, feeling a little helpless in her heart. How can a person sleep for 3 days and 3 nights straight? She carefully touched the person's body and thought a few words. He's not dead, is he? He quickly snapped his eyes open, as was his usual reaction. The person on the other side was also slightly shocked when he grabbed her soft 2 hands. Hyung then grabbed the woman's hand tightly, twisted it outwards and shouted in anger, How dare you launch a surprise attack while I'm sleeping? Cheon-sung heard this and truly couldn't understand. A surprise attack? I was just checking because I was worried about you, young master. She looked at the person before her and was angry in her heart. Hyung wrapped the blanket around his body and grumbled a few words. Don't do that even as a joke. A warrior reacts violently if you touch them while they're sleeping. Cheon-sung heard this and truly couldn't understand what this strange warrior was all about. She was very surprised in her heart. Just a while ago he couldn't even hold a sword properly. At this moment Hyung loudly rebuked her in anger. "You're cursing me in your head right now, aren't you? You have a look on your face as if you're mocking me." Seeing the very serious look in his eyes, Cheon-sung felt a little guilty in her heart and looked the other way. But Hyung also didn't want to bother with her, so he turned and left the place. "I got a little excited and now I'm in this state. Now even walking is hard. What should I do? It's really so pathetic." The woman stood to one side, took a slight pause in her heart and then asked back as if she had made up her mind, "Who are you talking about?" Hyung then shouted in anger like a madman, "I'm talking about me, the owner of this damn body." In the end, he quickly picked up the chicken leg in front of him and put it in his mouth. "I don't really want to eat it, but I should at least eat something. Why do I keep feeling like something is going on?" Cheon-sung pointed to one side and said, "Didn't you know the clan is holding a meeting to judge those who participated in the rebellion?" The scene shifted to outside the annex. At this moment a person ran in and reported loudly, "Clan head, the execution of the ringleaders, including 3 elders, is complete," Gangro commanded with a cold gaze. "Among those who joined the rebellion, for those belonging to the Bang, cut off their limbs. For those belonging to the Jondan, banish them, shut down the Jondan and send them to the iron mine for hard labor." The other person quickly bowed and left the place. "I will obey your command." He very quickly sank into another deep thought. At this moment in the dark dungeon below, only a few dim lanterns existed. Namding Baek was imprisoned, looking very weary and miserable. Suddenly, a person's voice was heard from in front of him. "Why did you do such a thing?" As soon as he lifted his head, he saw his younger brother standing there. Namding Baek stared straight ahead with a cold gaze. "Are you still trying to make me talk? You still don't get it, even in this state? Are you that foolish?" Hearing this, Gangro's face twisted in anger and he shouted, "Aren't you ashamed? Countless people lost their lives because of your twisted desires." Namding Baek answered very resolutely, "Ashamed? No, the fact that the plan failed is the only thing that pains and angers me." These words even made the clan head dazed, unable to believe it. Looking at his severed hand, he thought to himself, "That's right, this person is no longer my brother." In the end, he opened his mouth with a resolute look. Who were those unidentified people? But the man on the other side answered without any fear from start to finish. "Do you think I would tell you?" Gangro answered with a serious face. "If you tell me, I will let you die peacefully." Hearing this, the other person became extremely furious and shouted loudly, "Stop this useless act. Hurry up and kill me. I don't want to see your triumphant face anymore." Gangro had no other choice but to turn and leave the place. "Then I will do as I wish. Where are you going?" "If you have the guts, cut my head off." From behind, the man's desperate screams still echoed. Kill me with your own hands." The current scenery of the blue sky and white clouds gradually made everything peaceful. At this moment Hyung opened the silk box containing his pills and became extremely furious. He looked inside and shouted a few times, "What, only 2 pills? If the quality is bad, there should at least be more of them." After that, very dissatisfied, he consumed them all. "Just going to the bathroom makes my feet freeze to death, but no matter what I do, my whole body is still cold. Why won't these chills stop? What kind of after effect is this that continues day after day? If I keep waiting for spiritual pills like this, I'll go to heaven first. I need to find a way to get high-grade spiritual pills or make them myself." Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Hyung quickly kicked off the blanket wrapped around him. The boy was very excited and laughed loudly. "As always, I've found a way. Why didn't I think of this sooner?" The sky gradually turned a pale yellow from the sunset. In that splendid annex, everything was as usual, but at this time they were having a small meeting. The Grand Elder sat on the other side and spoke first. "Clan head, after this incident, the Council of Elders will unconditionally support you. That things have come to this is also the fault of all of us elders." Gangro sat on the other side with a faint smile on his lips. "Thank you. I will take this opportunity to strive to further elevate our clan's prestige." The Grand Elder smiled and answered, "That's how it should be." It was fortunate that Hyung was here for this incident. As soon as the topic of his precious son came up, the great clan head answered very excitedly, "Thank you for your high praise. He changed so much in half a year. What will he be like in a few years? It is truly the clan's great fortune." Whenever we talk about Hyung, the smiles never leave our lips. Gangro's face gradually softened. "Hopefully this period will become a new golden age for our Namding clan, even surpassing the era of the Sword King." At this moment, a person's voice was suddenly heard from outside. "Clan head, a second young master has arrived. Let him in at once. Is he not the future of our clan?" The boy entered with a leisurely appearance, and a few elders nearby quickly turned to look from afar. Even his beloved father and the Grand Elder sitting on the other side were extremely shocked. Hyung at this moment entered slowly, wrapped in a thick blanket and huddled up. "Did you call for me?" They looked at the boy before them and truly couldn't believe it. Is this child really the second young master? Why does he suddenly look so weak? The Grand Elder looked at him with a smile on his lips. "We called you to praise your merits in the last fight. What reward would you like?" But at this moment he kept sneezing, which made him feel a little strange. "You seem a little tired. It would be better to talk next time," Hyung answered very seriously. "No, since I'm here, I'll say it right away. I want to go on a trip." Gangro, hearing that from the other side, was extremely shocked and shouted a word. "A trip?" The other elders also quickly approached and opened their mouths to ask. "You want to go on a trip? It's because I'm too cooped up at home." Hyung showed a slightly wronged look. "Because of my health problems, I've never been on a journey, so I want to try it this time." Gangro was so surprised he couldn't believe it, his mouth agape. The young man slowly walked out with that weary look. How about it? But as soon as he stepped out, the blanket wrapped around his body was also quickly thrown away. How about it? Of course it was a success. As he said this, there was even a very exaggerated smile on his lips. Chaonsong shrugged her shoulders a few times and said that seeing the young master's condition, the people inside must have been quite confused. I didn't think they would actually allow you to go on a journey. Chaonsong passed by him, slowly walking forward with a smile. After a few coughs, the elders immediately stood up and supported me. All the elders are on my side. The woman had no other choice but to smile. Yes, as long as you're happy. She started another conversation with a strange look. By the way, where are you going, young master? Hebei. I hear the Bang family's young lady's birthday is also coming up soon. That is the last place the master of alchemy, Gong Muk, went. If I search Hebei well, I might be able to find a few things about his alchemy. If I learn alchemy here, everything will fall into place. That night it seemed like something else special happened. The boy put down the large blanket wrapped around him and let out a joyful sigh of relief. The weather is a little less cold now. After that, he slowly opened the door and left the place. There are a few things to do before I leave. Very quickly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the dungeon where Namging Bek was imprisoned. Suddenly a voice was heard from above. The entire faction has collapsed, but you're still alive. The man on the other side was startled to hear this. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw Hyung standing there with a joyful smile on his lips. I thought you would commit suicide, but seeing you hold on like this, it seems you still have many lingering attachments to this world. As soon as he saw him, he was mad with anger and wanted to rush out and fight him. You son of a bitch! Hyung just lightly stepped back with a faint smile on his lips. You're still full of energy. At this moment, with an uncontrollable anger, he shouted a few words. I should have killed you earlier. Hyung was not afraid, but rather answered leisurely. Save the sleep talking for later. I came to ask a few things. How did you restore the blood sound dragon claw hands and the ghost soul palm, the two martial arts of the blood dragon gate? It's a sect that disappeared hundreds of years ago. What on earth are you plotting? As he said this, his face was very serious. The older man on the other side heard this and gritted his teeth in anger. Do you think I would tell you? Hyung didn't expect to get more information from here from the start. He nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders a few times. If you don't want to, then don't. I'm a little curious but not very interested. He quickly turned and left the place. If you had cooperated, I was thinking of saving your sons, but I guess there's no choice. From behind, a person's voice was heard urgently. Wait, he asked loudly with expectation. Will you really save Ungwa and Soa? I'll see about it. Namging Bek finally lost that crazed expression and said with fear, to be honest, I don't know the details either. Those guys called themselves the Yangja and one day suddenly came to me and said they would help me. Everything started from there. That's all I know. Hearing this, Hyung thought for a moment in his heart, then quickly opened his mouth joyfully. Not the information I was hoping for. In the end, you were just used by those guys. How foolish. At this moment, the man heard those mocking words and shouted in anger. It's not your place to laugh, you weakling. Hyung didn't want to bother with him at all and turned to leave. I've learned what I needed to know, so I'm leaving. Namging Bek, imprisoned, asked back in fear, what about my children? You'll save them, right? Hyung thought for a moment, then smiled and answered nonchalantly. There's no need to kill insects. I'll save them. At this moment, the person inside the prison collapsed to the ground and shouted a few times. Before leaving, the other's desperate screams still echoed in his ears. The next morning, the news that he was leaving on a trip spread very quickly throughout the mansion. Hyung sighed a little tiredly. My health has improved, so it's a really good time to travel. After that, he spoke loudly to the people on the other side. Hey, are you all ready? But before he could even finish his words, he was also shocked to see the person in front of him. Hyung stood there, waving his hand very joyfully. Hyung was surprised and shouted a few times. Where did you pop out from? Gangro stood behind with an excited smile. Hyung will go with you too. What did you say? He was extremely furious and shouted a few times. It's a trip. Do you still have to stick someone to me? Gangro didn't mind at all but rather smiled and answered. Hyung is strong enough to protect you. Besides, I'm not at ease sending you alone, so everything must be prepared safely. Hyung, hearing this from the other side, was at a loss for words in his heart. As Gangro showed a sign of leaving, the person behind him had no choice. If you don't want to go with him, then cancel the trip. No, I was so happy to be going with my big brother that I almost jumped for joy. The clan head heard his foolish son agree to this and had a joyful smile on his lips. See, that was a good thought, right? Hyung behind him was of course not that happy. As his footsteps were just leaving, cheerful laughter still echoed from behind, but as soon as he left the place, he quickly turned to the man beside him. When the clan head turned his head to look again, the two brothers started acting like they were happily laughing and chatting together. Big brother, your shoulders are so broad. He finally left the place, relieved. Fortunately, those two brothers' relationship is still good. A new journey began again. They boarded a luxurious boat, cut through the ripples and left the splendid Hefei to begin their next journey, freedom.